So let's turn to today, because we want to both take stock of achievements, but also to look ahead. We'll discuss how to reinforce patient experience data in evidence generation, which is a key priority for the network. We want to enable the use and establish the value of patient experience data in regulatory decision-making. We'll also explore some of the novel technologies and methods that will be driving future changes in evidence generation for medicines regulation. And we're extremely privileged to have two keynote speeches allowing us to be inspired and to broaden our perspectives on data and on artificial intelligence for healthcare systems, and on how use of data and information can be for the good and for the bad. So I encourage you all to use this meeting as an opportunity to provide your views, to share reflections and seek clarifications on the big data work that the EMA and the HMA are doing. A big thank you from me for engaging in this important event, and I wish you a very, very productive day. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Emma, and thank you for rushing to be here with us today. Really appreciate your inspiring and welcoming opening remarks for this. And for the other opening remark from the counterpart, you can say, on this joint initiative between EMA and HMA, I'm privileged to be able to present Lars Bo Nielsen as the next speaker to us. Lars Bo is the head of the Danish Medicines Agency. He has a long academic background leading to his current position here starting in 2021. He's also a member of the HMA management group, but has a long experience within healthcare from the University Hospital of Copenhagen, but also as a dean of the Faculty of Health from Aarhus University, and I think a number of academic achievements behind him. But here today to give us his opening remarks. Thank you, Lars.
Thank you very much, Jesper. It's an absolute privilege to be able to speak to you today and give a welcome to the fourth Big Data Steering Stakeholder Forum. So in HMA and in the meetings we hold, we regularly hear on the progress from the Big Data Steering Group, and we're always pleased to see that the group keep delivering key activities every time. So I'd like to thank all the group members and all the EMA and NCA staffs, all the partners and stakeholders for your contributions. So one of the key activities of EMA and the HMA is to identify shared challenges, goals, and priorities in order to give strategic direction to the work of the European Medicines Regulatory Network. So this is really crystallized in the European Medicines Agenda, Medicines Agency's network strategy that has been extended now to 2028 from previously 2025. Here, data analytics, digital tools, and digital transformations are priority focus areas. And the work of the Big Data Steering Group is directly helping us to overcome some of the challenges and deliver key activities to integrate data in the regulatory decision-making and better prepare us for the future. Just a few examples. It was difficult to navigate the complex data landscape and volume of data. So we prioritized real-world data and clinical raw data, and we will explore new data types in the future. We will also release to a public catalog of data source and studies to know what data are out there. Secondly, we needed to increase the network capacity to generate evidence. So we are now together operating Darwin, piloting the use of real-world evidence for EMA scientific committees and looking at analysis of clinical raw data. Third, we needed more guidance and for sure international harmonization. So we have established the methodology working party. We launched the draft of a real-world evidence concept paper, of the AI reflection paper, and we are engaging with international partners such as ICH and EMA to promote a common European position. Looking at the work plan, the fourth work plan of the Big Data Steering Group, which extends from 2023 until 25. This year, we have also published a revised mandate and membership of the steering group, strengthening the expertise of the group with, for instance, ethics, and expertise on HTA and payment schemes for medicines. And we have published the 4th Big Data Steering Group work plan, continuing to explore further data opportunities for the future, for instance, on patient experience data, as will be discussed today. So to conclude, the HMA is fully engaged and committed to transformation to data-driven medicines regulation. We will soon be starting the network strategy to draft the network strategy towards 2028, and will be informed, of course, by the important work of the Big Data Steering Group. Engaging and collaborating with stakeholders and leveraging each other's work remain key to ensuring successful delivery of our objective to better use data in medicines assessment. Thank you for being part of this event and for your support and contributions to delivering the vision for the data-driven medicines regulation. I really look forward to continuing this work together. Many thanks goes to the Big Data Steering Group, to the panelists, speakers, and organizers of today's meeting, and other colleagues involved in delivering the Big Data Steering Group work for all your efforts and dedication. So I wish you all a successful and stimulating day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lars Bo, and thank you for the encouraging words here. And obviously that demands work from us today. And I hope we'll get to some inspirational dialogue leading to input for the strategies going forward. Next in line, I would like to welcome Marco Greco to give his opening remark. Marco is the president of the European Patients Forum since 2014 and a known figure to many of us. Marco, you're there with us online, please.
Thank you. So I'm very grateful to EMA for inviting me to give these few introductory remarks at today's EU Big Data Stakeholder Forum. This is a clear demonstration, I think, of the centrality in the process of the patients that EMA is putting in its strategy. This opportunity is another important representation of the strong collaboration also between APF, its community, the patients we do represent, and the agency, and the recognition of the importance of patient perspective across the work of the agency, and in particular in this big data journey. Health is for sure an area where Europe can undoubtedly benefit from the data revolution. Health data can improve health systems, sustainability, and transform care into a more participatory process. But most importantly, the large amount of data generated across the healthcare continuum can be leveraged to support the work of the regulatory bodies. It can help identify more quickly potential safety issues and help assess the effectiveness of medicines, including new indications. In this sense, harnessing big data has the potential to achieve better, safer, more personalized treatments for patients. At the same time, digitalization of healthcare also has its share of challenges, and if not properly handled, may exacerbate inequalities as not everybody has the same level of access to new digital tools, changing the traditional doctor-patient relationship, and raising concerns about consent, ethics, and data privacy and security. Similarly, to be able to leverage big data, regulators must address a number of questions and challenges, from the identification of reliable data sources to the development of new analytical methodologies. We so far welcome EMA great progress in this area, with significant advance made in 2022 and 2023 in the establishment of the data analysis and real-world interrogation network, Darwin. APF strongly supports this initiative, most notably through its contribution to the EMA Eden project, which will build a large-scale federated network of standardized data sources. We look forward to more progress of Darwin in the next years, as well as to creation of a sustainable framework for the use of real-world evidence in decision-making across the entire product's life cycle. As we do embark on this journey, recognizing the crucial role of patients in the success of this endeavor and the need to build and maintain their trust is key. And so far, I'm grateful to EMA that has mentioned this engagement with patients in her speech this morning. Because firstly, trust in new technologies and tools that are being used, for example, artificial intelligence, requires transparency, enhanced responsibility and accountability, as well as monitoring and mitigating of biases as part of the data quality strategies. These are among the key priorities for the patients community. We welcome EMA efforts in this area and the publication this year of the reflection paper, for example, on the use of artificial intelligence in the life cycle of medicine. Secondly, it's essential to have trust to support data sharing. The safe and secure exchange, use and reuse of health data is at the core of this data revolution, and patients and citizens must be empowered to take control of their own data. In this context, it is essential to consider the proposed regulation of the European health data space. We hope this initiative will establish an overarching framework for the safe and free movement of health data. Finally, trust in the data revolution. On one aspect of this is the promise that no one will be left behind in this new digital age, and that enhanced use of health data will ultimately support more equitable healthcare systems. So far, we welcome EMA latest pilot projects on the electronic product information leaflet for selected human medicines. In addition, and this leads me to the conclusion of this introduction, big data has the potential to support innovation that reflects patients' real-world needs. This leads me to remind the importance of building this trust as this process of digitalization unfolds. The patient's voice needs to be at the center of policy and practice. We are witnessing great momentum at the policy and regulatory level, as well as increased stakeholder interest and engagement regarding big data in health and digitalization of healthcare. There is still a considerable amount of work ahead of us, but the plans and the recommendation, alongside the establishment of the health data space, will be instrumental in bridging this gap and moving forward. As we continue our journey towards a more digitalized healthcare, active dialogue with the key health stakeholders remain a core essential need. Digitalization should not be seen as an end in itself, but rather as a means to a mentally and physically healthier society, increase patients' autonomy and empowerment, and more personalized and affordable healthcare. Today's meeting will help to further advance this important work, and I very much look forward to this discussion. A final note of thanks to the EMA staff and colleagues that are doing a great job on this, and a personal thank you in particular to Peter for having led us over also the difficult moments and the difficult times that this complicated process leads us to face every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco, and thank you for again reminding us of the importance for the patients in the work we do here, and we strive to really really achieve that ambition. And the very attentive participant here too will have noticed that I skipped Olga Solomon. That was not per intent. It was actually due to agility of connectivity issues. So I'm really happy that, Olga, we managed to connect you in now. Olga is head of Unit D1 for Medicines, Policy and Authorization and Monitoring at DG Santé. She has actually more than 2 decades of experience within the European Commission. And with her background, obviously, she has been through a lot of really exciting work and also challenging work around Brexit and COVID-19, just to remind all of us about what happened during the last 6-7 years. But even more so, more recently, being involved in development of the pharmaceutical strategy for Europe as one of the pivotal elements that you have been working on, Olga. So we're really happy you're here today with us to set the scene for today's stakeholder meeting. Thank you. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much. I'm very happy that I managed to connect, and it is a real pleasure to join you virtually today at the joint HMA and EMA Big Data Stakeholder Forum. Actually, we found ourselves in a time of remarkable scientific and technological achievements in medical science, and big data and real-world evidence hold an immense promise to support the life cycle management of medicines. The integration and analysis of the big data sets can offer innovators great opportunity, which can translate in turn into promising therapeutic options for patients. Efficient integration of data analytics into assessment processes can also improve decision-making and strengthen our regulatory system. This requires a solid regulatory framework that fosters these developments while ensuring trustworthy and quality data. The EU's pharmaceutical legislation has been in place for more than 2 decades. It predates technological realities of today, which prompted the Pharma Review by the Commission. The Commission proposals aim to avoid bottlenecks, address regulatory gaps, and encourage breakthroughs within the EU and a patient-focused innovation. Proposed changes focus on facilitating the use of real-world evidence and health data in the assessment of medicines. Agility to accommodate artificial intelligence and cutting-edge scientific developments, notably through regulatory sandboxes and adaptive frameworks for novel therapies. Providing clarity on the interplay with other EU legislative frameworks, notably with medical device and in vitro diagnostic regulations. This is particularly important when dealing with complex medicine and medical device combination products. The European health data space is another key Commission initiative harnessing the power of health data. By creating a unified digital health ecosystem, the European health data space facilitates cooperation and data sharing across the EU, setting out rules and standards, infrastructures and governance framework for the use of electronic health data in healthcare, research, innovation and policy making. The timely adoption of the pharmaceutical reform in the European health data space is key to support health innovation supported by big data, providing a consistent framework for algorithm training, testing, and evaluation. Additionally, the medical devices and in vitro diagnostics regulations are also key in this discussion. Recognizing software as part of the medical device definition highlights its diverse applications, particularly in data collection and machine learning within the medical devices sector. The medical device and in vitro diagnostic regulations have introduced changes and improvements to ensure patient safety through reinforcing rules on clinical evaluation and investigation, implementing stricter pre-market control of high-risk devices by EU experts, strengthening processes for designated bodies oversight, and enhancing transparency via comprehensive databases and traceability systems. The jigsaw of the EU law to address data and digitalization would not be complete without mentioning the Commission's proposal for an Artificial Intelligence Act, which aims to ensure that artificial intelligence systems in the EU are safe, respect people's fundamental rights, and foster trustworthy AI solutions. The AI Act aims to provide legal certainty to operators and stimulate trust in the market for all providers of AI systems, following a proportionate and risk-based approach. As the trilogue negotiations are in full swing, the Commission remains committed to facilitate the dialogue among the co-legislators. Coming back to the topic of today's forums, I would like to recognize EMA's and HMA's vision to harness the transformative potential of big data through the work of the HMA and EMA Big Data Steering Group. Among the deliverables, Darwin EU stands as an example of a pioneering platform leveraging big data for pharmacovigilance and real-time monitoring of medicines, ensuring proactive measures to protect patient safety across the EU. As we delve into the world of big data to support innovation and public health, we cannot overlook the challenges ahead. Privacy concerns, data quality, and interoperability remain pertinent obstacles. However, with continued collaboration and tireless commitment to patient centricity, these hurdles and unlock the full potential of big data in the development and regulation of medicines. Discussion as this one of today are essential, and therefore I wish you all a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga, and thank you for setting the scene from DE Santé and from the Commission to remind us about the vast activity within both AI and data that obviously is of key importance these years. So thank you for that. And thank you to all our speakers for really kicking us off, reminding us about the importance of what we are here to discuss today. And that really goes to everyone in the room and online to really stimulate an active participation. Running a little bit behind schedule now, but I think we'll be able to catch up in this morning. We are getting to session 1 for today, which is the implementation of the HMA EMA Big Data Task Force priority recommendations. We are in the 4th year of the journey to realize this vision for a data-driven regulatory system, and is really guided by the constantly revised, but as you can see online as well, our current work plan between 23 and 25 now. And this session will look at the key progress on these deliverables from the priority recommendations and the EU network strategy towards 2025. And to do that, I'll hand it over to my co-chair, Peter Arlett, to take you through the status on this. Over to you, Peter.
Thanks very much, Jesper, and it's my great privilege to present on behalf of the Big Data Steering Group, focusing on the progress made in 2023 and then a brief look forward to 2024 and beyond in terms of work planning. Go to the next slide, please. So in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to briefly outline and maybe echo some of the points made in the opening remarks about the drivers for change, remind the group about the Big Data Task Force's vision from 2020 and the recommendations, focus on the key achievements in 23, look forward to 24 and 25, and then maybe summarize with some future perspectives on clinical evidence. Next slide, please. So what are the drivers for change? And we could have found other things to highlight, but I think most people would agree that these are some of the key change drivers. Firstly, what is the mandate for our work? I would highlight the recommendations from the Big Data Task Force in January 2020, the EU regulatory network strategy to 2025, which essentially hardwired those recommendations into the planning for the regulatory network for that period. And as Lars Bose mentioned, the strategy to 2025 is currently being reviewed and updated, but rather than replaced, it's an updating of the current plan to go up to 2028. And that's largely to bridge to the introduction of the new legislation anticipated from the pharma strategy. In terms of then a changing policy environment, Olga mentioned the European health data space, and she also gave us a couple of highlights relevant to data from the pharmaceutical strategy for Europe. We all know, and I've just singled out one example here of the rapidly evolving technological environment, and it's been dramatic, the increase in opportunity and interest from artificial intelligence in 2023. But then let's go back to the basic problem statements that we've been talking about for some time, and that really centers around the slow speed of product development and the fact that we continue to have a burden of unmet medical need. If we balance the problem statement with opportunity, the opportunity is perhaps from greater access to healthcare data, improved observational study methods, as well as the advanced analytics that artificial intelligence and other approaches bring. Let's go to the next slide. Very briefly, just to remind you of the vision, by delivering the vision of a regulatory system able to integrate big data into its assessment and decision-making, we can support the development of innovative medicines, deliver life-saving treatments to patients more quickly, and optimize the safe and effective use of medicines through measurement of a product's performance on the market. You'll remember that there were originally 10 recommendations, and that then was added to with a work stream on veterinary big data So which became our 11th priority action, which is now guiding our work going forward. Go to the next slide. Now, in the next few slides, I'm going to go through priority action by priority action and just outline a few examples of significant progress in 2023. So if we start with Darwin EU, a number of our introductory remarks touched on this. It is in some ways one of the flagship initiatives under the big data work of the network. And in early 2023, Darwin celebrated its first birthday. And in fact, we'll be celebrating a second birthday in February 2024. The work in its second year of operation has been to support EMA committees in decision-making with reliable real-world evidence. That's what it's trying to do as its primary goal. We've also had an open call, rather than a second call, we actually had an open call for additional data partners. And by the first quarter of 2024, we're confident that we will have 20 data partners either fully operational or being onboarded into Darwin. If we then look at studies initiated this year, there have been 19 studies to date, and these have included an array of use cases, and we'll have a bit of detail on this in the dedicated session which follows. Maybe just one thing, again, will be elaborated on in the next session, but it's really important to connect the work that we're doing on real-world data, real-world evidence to the European health data space. And the pilot that EMA is leading, or the pilot use case, I should say, through the EHDS2 project funded by the European Commission, is an important part of building that better future. If we then move on to data quality and representativeness, if you ask stakeholders, and in fact Olga highlighted this as a challenge, data quality, we need to, rather than just say it's a problem, we need to find some solutions. And the starting point is to be able to describe the quality of data sources using the same terminology and the same understanding. And the data quality framework, which was adopted by the CHMP a few weeks ago and will be published over the coming weeks, is an important start in that process. By understanding data quality, we also need to understand its representativeness. So not just are the data recorded and recorded accurately, but what type of data? Do we have data on pregnancy, on children, on smoking, on body weight? These kind of things, which can be very, very important to particularly gaining insights in our decision-making. So the quality considerations will be applied, and there's work well advanced on specific data quality considerations for real-world data, which we will be going out publicly with next year. Let's go to the next slide. What about discoverability, or some people would say findability of data? If we don't know that a real-world data source or any data source is out there, we can't use it, we can't leverage it. So key to increasing discoverability and building on a lot of conceptual work in 2022, building work in 2023 will be the launch of 2 new catalogues. One on real-world data sources, which will be a replacement of the NCEP, European Network of Centres for Pharmacoepidemiology and Pharmacovigilance Resources database, and the other a catalogue of observational research, providing both findability, if you like, of studies, but also giving transparency, higher levels of transparency with observational research. In terms of skills, if we think of data and knowledge as being the 2 key assets of a regulatory system, so we're complementing data investment with skills investment, and we are rolling out the first training modules of the big data curricula with a focus on data science and pharmacoepidemiology in the first instance. Go to the next slide. What about processes? Well, the processes priority action is where we're doing a lot of the pilot work, particularly with real-world evidence studies. And we'll hear about this more in the next session. But we published in July a real-world evidence study review, which had a particular focus on EMA's work. We have focused on the delivery of studies for COVID-19, both safety and effectiveness studies. We are providing routine support for the Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee, including a suite of studies on effectiveness of risk minimization measures. And we have ongoing pilots with the pediatric, the orphan, committees, the Scientific Advice Working Party, the Committee on Advanced Therapy, the Authorization Committee, CHMP, and the CMDH, which focuses on the authorization of nationally authorized products. If we then move on to network capability to analyze, there are two broad areas here. One is analyzing raw data, with the halfway mark being reached on our pilot of raw data from clinical trials, the fifth product submitted with raw data going into that pilot. But there's also been extensive work on artificial intelligence, and we'll hear more about this later, with the development of a multi-year AI work plan, which we hope to adopt and publish before Christmas, as well as preparation for the rollout of the first artificial intelligence-driven knowledge mining tool to the European regulatory network. And that initially will be rolled out to the Scientific Advice Working Party, which is the engine room, if you like, of advice on products in development, supporting the pharmaceutical industry and academic sponsors in their design of clinical trials and real-world evidence. If we go to the next slide, please. So what about delivery of expert advice? So the Methodology Working Party was established in 2022 and is, to use the engine room term again, the engine room of expert advice within the European regulatory network, bringing together experts from different domains, so biostatistics, real-world evidence, artificial intelligence, modeling and simulation, to name but a few. The Methodology Working Party has now established its so-called European Specialized Expert Community, or ESEC, which is where all of the experts have a kind of community of practice to be supporting guideline development, specific advice on specific products, as well as training and capacity building. We have within that expert community special interest area on artificial intelligence with over 50 experts already signed up, and another specialized interest area on real-world evidence with nearly 80 experts already signed up. And maybe just under the expert advice to highlight the reflection paper on artificial intelligence, which remains open for public consultation until the end of the year. In terms of governance, we have updated the Big Data Steering Group work plan to ensure that it is keeping in pace with technological and scientific updates. We have reviewed the mandates of both the Big Data Steering Group and its partner governance body, the Networks Data Board. We have had training on data protection rolled out to experts across the network, and we continue to work to support preparation for the European health data space and the pharma strategy. Next slide, please. So international initiatives, we're going to have an update, particularly in the real-world evidence from Health Canada later on. But in summary, we're building on the 2022 recommendations from EMA, which were adopted here in Amsterdam, basically calling for collaboration, convergence, and in some instances, harmonization in real-world evidence. That has led to the release of a reflection paper from ICH, which was co-led by the European Regulatory Network, Health Canada, and FDA, and we've just closed a consultation where 150 different substantive responses were received. ICMRA has also recently, only 4 weeks ago in its Melbourne meeting, agreed to have an ongoing workshop, or an ongoing working group on real-world evidence with a particular focus in its early year on real-world evidence in public health emergencies. And then moving to stakeholder engagement, we've had various workshops this year, including real-world data quality, real-world evidence use, a big workshop 2 weeks ago on AI, and we've continued to have regular meetings with the pharmaceutical industry, pushing information out through our newsletters, and here we are today with our 4th Big Data Stakeholder Forum. Go to the next slide, and we're nearly done, Jesper. Last but not least, veterinary recommendations. So there was the adoption of the EU Veterinary Big Data Work Plan to 25. There's been the establishment of an EU Veterinary Data Hub, and only a couple of weeks ago now, a dedicated workshop with stakeholders on veterinary big data. And if we go to the last slide, which second to last slide, sorry. This is just future highlights in 2024. I think we're running out of time, aren't we? So I'm going to go super fast. So in Darwin, continuing to initiate more studies, continuing to onboard more data partners. By this time next year, we think we will have, or we're aiming to have initiated over 60 Darwin EU studies, and will be on our way to having 30 data partners. In terms of data quality, we will have released data quality considerations for real-world evidence, and will have started working on data quality considerations for individual case safety reports, so safety reports. We will also have launched our 2 catalogues, one for real-world data sources, the other for observational studies. We will continue to train the network, and we will also have targeted training to stakeholder groups, for example, patients and healthcare professionals. And we are going to work to adopt a pharmacogenomics curriculum. The EU network processes will continue with pilots on real-world evidence, but over time, we hope the pilots will then start to become routine support to EMA committees and working parties on real-world data. In terms of the EU capacity to analyse, look out for a published report on our experience with raw data from clinical trials. We are starting through the CHMP a proof of concept on raw data from non-clinical trials, and we will have a large amount of work in the network, both EMA and the national competent authorities, in experimentation, particularly in the use of artificial intelligence. Lots of guidance and a detailed plan for guidance through the methodology working party, and building and strengthening the EU specialist expert communities, including on real-world evidence and artificial intelligence. We will be developing a dedicated data strategy for the European regulatory network next year, and building on those recommendations in terms of international collaboration. The stakeholder collaboration will continue, and right at the end of our workshop this afternoon, we will show a summary of some of the events planned for 2024. And finally, moving to the veterinary area, the further workshops and also starting to work on a data sources catalogue for veterinary medicines. Let's go to the last slide. This really is the last slide, Jesper. So if we were to look out, this is coming back to the vision, if you like, but what the vision might look like in practice. We believe as regulators that evidence generation should always be planned and guided by data, knowledge and expertise, that research questions should drive the choice of evidence, and that would embrace the spectrum of data and methods. That clinical trials remain core to evidence, but should be bigger, better and faster. That evidence generated from real-world data, clinical trials, raw data and patient experience should be enabled, and their value should be established. Evidence generation and assessment should be supported by advanced technologies, including AI. We should have searchable catalogues enabling discoverability of data, and that data should be of known quality and representativeness. We should have a suite of EU and international guidelines and standards supporting our work, and that patients and healthcare professionals' voices should guide our work, and we should have high levels of transparency underpinning societal trust. And finally, we should be joined up with health technology assessment bodies and payers, so that we have development for all the decision makers, enabling access to patients to new and innovative therapies. And this is all because we believe that data underpins evidence, which underpins decision making, and at the core of a successful marketing authorization dossier is excellent evidence. So I think that's my last slide. Just click one just to give some links. But Jesper, I hope I didn't overrun too much.
No, you didn't. Thank you. Actually, you really didn't overrun. We had some connectivity issues from the start, and I think that goes not only virtual, but with trains and planes and what else not. So, I mean, we'll eventually catch up. A little bit of coffee break will probably eat into it. But thank you so much. Any immediate questions here in the room? I think we should allow for it if there anyone thinking, oh, why did he skip that? Or I would like to know more about that. If not, he actually did a really good job of summarizing the last 3 years' work. There's one on WebEx. Could I have that? I can't see it here with me.
Here.
Yeah, please.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, we can.
Hi. Yeah, thanks for this great presentation overview of how things are evolving. One of the questions I have regards the actual quality of the data and the criteria to create quality databases. AI is a tool, but the data is the basis for what we're doing here. My personal experience has been very disappointing, because the quality of data that is sometimes fed into these systems is not really adequate for regulatory work. What is the, let's say, activity or endeavor to try to ensure that prospective data collection perhaps changes and enables us to make use in a regulatory context?
Yeah, want to prospective data collection. Data quality.
So, Oscar, thank you for the question. I mean, data quality is a huge topic, and we need to think about data quality when we collect data, particularly if we are responsible for that primary collection of data. A lot of the work that goes on and is being overseen by the Big Data Steering Group is actually about secondary use of data. So data that has been collected for some other purpose, usually the delivery of healthcare or insurance, for example. And the work that we have done has focused on understanding the quality of different data sources in the context of the fact that it's difficult for us to impose quality standards when data is being collected for some other purpose. But by understanding the data, and that's why the catalogues that will be launched in the first quarter next year will be very important. Those catalogues will give an indication of quality and representativeness of data sources, so we can judge the utility for a particular use case. There may well be work in specific domains on the quality required for primary data collection, but it hasn't been a particular focus within the Big Data Steering Group. I don't know, Jesper, if you would want to complement that.
I think I appreciate the limitation we have in order to change the way data is being collected, but I think through a demonstration of what constitutes good practices will probably hopefully stimulate the ecosystem. And I think looking at the data quality framework and the use of that into real world evidence is one of the first use cases will start to inform that. That type of data, real world data, is quite often the ones used for AI learning purposes as well. And I think further exploration into the guideline development around AI, I think for the workshop we had a couple of weeks back, that was also something that was brought up, good quality data going into the models, right? It really is a necessity. So I think we are starting to articulate what that looks like. And that is what we can do. And I think that will definitely give a clarity to the ecosystem around us. So look out for that. There's a hand here. Yes, Vincent, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter, for this presentation. You talked about the HMA meeting in Melbourne. I don't know if you were at that meeting, but could you give us some information about the international landscape about big data? Just summarize, of course, if you have some information, for example, at the FDA level, or what are the current work and strategy at the international level, if you may.
Yeah, that's an interesting question and a difficult one to answer, partly because different people use the term big data differently. I think, yes, we're in the European Regulatory Network, we're holding on tight to that term because it's got a certain understanding within Europe, but it's often not used in other regions of the world. So what I need to then break it down into different areas. If we look at real world evidence, most of the advanced regulators are using real-world evidence and are both experimenting with real-world evidence, and in certain cases it's become routine, particularly in the area of drug safety. Obviously, different regulators are having slightly different approaches, and in the European Union, we have focused on not just drug safety, but the whole life cycle of a medicinal product, so orphan medicines, pediatric medicines, medicines in development, that's not the same in all regions. There is, however, huge interest and a lot to be gained from sharing information, which is why the existing ECMA working group on COVID-19 observational studies is being now repurposed and will be co-led by EMA and Health Canada to be a general real-world evidence working group. And initially, we will focus on preparedness and response to public health emergencies. But over time, you can imagine that work could diversify. For example, there's a lot of interest in pregnancy because often the populations are small and therefore global cooperation might increase power. There's also huge interest in remaining on the same page in terms of artificial intelligence. There's no global forum for regulators to talk about that at the moment. And it'll be interesting to see whether ICMRA actually establishes a dedicated working group on artificial intelligence. Clinical trials is another area which I guess is not normally thought of as being big data, but there's further investment, huge investment at ICH, and further investment going on at ICMA in the clinical trials space, I would say, and modernising clinical trials, which of course does then touch on healthcare data, because there's a grey zone between the two, isn't there, where one complements the other. I don't know if there's anything from your point of view, Jesper, you'd want to say to complement that. Okay.
I think we are good to move on. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for taking us through the work so far, Peter. The next session, Enabling the Use and Establishing the Value of Real-World Evidence, will be led by Carla Torres, who is from Infomed and a CHMP member, and a fantastic colleague of us, really being involved in a lot of the activities from the Prague to the CHMP to the Methodology Working Party, basically all of it. So really and fantastic to have you here with us today, Carla, but also next to you, Patrice Philippier, who is the head of Real-World Evidence here at EMA, but also has spent a couple of decades in industry as well, with different pharmaceutical companies, but also in academia. So a lot of experience within the field of real-world evidence. So over to you, Carla and Patrice, for the next session.
Thank you, Jesper. So, and welcome to this session. Indeed, you have already heard quite a lot of time already today, the title, Enabling the Use and Establishing the Value of Real-World Evidence. So you will see in this session that step by step, we made some progress to enable the generation of real-world evidence and its integration into the EU regulatory and downstream decision-making in Europe. So this session will discuss a certain number of things, starting with enabling the discoverability of data sources and observational studies, but also the work done to improve the data quality in Europe that we already touched a little bit upon, learnings and further plan from Darwin EU, real-world evidence pilots and participation in the EHDH2 pilot, and also the progress and convergence with international partners with our colleagues from Health Canada who will be online very early for her today. So let's start right now, and I will let Carla, my co-chair, introduce the first speaker.
Thank you very much, Patrice. The first topic will give us the flavor how real-world evidence has been transforming the EU regulatory network. So the first speaker is Keith Rose. He's professor of biostatistics at Radboud University Medical Center. He's the chair of the Methodology Working Party and senior assessor at the Dutch Medicines Evaluation Board. Keith, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carla, for the kind introduction and also the opportunity to share my thoughts here with you. And it's about how we are transforming the EU regulatory network. Next slide, please. And to remind us of the ambition we have is that by 2025, the ambition of the Big Data Steering Group and the network as a whole is to truly have real-world evidence enabling and having value across a range of regulatory use cases who actually have impact on decision making. And what I will do, next slide, is roughly follow three areas where I think the is assisting in the transformation. So Darwin EU has been mentioned a couple of times. It's very much on enabling use, but it's also establishing value. I will give you an update in a bit more detail on what's happening there. And in terms of establishing value, I will follow two main threads that are there, and that's guideline development and what's transformational there. And last, I will also go into engagement of the regulatory network and regulatory science, and that's actually the part that also Emma Cook already referred to, the co-developing and co-designing also the regulatory environment to accommodate the best use of real-world data. Next slide, please. And as a structuring highlight here, roughly there are three areas where we see real-world data, real-world evidence having impact on decision-making. That's supporting the planning and validity of studies that have been done, notably clinical trials, understanding the clinical context, and probably the more advanced use is on the right-hand side, and that's investigating associations and impact, so that actually also moves towards using real-world data and being able to estimate effectiveness that has not been addressed or cannot be addressed in clinical trials. So those are roughly the three areas of decision making and inputs that real world data can have into regulatory decision making. Next slide, please. Over the period 2021 to February 2023, so that's before the stages we are now with Darwin EU, there has been an inventory made on what's the current decision-making impact of real-world data, and we identified 61 research topics, and you see already there eight of those were actually tackled within the Darwin EU framework. So it's for us the starting point, and actually as you go into the details of the report, it will address both needs, suitability of data sources. I think the point raised on data quality is a crucially important one. But I think actually also there, developments around Darwin EU will help increasing the level of data quality, because that's also driven by new research questions and new use, which will make improvement of quality necessary, and also the process of actually conducting the studies. Next slide, please. This is hopefully for most of the audience, a reminder on what Darwin EU is, and that's a network of data expertise and services coordinated by the Erasmus Medical Center, Coordination Center, and to make sure that we have evidence from real-world data that's also reliable and trustworthy. And it's essentially driven by questions from the different regulatory committees in place, ranging from the COM to CHMP to PRAC and beyond, through the EMA, and that will then be conducted as studies across the data sources that are available. And those are data partners, and as a reminder, those data partners do go into a serious quality and standards check before they can actually supply the data to the different studies. So there is quality assurance at that level implemented. So that's Darwin EU, and on my screen there is the video there, but under that video there is a very clear reference to the European health data space, because this can be viewed as an element of or a precursor to using the European health data space to conduct such studies. Next slide, please. This is the number has already been mentioned. We are moving in towards having 20 partners on board. The black ones are, the written black ones are already there. The 10 red ones are added. Importantly, it's not only the number of partners, but what I think is hugely relevant, that also the geographical spread and diversity is increasing. And we are not there yet. So I think geographical spread across the European Union and Europe is actually crucial also for the quality of the studies. So it's growing, has an enormous amount of patients already there. But as I mentioned, we are not there yet. There are more areas of Europe that need to be covered, but it's growing fairly quickly. Next slide, please. And as mentioned, we are in the second year in progress. 20 data partners in total into reach, and a number of studies. And this also gives me the opportunity. There are different levels of studies foreseen off the shelves, which can actually be largely automated. I would almost refer to those as more basic epidemiology, but it moves to more complex to very complex studies. And as you can imagine, that the last one are not the first one to start testing a network like this with. And we are on the path of growing into a sizable number of studies being conducted, and they are conducted because they impact regulatory decision making. So I think also with the growth of the Darwin EU studies, the impact of real world data on decision making is actually increasing with it. Next slide, please. There are 2 slides with lots of examples of both completed and ongoing studies. So they have quite a bit of detail there for your reference. And what I think is important to note across the examples are essentially, I think, two key points. I earlier mentioned the role that real-world data could play, both from planning new studies up to more advanced studies of association, impact, impact and effectiveness. And what these case studies illustrate is that pretty much across the board we are building experience. So you will see context-related research questions here. The first one on the top left, mortality rates in patients with severe asthma aged over 12, a typical epidemiological question, or characterization of multiple myeloma treatments and survival in a particular period. But we're also, next slide please, we also cover the initial effectiveness studies for amongst others immunotherapies. So we are covering the range of types of regulatory questions that are necessary to address already now across the use cases in Darwin EU. And I think the second important point is that we are serving indeed the committees, as mentioned before, across the board. So ranging from CHMP, PDCO, up to also initial HTA payer-driven questions to address, which can still leverage the Darwin EU network. So we are gaining experience across the board, which I think is crucial for its further development. Next slide, please. Moving gear, this was an overview of developing the impact of Darwin EU. The second point is the methodology working party, as has already been referred to. One of the things that we indeed support is developing guidance, and we do so as methodology working party across these areas, and always with high quality decision making in mind. But it's in a rapidly developing environment. So what we are really implementing and also looking stakeholder engagement for is developing guidance while we're actually developing the knowledge and the understanding as well. So the artificial intelligence reflection paper was referred to. We've purposely developed that under some pressure and fairly quick, also to be able to engage with stakeholders so that we make sure that we have a common understanding of the field and how it can impact and improve regulatory decision making. And that's, I think, a new way of developing guidance that we will see more often to be able to respond to the rapidly and developing environment. In terms of real world evidence, as one of the key blocks there. Next slide, please. We've realized that there is quite a bit out there, both from scientific standards as well as other regulatory jurisdictions. So what we are carefully doing is looking at the landscape and see where is the priority to impact and improve regulatory decision making. So the priorities for the methodology working party have a roadmap on what we need to develop, taking into account what's already there and leveraging what's already there. And on the short term, the identified priority which you will see happening is a reflection paper on the use of real-world data to generate real-world evidence in non-interventional studies. Because also in our interactions regulatory, we've identified that as the, let's say, the most important area to address first. And that's indeed after we've also contributed to the data quality framework that you will see published soon. And secondly, we will develop a roadmap for further guidance development. Our work plan is also public, so we will have a discussion later this week and are happy to receive input whether other priorities need to be set than we are currently doing. Next slide, please.
Kit, 1 more minute.
Yeah, no, it kind of fits if I speak fairly quickly. The last point to make, the regulatory science and multi-stakeholder collaboration. This is where co-development takes place against the background on where regulatory data can, real-world data can have impact on regulatory decision making. I think a very large investment we are doing, both academically but also from a regulatory network perspective, is in collaborative Horizon Europe projects. And I want to mention 2. There is a MedReal cluster of 5 projects looking at methods for effective use of real-world data in regulatory decision-making and health technology assessment. And there is a second area where you will see further development, and that's around modeling and simulation to address regulatory needs again in the development of orphan and pediatric medicines, arguably areas where at the very least, we need to leverage real-world data to the extent we can. Next slide, please. And in summary, those clusters both clusters of projects have very strong involvement and leadership even from the regulatory and HTA network. So these are collaborative projects where we are co-designing both in terms of methods and frameworks with academia and to accelerate the use of real-world data for regulatory decision-making. And that accelerate consists of methodology, validation, and standards. Across these projects, the number of use cases is impressive, so they will also grow quickly. And we identified that in the dynamic environment, development of frameworks to actually assess credibility of novel approaches has become a priority in the sense that the diversity of methods and designs and options that you have require some framework thinking to also assure regulatory predictability on how particular approaches will be assessed. And I think I stop here with this summary. So 3 lines: the Darwin EU scale-up, guideline development, and the collaborative projects to accelerate regulatory use of real-world data. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kit, for this wonderful presentation. The next topic is about data discoverability and data quality. And it's my pleasure to introduce Susana Perez Gutman. She's Vice President and Global Head of Epidemiology at RTI Health Solutions. And she has been co-chair of the steering committee of NCEP. Susana, thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to express the profound thanks of the NCEP community for the Big Data Steering Committee invitation to participate at the stakeholder meeting where we're presenting this key milestone in which NCEP has been so deeply involved in terms of discoverability. Thank you very much also Anna Copino and Catherine Coet at the agency for helping me prepare this presentation on the changing discoverability and data quality of the EU data ecosystem. Next. As Carla mentioned, I'm here on behalf of the NCEP steering group as co-chair. This will be my last term, so thank you all for your support. Disclosure and perspective are on the slide. Next. As you probably will know, the European Network of Centers for Pharmacoepidemiology and Pharmacovigilance is an EMA-led network of research centers to strengthen post-authorization studies in the EU, to strengthen, first of all, methods, second, study conduct, and third, the transparency. It has built many tools based on the pillars of transparency, independence, and standards. Among them, method standards guide that are now reflected in Module 8, good pharmacovigilance practice for post-authorization safety studies, but also guidances, the checklist for study protocols, a code of conduct, and what is the basis of the work that will be presented later today, the data sources of research centers, data sources, and studies that has been for a long time the EU PASS register. Next. The 2 priorities from the HMA EMA Joint Big Data Task Force we're covering today is data quality representativeness and data discoverability. Next, let's start with data discoverability. Next slide. Thank you. Yes. This recommendation to enable data discoverability has as goals to identify key metadata for regulatory decision-making on the choice of data source and strengthen the current NCEP research database with the aim of creating a catalog of data sources and a catalog of non-interventional studies. Next. This effort started in 2020 with a pilot on metadata that was conducted by the experts at the European Medicines Agency in collaboration with the Minerva Consortium, a large number of NCEP centers covering 15 real-world population data sources and patient registry in 12 European countries. Next. You can see in the EU Pass register the full documentation, including the list of metadata and the recommendations. And among those, the pilot showed the importance of data curation for metadata catalogs requiring epidemiologic and data prompt or data trigger knowledge, as well as the substantial efforts it means to create, maintain, and develop further metadata catalogs implementing FAIR principles, adhering to data protection rules, and effectively support discoverability of data sources and reproducibility of studies in Europe. Next. The draft Good Practice Guide developed next by the European Medicines Agency was available for public consultation and will go live at the same time as the catalogs. Thank you all for those who commented on this Good Practice Guide on behalf of the agency. This practice guide aims at providing recommendations for the use of the catalog to identify real-world data sources suitable for specific research questions and assess the suitability of these data sources to be proposed in a study protocol or referred to in a study report. It also provides a detailed description of all the metadata elements as envisaged to be used in the catalog with a list of the metadata. And finally, it guides the user for the entry and maintenance of data in the catalog. Next. The catalog that will describe real-world data sources and studies through a set of collected metadata will help pharmaceutical companies, researchers, and all stakeholders to identify use of this data when investigating the use, safety, and effectiveness of medicine. It is presented as a catalog of data sources, first, that will replace and enhance the NCEP research database mentioned previously, and a catalog of studies that will also enhance the previously mentioned EU Pass register of post-authorization studies. Some of the features of this catalog are the efficient and user-friendly platform for all the stakeholders, centralized and enhanced resources that contribute to the transparency and pharmaceutical of observational research, the promotion of good practices aligning with FAIR data principles, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data, and the facilitation and search of evaluation of data sources and studies related to medicines, ultimately supporting the evidence-based decision-making. In coming years, integration with other catalogs from the European Health Data Space and similar initiatives is envisioned. Next, let's go to some specific features of these catalogs. First of all, the enhanced search and export functionalities. There will be the possibility to filter, sort, and export search results and records. Next. Also, there is a direct link between the data sources and each of the associated studies in reverse. And in this screenshot, I would also highlight to you on the top with a navy blue background, the fact of the dimensions that can be described for which we can find metadata in the catalog. First, the studies, then the data sources, then the institutions, and then the networks. Next. The platform also enables users to easily access and manage content as well as collaborate on editing content. Those of you using the EU Pass register know that this was an aspect that was highlighted for improvement, that more than a person could contribute to the entry and maintenance and update of the information. Next. And most important, the integration with EMA website content. So studies will be visible in the relevant medicines overview page of the EMA website in connection to summary of the risk management plan, the EPAR, and the product information. This feature will be released after go live in a second phase. Next. So the key take-home messages is that the EMA HMA catalogs will be going live in early 2024, the first quarter. be publicly available for everyone, and the data sources and the studies are fully integrated in the catalogs. Moving now to data quality and representativeness. As you know, the draft data quality framework for EU medicines regulation was available also for public consultation, which was closed some time back. And the data quality was defined at that stage as a fitness for purpose for users' needs in relation to health research policy making and regulation, and that the data reflect the reality which they aim to represent. As Peter was saying, well, something that was missing is to have a common language to talk about data quality and its many dimensions. Next, please. So under the joint sponsorship of the Big Data Steering Group, the Methodology Working Party, and in close collaboration with TEDAS Joint Action, this data quality framework draft described the concepts applicable to all data sources used in medicine regulations across the EU regulatory network. 5 main data quality dimensions were identified. 1, reliability. Is the data correct? Is it representing what it means to represent? Number 2, extensiveness. How much data are there? Coherence. Can the data be analyzed as a whole? Timeliness. Is data available at the right time? And finally, relevance. Is the kind of data that are needed, and in this particular case, it is the relevant to the suitability to address a research question. Next. This document was adopted by the Big Data Steering Group, the Methodology Working Party, and recently by the CHMP, and its publication is upcoming. The ongoing activity, as mentioned previously, is the preparation of a draft RWD deep dive chapter based on the data quality framework concepts and building on the input of the data quality real-world data workshop. Some of the concepts are the opportunities for an international convergence, implications, incorporate implications for data holders and data submitters, how to address the diversity, the heterogeneity of EU databases when describing extensiveness. And then in relation to some research questions, it may be sufficient to request the descriptive documentation on data reliability and relevance, as opposed to validation or verification. The next step in this chapter is a public consultation, which will be forthcoming. Next. I wouldn't want to finish talking about data discoverability and data quality, the importance of methods, especially as we incorporate novel methods and data that we will be hearing later in session 4. As you know, real-world data are used to describe, to predict, and for counterfactual prediction, causal inference, the kind of studies on which we need to make regulatory decision-making. Is a medication risk of a certain adverse event higher than the risk of event in patients using some other medication? Next. When we want to identify a causal effect, we need the data, we need to discover them and to have the right quality, but also assumptions that are external to the data. That is exchangeability, that there is non-measured confounding, positivity, that there's exposure at all levels of the confounders, and consistency, that we're studying well-defined intervention. These are typically very well addressed in randomized clinical trials, but can be a lot more challenging and need to be planned up front when we're planning RW studies or in general, causality-oriented real-world data applications. Next. Let's assume the data of the right quality are available and confounding and positivity are under control. We also need to address problems derived from the lack of synchronization in the time of eligibility, that is the point in time when patients meet the eligibility criteria for a study, the treatment assignment, the point in time when patients are classified into exposure groups, and the time zero, the point in time when follow-up starts, which again is not a problem in randomized clinical trials, But it has been a source of important biases in real-world data studies. We have learned a lot in the last decades: immortal time bias, prevalent current user bias. Next. So to end this time of reaching such a joyful milestone like the publication of the catalogs, I just want to emphasize that NCEP continues to be a committed research community collaborating in Europe and beyond to conduct research based on foundation of principles, collaborate with all stakeholders in recognition of the complexity and importance of understanding observational methods and share lessons learned. And of course, to support big data, including the catalog development and maintenance moving forward. Thank you very much for your attention. And there's a last slide where you will have a lot more information, including upcoming workshops and demos of the catalogs.
Thank you very much, Susanna, for your brilliant presentation with a lot of important topics. The next presentation is about European Health Data Space Pilot, the first in sight, and will be presented for our amazing colleague, Denise Umir. Denise Umir is pharmacoepidemiologist and real-world evidence specialist at EMA, and she has a background training in biostatistics and health economics with extensive experience on evidence generation to support HTA in payers. Denise, the word is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you for the nice introduction. I have the pleasure of presenting you the European Health Data Space, specifically the pilot. This is done on behalf of the consortium. So I want to start by thanking all the members of the consortium, and that includes the colleagues from the European Commission, from whom we have borrowed many of the slides that I will be presenting to you. So if we move on the next slide, I want to start by just reframing again the European Health Data Space, what it is and what its aim, and then talk about the pilot and give you a bit of the preliminary insight that we are seeing through this pilot. Next slide, please. So as you probably already know, the European Health Data Space is actually the first of many data spaces that the European data strategy is envisaging for Europe. So there will be more data spaces, for example, in the industry, in agriculture, but the European Health Data Space is the first one. And it has two components. The first one, which is related to the primary use of healthcare data. That's what you see on the left side. And the idea is to empower citizens, but also healthcare professionals for improving the quality of care that is provided to patients. So empowering patients to be able to control their data and to be able to pass on the data, for example, to the relevant healthcare provider that they want to see. And that will, with the aim of improving diagnosis, treatment, and improving healthcare efficiency. And all of the information generated in the primary care space is then can be further leveraged for secondary use to answer questions, research questions for regulatory purposes, for example, but also to inform policy making and inform innovation. Next slide, please. And for the secondary use of data, which is where I will be talking to you about for the pilot, the idea is to create a new infrastructure for healthcare data, and that infrastructure will enable the connection across EU through health data access bodies that will be in charge of preparing the data and putting the data at the disposal of the user of the data. And at the core of it, a central platform that will enable potential cross-border data transfer if you want to centralize the data, for example. And you can see on that graph that institutions such as EMA or ECDC will then also be able to connect with this platform to execute research in a faster way. Next slide, please. To be able to pilot and understand how this will be rolled out, the European Commission has put in place a pilot, a 2 years pilot research project. It started in October 2022 and will end in September 2024. And there are 5 use cases that are allowed to test a number of different aspects of the European health data space in terms of design, development, and implementation of the regulation. You see there that we have one use case led by the ECDC, and this one is aiming at testing how the ECDC can conduct surveillance through the European health data space. The second use case, and I will talk a bit more about it, is the one led by EMA. And there we are testing the possibility of tapping into the potential of several countries to analyze the risk of coagulopathy in COVID-19 patients. The third use case is led by the Belgian public health institution Science Anno, and that one is trying to look into the uptake of testing and the use of hospitalization and vaccination within vulnerable populations. And in that use case, there is also testing of looking into socioeconomic data through the European health data space. The fourth use case is led by the French Health Data Hub, and there, the idea is to look into the trajectory of cardiometabolic diseases using AI. So that's also an opportunity to test the use of AI through the European health data space. And the last but not least use case is on identifying genomic signature among colorectal cancer patients. And there, the idea is to explore finding genomic data and connecting or linking genomic data through the European health data space. Next slide, please. And the objective of all those use cases is to generate, as I mentioned earlier, a number of recommendations on different aspects of the European health data space, but also its implementation, starting from being able to find the data. And this is where the link can also then be made with the previous presentations around discoverability of the data. You have in the top right the work that is conducted through the pilot to build a common data catalog, DCAT-AP, and that catalog will basically be a centralized platform that opens the road for other existing catalogs, for example, the EMA catalogs that have just been presented, and the user will then be able to go through that centralized platform to find the relevant data for their research in different countries, depending on the purpose of their research. And next to that catalog, the pilot is also aiming to generate a recommendation for the use of common data models for analyzing data and the use of standardized terminologies. There is also efforts to develop a common application form. So basically, the user will be able to fill in one application form, and this application form can then be distributed in the different data access bodies in the different countries. If this is a multi-country study, and the data will be prepared and put at the disposal of the user through a secure environment. The secure environment is also part of the work that is being done in the pilot within the IT infrastructure development through the pilot. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, one of the use cases led by EMA, and actually this use case is one of the study of Darwin EU that has just been presented also. So it's a study that is qualified as a complex study, and this is because the pilot itself, on the next slide, has our use case has several research questions. So we are trying to see how we can address several research questions at the same time throughout different countries. So we have the potential of using Darwin EU, and Darwin EU being a network, the idea is also to test how a network can fit into another bigger network, which is the European health data space, and then work alongside other institutions. For example, the Danish Health Medicine Agency team participating to that, the French Health Data Hub, Croatian Public Health Institute, and the Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare. So there are several type of organizations working on the same research questions, and there are different data models. So Darwin EU uses the OMOP common data model, but the other nodes or the other organizations that are participating in the use case have both native format, data in the native format, but also some data in the OMOP common data model. And the goal of the pilot is to see how all these different structure can live together and generate scientific robust insight, but using different methods, and be able to then inform the implementation of the European Health Data Space in the matters of common data models, as I just mentioned in the previous slide. Next slide, please. Where are we now with the use case? So more or less the 5 use cases are at the same stage. So we are almost completing the request for access to the data. And through this access to the data, we are really learning a lot of things in terms of challenges or granularity and differences of granularities in terms of requirements by the health data authorities in different countries. So in our use case, we have access to data in half of the participating countries, and we are working on getting access in the rest of the countries. And we can also see that for Darwin EU, because of all the tools that have already been put in place, as Kit mentioned earlier, this node is going a bit faster than the rest of the participating nodes, but at the same time, learnings are being shared. So it's accelerating almost the execution of the use case also in the rest of the nodes. In terms of data preparation, which is also an element of the European Health Data Space, we see differences in terms of approaches for defining phenotype definitions of criteria for research, for example, and different levels of progressing in converting the data into a common data model. And all of this is generating several numbers of learnings that we are capturing to be able to later on inform on requirements and implementation of the European Health Data Space. Next slide. So in terms of learning, as I have just started talking about, we have observed different requirements and timelines in terms of access to data. And this is really based on what's already available in the countries. So some countries require high-level type of protocols to be able to grant access to the data. Other countries require very much granular information. And these differences are elements that the implementation of the European Health Data Space will need to take into account. We see variety also in terms of clinical coding systems and interpretation, and this can play also on the timelines when you're conducting research. Having a common data model is definitely an accelerator, and we see it with the OMOP common data model, but in some other use cases where they have to build a common data model as well, we can experience that. And then maybe one element, which is actually an opportunity, but also a challenge of this pilot, is that a number of things that we are testing, so we are testing a legislation that is still evolving as well, and a number of elements are being built at the same time as we are trying to test them. But there is an opportunity there to be able to revisit some of the areas of the legislation, and hopefully this will lead to a smoother implementation and a more efficient implementation of the legislation. Next slide, please.
Denise, 1 more minute.
Yes, I'm there already. So just to summarize by saying that we can see clearly through this pilot that the European Health Data Space brings the opportunity for a more rapid, wide, and deep access to healthcare data. And this is access to bigger sample of populations, but it has to be enabled by a smooth implementation and readiness in the different countries. More transparency, it brings more transparency and trust if depending on the mechanism that are put in place for accessing in a secure way healthcare data. And then we need smooth governance and interoperable infrastructure to be able to allow that deep and rapid access to data. Next slide, I think is the conclusion. Yes, so just to basically reiterate the fact that the European Health Data Space really has the potential of accelerating the use of real-world data and broaden its impact. And transparency and trust and collaboration have been the key in the pilot and will continue to strengthen this model. And we invite different groups and different initiatives to continue collaborating and connecting with the European Health Data Space. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. Now we'll have the last presentation of this first part of the session about convergence with international partners. And it's my pleasure to introduce Melissa Kampman from Health Canada, from the other part of the Atlantic. She will join us online. Melissa Kampman is a manager and senior epidemiologist in Health Canada Marked Health Products Directorate, where she has been working on data analytics and real-world evidence. Many thanks, Melissa, for joining us.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you today to provide some perspectives on progress on convergence with international partners in the areas of real-world data and also real-world evidence. So next slide, please. So to set the stage, I'm actually going to begin with reiterating some of the points that I highlighted at last year's Big Data Forum as they continue to apply. So the availability of real-world data continues to steadily increase worldwide, and the role of both real-world data and evidence in the therapeutic product lifecycle continues to evolve. Several initiatives have been launched in different regions to address the challenges of both RWD and RWE, with some highlighted on this slide. But although we and our international partners have made progress in the RWE space, we recognize that challenges remain with respect to areas such as definitions, data sources, and methodological challenges that require our collective efforts to address. Next slide, please. And this is where the three initiatives that I will highlight at a high level today come in. So these are listed here on this slide, as they're really helping us to work towards addressing some aspects of these outstanding challenges. Next slide, please. So I'll begin with the ICMA COVID-19 Real-World Evidence and Observational Studies Working Group. So this working group that is co-chaired by both EMA and Health Canada was established in April of 2020. Regulators from more than 20 member agencies have actively participated in this working group, and these agencies have collaborated to advance our understanding of COVID-19 through observational studies and real-world evidence. So you'll see some of the key activities of the group here on this slide, but they really have been collaborative research topic discussions, conducting collaborative research projects, including the development of things such as common protocols and common statistical analysis plans, information exchange and public communications, as well as sharing experiences and a path forward. Next slide, please. So this working group has really been instrumental in fostering new collaborations and promoting the effective sharing of data, knowledge, and experiences related to observational studies. So several collaborative studies have been completed, as highlighted on this slide, including, for example, a project on coagulopathy. And ICMA statements have also been published. So for example, the ICMA Real-World Evidence Regulator Workshop was held in June of 2022, which then led to the publication of an ICMA statement on international collaboration to enable real-world evidence for regulatory decision-making. A statement was also released on the safety and effectiveness of COVID-19 vaccines so that healthcare providers would have accurate and reliable information to share with patients. More recently, we have also completed a number of member feedback initiatives, such as a survey that was sent to members earlier this year on the lessons learned so that we can continuously improve our efforts and maximize impact. So the feedback received confirms the value of this working group in responding to public health emergencies through international collaboration. And as a result of this feedback, and as Peter mentioned in the previous session, we are now looking at repurposing this working group into a really kind of dynamic, strategic real-world evidence working group with a broader focus on public health emergencies. So not only COVID-19, where we aim to address the lessons learned from our past experiences and continue to leverage real-world evidence together collectively. Next slide, please. So next, I'll provide an overview of ICH M14, beginning with a little bit of history. So the origins of M14 are rooted in a proposal for a multidisciplinary guideline that arose from the ICH reflection paper on pharmacoepidemiological studies that was endorsed by the ICH Assembly back in June of 2019. So its intended goal was to harmonize the technical scientific requirements related to pharmacoepi studies submitted to regulatory agencies. And so harmonization in this area would better facilitate utilization of real-world data, while at the same time promote a globally harmonized approach in post-marketing safety-related regulatory actions that are based on the most current scientific evidence. The Pharmacoepidemiology Discussion Group, or PEPIDG, then worked to harmonize the technical scientific requirements, and a concept paper was created and endorsed by the Assembly in July of 2021, which then led to M14, which is General Principles on planning and designing pharmacoepidemiological studies that utilize real-world data for safety assessment of a medicine. We had an informal M14 working group that was formed in November of 2021, and through this working group, a final concept paper was developed and endorsed by the ICH committee in April of 2022. So all of this led finally to the development of a formal expert working group that is comprised of representatives from 20 regulatory and industry members and observers, and where US FDA serves as the rapporteur. So the focus of this draft guideline is on post-approval non-interventional studies on the safety of drugs, vaccines, and other biologics. So I will flag here that studies with treatment assignment are excluded. But it should be noted that the principles may be applicable to these studies when real-world data elements are included. At the same time, these principles may also be applicable to studies conducted for purposes other than safety evaluation, such as drug utilization and effectiveness studies. Now, in terms of the content of the draft guidelines, for the sake of time, I didn't include a list in my slides, but I do want to highlight that it does address important areas such as fit for purpose and initial study design and feasibility, along with other important sections such as those focusing on protocol development and analysis. Next slide, please. So in terms of current status, the expert working group has been working on the first draft of the guidance since the group was formalized back in May of 2022. To date, several parallel internal reviews of interim drafts have occurred between February and August by members such as EMA and FDA. And the first draft of the guidance was circulated for an internal party review by all organizations represented by the working group between June and August of this year. So the working group members are currently reviewing all of the member comments and edits, of which there are 615. And we anticipate proceeding to ICH Step 2 in December, potentially January, with a guideline establishment goal date of January 2025. So please do stay tuned for the release of the public consultation. Next slide, please. So finally, I'd like to highlight the ICH reflection paper for convergence on RWE terminology, format of study protocols and reports, and study transparency. So the inspiration for this reflection paper came from the June 2022 EMA regulatory workshop on real-world evidence that was planned and executed by EMA, FDA, and Health Canada. And the key areas of international collaboration that were identified during that workshop and that were then published in an ICMR statement on the ICMR website in July of 2022. So namely, harmonization of real-world data and real-world evidence terminologies, convergence on guidance and best practice, readiness, and transparency. So the proposal for the new ICH reflection paper was led by the 3 regulators and was presented to and endorsed by the ICH Management Committee in November of 2022. After which the regulators then worked together to develop a draft that was sent to the ICH Management Committee for comment in January of 2023. So these comments were incorporated and an updated reflection paper was endorsed for a public consultation at the June Assembly. And this consultation just ended back in at the end of September of this year. So through this consultation, we received about 150 comments from 16 different organizations. But I do want to indicate that although it is a lot of comments, we have received overall support for the 2 proposed guidelines. So at present, we are currently working with our EMA and FDA colleagues to review the comments with a finalized reflection paper targeted for adoption by the Assembly of June of next year, and a topic proposal targeted most likely for December of next year. Next slide, please. So the reflection paper proposes a stepwise approach with two guidelines. So the first would focus on the real-world data, real-world evidence terminology, metadata, and assessment principles, whereas the second, that would come after, would focus on protocol and report format and study transparency. So at the end of the day, this reflection paper really represents the initial step of the incremental approach towards harmonization of regulatory real-world evidence guidance. So I do want to flag that other topics could be considered priorities for subsequent guidelines in the future based on some of the stakeholder feedback that we have received. So for example, best practices for data quality, data standards for real-world data analyses. Next slide, please. So this is my final slide, and I have kind of a few concluding thoughts listed on the slide. But really, although I only provided a high-level overview of each of the initiatives that I highlighted in my presentation today, I do want to emphasize that they are, of course, linked, and they're meant to be complementary and not duplicative. And really, they have been born out of our collective efforts. So, for example, the activities of the ICMA Real-World Evidence and Observational Studies Working Group led to the planning of that real-world evidence workshop by EMA, FDA, and Health Canada, which then really resulted in the ICMA Statement on International Collaboration. Then these key areas of focus went into setting the stage for the development of the ICH reflection paper on RWD, which has more of a focus on effectiveness. At the same time, M14 continues to progress with its focus on safety. So there's some complementarity there. So in closing, I really believe that we have made great progress to date and that these important initiatives are bringing us closer to a future landscape that includes greater harmonization and convergence, and that is only made possible through our collective efforts. So thank you very much.
Special thanks to you, Melissa, who has accepted to present this international view despite the time zone issues. So, but thanks a lot. So before moving to the Q&A, we will go through other stakeholders' view and comments. So we have a series of stakeholders to go through, and if you could in 3 minutes, maybe raise your point, this would be great so that we can save some time and ensure that we have also enough time for questions and answers. So let's start with payers perspective first. So Wim Gutsch. Wim is currently special senior advisor at the Health Technology Assessment of the Dutch National Healthcare Institute, and is also has a position as a professor and chair on HTA of pharmaceuticals at Utrecht University. Wim.
Yes, thank you, Patrice. I was framing my presentation in 5 minutes, but I would like to try to do it in 3 minutes. Just to be clear, I try to represent the opinion of payers, and in this case, I think payers is a quite broad principle. So for me, I'm mostly representing the views from organizations like the European Social Insurance Platform and the Medicines Evaluation Committee and the Association for Mutual Benefits. May I have a next slide? So I always start with this slide. I already use it, I think, for a number of years, that what I hear that payers always are cautious in terms of using real-world data, real-world evidence, and prefer RCTs. It also has to do that some of these organizations only have a remit for doing an initial assessment and therefore actually do not really quite often use real-world data in their decision-making. However, I think there is a common perspective that real-world data, real evidence can be relevant. And for instance, in studying long-term effectiveness, if you talk about health economic assessments, about also comparing patient populations in practice, or comparing actual use to the dose regime that has been used in trials, for some kind of managed entry arrangements like price volume arrangements, or even sometimes for reassessments. May I have the next slide? And then when we discussed also, I think we were all very happy that we were invited by EMA to actually play a role in Darwin EU and the Darwin EU Advisory Board. So what would be the kind of use cases from a payer perspective? So what could Darwin EU deliver to payers which would be really relevant for the decision making? So for instance, I think they feel that in the national approach to treatments for small patient groups is crucial, because there is quite often only limited information on these products, where there is high uncertainty, high prices and high heterogeneity. And we also sometimes see information, for instance, for single-arm trials, where we need information also about the control patients, which were not treated with this new treatment. Sometimes there is some collaboration between countries, but it might be hard because there are different systems and different ways actually to get access to data. And therefore, Darwin EU might be a very crucial structure to actually collect relevant data on a European level. And the kind of products which we feel are relevant are orphan drugs, advanced therapy medicinal products, but also oncology products, and also focused on, for instance, combination therapies in oncology. And when we actually drill down a little bit more specific to questions from payers, we came to, for instance, in that they were interested in having information on current treatment, for instance, for SMA, for multiple myeloma and hemophilia. And I will discuss with you also a little bit about that specific case study, because the things payers are interested in are, for instance, well, what kind of patients are there? What are their characteristics? How many patients? What is the type and the duration of the treatment? And if you look at the treatments, what kind of combinations? And can we actually say a little bit about endpoints, for instance, about overall survival? And these were the questions which we had for the multiple myeloma case study. May I have the next slide? So just to share a little bit, a few experiences on this multiple myeloma case study. So as you may be aware, there were actually 6 databases from 5 countries used, from Germany, from Spain, from Estonia, France, and the Netherlands. We also have to be aware that these were different types of databases. So some were hospital databases, some were actually GP databases with information, clinical information from hospitals, some were population databases. And also very different sizes of databases, from very local to really nationally covered databases. And what we also actually already saw, that the completeness of data in these databases actually differed. And one thing which was not at this time point so much information on was on treatment patterns, and was only limited to one database. So coming back to, I think, my last slide. So we feel that Darwin EU provides very interesting opportunities for payers to increase information from real-world evidence on medicines, which will be used as part of the decision making. And so the current Darwin EU pilots are on oncology. We have the multiple myeloma one, and currently there is also one going on or starting on non-small lung cancer. And we have to be aware that these databases can be used, but it might not always so easy to accumulate and compare data. I think, and it's good to see that already more databases are going to join or going to be included in Darwin EU in order to get this broader picture. Sometimes it's the question, do we need some form of data curation in advance to be quite sure that these data are comparable and can be actually integrated? And do we need like qualification procedures? So we feel from a payer perspective that more pilots will be needed to get a better insight and usefulness of data to Darwin EU. But also, and it's good to hear that also EMA is quite active, more investment in data analysis and methodology. And I think that I also have a quite strong involvement in the HCA, and also currently within the new development in Europe, in the EU HAR. I think there's a lot of interest in the methods concerning the use of real-world evidence. And then finally, there were questions whether a federated data approach sometimes provides sufficient detailed information if we talk about rare or even ultra-rare diseases. Thank you.
Thank you, then. So moving now to the pharma industry perspective with Holver Spooner, who should be online. Holver is the Director of Regulatory Policy and Intelligence at the HAPV and representing here the industry via the European Federation of Pharma Industry and Association, FPA, where she is also the chair of the Integrated Dividend Generation and Use Working Group. And Holver is also the industry observer on the Darwin EU Advisory Board. And for this short session, she will be joined by Marieke Schöner, who is Director of Observational Research at HMA and is representing the UCOPE. So Marieke and Holver, please.
Thank you very much, Patrice. I'd firstly like to thank you on behalf of FPA and to thank the European Medicines Agency and the EU Regulatory Network for the opportunity to contribute to this big data stakeholder forum. Medicines developers are committed to working with all stakeholders to advance the use of big data, both in medicines development and to support health product decision making. This is the fourth big data stakeholder forum, and looking back to where we were in 2020, the progress that has been made in Europe really is impressive. I would like now to share some industry perspectives on four main areas under discussion in this session. Firstly, data quality. Secondly, Darwin EU. Thirdly, methodological guidance. And finally, international convergence. Starting with data quality, FPA considers that establishing principles for data quality assessment is a foundational requirement to enable the use of real-world evidence. Across the data ecosystem, we need a common understanding of data quality expectations. It is, of course, important that data quality assessments are feasible, focused on minimum standards, relatively easy to implement, and sufficiently de-risk RWD use for regulatory purposes. We certainly acknowledge that quality assessments and documentation are driven by many factors associated with the specific use case, the question, and the requirements of the initiator. And data quality attributes or characteristics will be context dependent and dictated by the specific use case, study question, and the purpose of the evidence. Expectations on data quality assessment should ideally apply to the whole data ecosystem, and this came up in the earlier session, so that information to assess quality is readily available. And agree that the catalogues are important here, but baseline data quality standards could help foster a common understanding across stakeholders. Exemplar use cases may have a role in terms of presenting an opportunity to frame potential quality assessments while respecting that all applications carry specific elements which will influence drivers of quality. Sharing quality assessments from recent EMA and Darwin EU studies could foster learnings across all stakeholders. And moving to the second area, Darwin EU specifically, I think, as Wim intimated, sharing fitness for use assessments will help all stakeholders to understand how certain decisions were made around selection of data sources and protocol development. Beyond that, at a very practical level, FPA would welcome the development of operational guidance to give greater clarity to stakeholders on the procedural scenarios where Darwin EU will be used to generate evidence, and particularly the timelines that will apply, for example, for the consultation process on protocols. Moving then to the third area, priorities for methodological guidance. We certainly welcome the development of a roadmap for guidance development. There's much experience that can be leveraged. And FPA suggests that the priority areas for guidance are, firstly, principles for data quality assessment. Secondly, guidance on the design and conduct of non-interventional studies. Delighted to see the reflection paper foreseen. And thirdly, as Professor Rose mentioned, guidance on the use of external control arm, single arm trials. We're also very supportive of the development of frameworks to assess the credibility of novel approaches. This would be particularly useful to be able to use this type of approach to assess the relevance of prior knowledge to reduce uncertainty. And finally, really liked Melissa's presentation. We'd like to applaud efforts to increase international convergence. Moving forward with international harmonization efforts will help to drive efficiencies in product development and evaluation, improve consistency in study quality and evaluation, and ultimately support timely delivery of innovative medicines. We welcome the incremental, dynamic, open-minded way of approaching harmonisation, and by way of example, we would see real value in EMA and other regulators starting to align on the core definitions, concepts of data quality, such as accuracy, traceability, completeness, as a first step towards harmonised data quality principles. Thank you again for the opportunity to share some industry reflections on these 4 areas of data quality, Darwin EU feasibility assessments and operational guidance, methodological guidance, and international convergence. We're really looking forward to the discussion today and your continued collaboration.
Thank you, Ulva. So I would like to, from the UCOPE perspective, I would like to echo many of the points that were made by Ulva earlier. We would certainly like to recognize the great progress that has been made, and particularly around the launch of the catalog that Susanna shared with us so much more detail about. This launch will greatly increase our ability to better understand the use cases that have led to successful decision making around using the real-world data in those decisions. And also it will really enable us to help identify fit-for-purpose data assets when we do endeavor conducting further studies using real-world data. In terms of Darwin, it's great to see all the progress and the many studies that are being launched, and we are particularly interested also to better understand how the evolution will evolve of the HTA bodies collaborating with Darwin EU. On the note of the European health data space, we see Darwin EU certainly as a stepping stone, and the EHDS seems to hold a lot of promise in terms of enabling, again, the use of real-world data for decision making. But with that opportunity also comes a lot of responsibility to ensure that the evidence that is being generated is of the highest possible quality. So then in terms of the quality of the data, we very much welcome the data quality framework, and are certainly looking forward also to the deep dive on the real world data component of that. In terms of methods, it was very good to hear that a reflection paper is being developed on non-interventional studies, particularly when it comes to the comparative studies that utilize causal inference, because we also recognize how important it is to use the relevant methods so that the evidence that's being generated is of the highest possible quality to enable the right decisions being made. So then lastly, just to say a very big thank you for all the opportunities that we have as industry to interact through the various stakeholder forums, and indeed also today, because it's really good to see that all the players in the healthcare ecosystem are working together to ensure the highest possible quality of evidence being generated. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much. So moving now to the patient, another important stakeholder. So Nikos Dedes. Nikos is president of the Greek Association of People Living with HIV, Positive Voice, and General Secretary of the Greek Patients Association. Nikos, please.
Thank you, Patrice. Given the limited time, I would like to narrow my comment for today in a sort of a question towards Jesper and Peter. Obviously, patients, we are very much interested in information and data that cannot be captured through the process of the regulatory authorization process, particularly for patients with comorbidities, people who are older, and for those where the clinical trials phase 3 cannot give us the answer. So this is one point which I consider critical. And I wonder a little bit of whether the European Medicines Agency interacts with who, because obviously the European Medicines Agency is very much interested in the regulatory process and in safety. But what we're interested is also in effectiveness in the real world. And this also goes back to what Wim also mentioned from the payer side in terms of effectiveness. I come from the HIV field, and it took, and in one sense, we lost almost 5 or 6 or 7 years to answer the question, when should we treat people living with HIV? Should we treat immediately or should we defer? And that was a question that was answered through a huge randomized trial. And actually, a lot of ecological data, common sense, and pathological analysis could have indicated that we should have done differently much, much faster and earlier. Therefore, I would like us, and that's why I'm asking who would be the body to give this type of questions. And obviously, we're interested very much in robustness to answer this type of questions. But I have struggled looking into some of those huge trials and the years that they took. Another question that it took forever to answer was whether treatment and people being on treatment on HIV were non-infectious, which linked with the other had a huge public health impact. So therefore, this would be my my request to investigate this. And also, as a former co-chair of the Patients and Consumers Working Party and subsequently a member of the management board, who has been away for 3-4 years now doing other work locally, coming back, I have been, of course, impressed by the work and daunted by the maze of acronyms, which I have once again made an Excel with all the acronyms listed. And I think that there is a need to make sure that we simplify and communicate to the citizens for all this amazing initiative. Obviously, the work must be done with all these terms. And by the way, I Googled real-world evidence, and the first 5, and in order, was the FDA, Wikipedia, ISPOR, and IH, and the 5th was the European Medicines Agency. Not bad, but let's do better. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So we'll pack that question to Jesper and Peter for the beginning of the Q&A. But before just moving finally to the healthcare professionals with Kimmo Porkka. Kimmo is a professor at University of Helsinki and co-leads the steering group on health data of the European Hematology Association. Kimmo, please.
Yeah, thank you, Patrice. So thanks again for the invitation here. So I think it's really remarkable to listen to the really incredible progress that has been done in a very short time in getting access to many of the data sets, big data sets, but also in data harmonization and also in the methods development. And regards sort of like to our point of view, I think it's very easy to fully support the and promote the fair data principles, even though we have a lot to do with all of these letters still. But it can only be done with a concerted action for all the stakeholders that we are here today. And I think we feel that one of the major roles for big data in these types of network setting is the providing really reliable evidence at the post-licensing setting, and even might be possibilities of doing that in a more automated fashion for truly matching the right drugs with the right patients. And one concern is the we talked about the legislation is through Europe that we still when the ESG is coming now, that it will still be homogeneous in different countries and different parts. There won't be any local adaptations that happen with GDPR, and also that we ensure that we have equal access to all the tools, all the data throughout Europe. I think that's really a key importance, and also that for the role of the professional physician organization is, I think, as a stakeholder, so clearly providing guidelines and training, but also really directly interacting with the regulators as well. I think that would be a really good way, like we are now moving forward as well. One thing that quite a few sites throughout Europe are now considering data harmonization, and Dennis mentioned that there will be, with the upcoming studies, there might be some ideas of what data models will be supported. I don't know if that's really the case, that there will be a single data common data model that is going to be supported, but I think it will be really helpful for all the local sites that are thinking about harmonization, so which way to go. So indeed, so thanks a lot for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. So I know it's time for the break, but we'll take a few minutes for questions and answers. So we got already one from you, Nikos. So I don't know if Peter or Jesper, you would like to shortly answer to this. For the others, please, when you have questions, if you could shortly introduce yourself so that you know who you are, but also to whom the question is directed to.
So maybe I can have a go. I mean, Nikos, I understood the core of your question is the scope of work that could be done, for example, through Darwin EU. When we made the business case originally back in 2019, 2020 for Darwin EU, we stated that the primary objective was to generate evidence for decision-making by regulators, but by investing in infrastructure, methods, networking of data partners, we would hope that a wider array of stakeholders and use cases could be benefited. And requests from patient organizations, for example, was stated in that original business case. So it is the intention within the constraints of the availability of data, the availability of funding, etc., to spread the love as far and wide, I would say. And I think from a public health point of view, there is great interest in looking at how we optimize the use of medicines on the market rather than just assessment of a safety issue or getting a new medicine on the market, which obviously critically important. But, you know, with all the hundreds of thousands of medicines, authorized medicines already out there, how are they optimally used? And those were some of the use cases you gave. I don't know, Jesper, if you would want to add to that.
I think you covered it. It did bring up a few of the favorite examples I know from both the START study and the partner study, by the way, in HIV. And I think the START study was done on top of, despite being global effort around observational studies in the DoD study, it was needed to do the randomized study as well, right? So that's just the top on what you already had in terms of evidence. The partner study, if I'm not mistaken, is actually an observational study. So, I mean, it really spoke to that research, really leads in also exemplifying how you can use that for evidence generation, also in effectiveness and guideline precision, I would argue, to say on the START study. So.
Thank you. So, any questions in the room? Yes, Rosa, please.
I'm Rosa Gini. I'm representing the NCEP network. And, well, congratulations for the amazing day. I have a question for Dr. Umo Hayer from the European Health Data Space Pilot. So we have seen that data quality is key, and of course, data quality is normally excellent for the primary purpose for which the data are collected. So that's one thing. So understanding whether the quality is sufficient, well, it's our responsibility as investigator to repurpose the data. So it's maybe a bit our fault that we are using the data for a different purpose. And in order to understand that, it's important to have the right methodological background. And this is, I think, the advantage of EMA is to have this network of expertise, which is the NCEP network. And I wonder if the European Health Data Space has any, especially in the context of this use case or in other aspects, has a plan to somehow directly involve the expertise of the NCEP network.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I don't have a direct answer to that. So this is something that will have to come into the implementation. Definitely recommendations as to tapping into existing resources and templates and connecting with organizations like NCEP. This is actually something that was discussed last Friday in the NCEP plenary to make more connections where necessary. There is already work leveraging the work of NCEP, for example, in generating this common application form using, for example, the checklist of NCEP or the protocol template. So these are good practices that we will be providing as the recommendations for the implementation of the European Health Data Space. Definitely expertise will need to be sought somewhere. at the national level or at the European level. How it's going to be put in place concretely, it's not there yet. We're only 1 year through the pilot, so we still have a bit more work to do, but this is a great feedback to take back also to the consortium.
Jérôme, you
Thank you
would
very
like
much.
to complement? Thanks, Denise.
Good morning. I'm John de Barros, Policy Officer at the European Commission. So when it comes to data quality, when we look at the quality of the data sets themselves, the European data space does not really touch on. The data that would be available is the one that exists, that was collected in this format. Where we do have some actions on data quality is around the metadata of this data. So for when it comes to catalog, so we will have the data quality and utility framework that will be developed under an Horizon Europe project. So, but here we look at the metadata. So when it comes to supporting data quality at source, at data holders, we do not yet have any kind of recommendations. We have to start first with what is there and then later on trying to address that part. But and obviously it will be done together with relevant stakeholders, and obviously you're one of those.
Thank you. So there was
Thank
a
you.
question on the back on the left side, please.
Gracie Crane representing FPA. I just had a question for Professor Rose. In your slides, I was wondering what the role of the experts was within the, because Peter Arlett mentioned that there are these experts, these real world evidence experts. So I was wondering how they play. What's the role within the slides that you presented?
Yeah, thank you. It's the broader expert community. One step back, the methodology working party currently has 21 members across the different discipline areas. The broader expert community contains pretty much all the regulatory experts that are in national agencies, as well as academic experts closely related to the system, and they get involved in any guideline writing that we develop. They also get involved, but that's a bit more under time pressure in concrete referral requests from any of the committees if we have to dive into particular dossiers. So it's a large pool that we engage in the work we primarily do. That's one direction. The other one, it's also a community we reach out to for any new developments, standards, general principles that we are developing to make sure that we reach a large community of experts. And currently we are pretty much restricted to close to regulatory science, but the intention is to actually broaden those networks as well and include academia. So I actually saw a link with the previous question. I think this is a resource to use in terms of tapping into expertise.
Thank you. So I propose that we stop here for the coffee break.
So colleagues, we're going to start session 3 of our public forum on big data. And session 3 is called Patient Experience Data, Realizing the Potential of Patient Experience Data in the EU Medicines Regulation. And in terms of objectives, we came up with the following formulation: that reinforcing patient relevance in evidence generation is a key priority in the EMA and the network's strategies. And the realization of a data-driven regulatory network. Despite much progress in the EU in recent years, more efforts are needed to include patient experience data in development and regulation. And this session will discuss the current state of play, challenges and opportunities for enhancing impactful use of patient experience data, and ultimately to establish the value of patient experience data in regulatory decision-making and beyond. I'm very pleased to be joined in the chair by Julian Isler, Dravet Syndrome Europe Federation Foundation 29, and patient representative on the COMP, the Committee on Orphan Medicinal Products. Welcome, Julian. Are you connected? Can we hear you? Can we see you? Do you want to just take the mic briefly? Okay, well, almost joined by Julian. Also, Juan Garcia Burgos is supporting our discussion today as head of the EMA's stakeholder function, engagement function. Juan, are you there just to check?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Great, we can hear you loud and clear. And intervene at any time, Juan, if you would like to. Maybe we can leave Juan unmuted for the duration of the session. It's my great pleasure then to introduce our first speaker, Rosa Gonzalez Quevedo, who is a senior scientist at the EMA, working particularly in stakeholder and communication division. She's a pharmacist with a PhD in molecular oncology, has done a rather prestigious whirlwind tour of studies, including Stanford University, and then more recently working for the Medical Research Council in the UK. Joined EMA in 2010, initially as a quality specialist, but more recently working in communications and stakeholder engagement. And importantly for our session today is coordinating the development of a reflection paper on patient experience data. So Rosa, are you there? Can you give us an update?
Yes, good afternoon, Peter, and hello, everyone.
Great, we can hear you loud and clear, Rosa. Thank you, go ahead.
Perfect. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to give you a very brief overview of where we are in the EU with patient experience data. Next slide, please. Next one. Next one, please. Yes, so the first thing that I would like to do is try to define a bit what we understand as patient experience data in the EU and try to present it in the context of big data so that we're all aligned on this. When we mention patient experience data, we refer to data that are reported directly by patients or their carers without interpretation by a clinician or any other person. So they really reflect the experience of a patient living with a condition, on their treatment, and also their preferences on outcomes and on their medicines. There was a proposal made for a EU definition of patient experience data during a workshop we held last year in September 2022. And that definition will be agreed with stakeholder in the work we have planned for next year. But to give you a flavor of what's there, we consider patient experience data things like patient-reported outcomes or patient data coming from patient preference studies. So really things that can be quantified, but also qualitative data that arises from patient engagement activities, for example, from interviews or surveys where patients are expressing their views. Next slide, please. And here is just a very simplified graphic to highlight this idea that patient experience data is considered a subset of big data, and within that of what we call real world data. So that's where it would sit in this discussion. Next slide, please. Regarding where we are in the EU, as has been mentioned many times today, really incorporating this type of data to reinforce the outcomes that are relevant for patients during the generation of evidence is a priority for the network, the EU regulatory network, and also is reflecting in the regulatory science strategy that the agency published a few years ago. We do receive applications that include patient experience data, but these are not systematically included. And often we've heard that companies or other groups like patient groups developing patient experience data, they are not sure whether we want these data as regulators. So last year, when we had this workshop, we really discussed with all stakeholders and presented this idea that we see patient experience data as a new scientific discipline emerging, where we have patient engagement methodologies, but also there is a need to ensure that these are robust and they can generate data that is of quality for regulatory use. So it was clear to us that we needed to gather the expertise cross-agency, but also important importantly within the EU network to make sure we can progress in this area. We also highlighted last year that the digitalization initiatives that are coming up offer great opportunity for patient-generated digital data. And obviously, this brings challenges, some of which have been highlighted earlier today, like the need to validate novel endpoints and ensure data quality, etc. And also to let you know where we are, we have identified 2 priorities based on the feedback from stakeholders last year. And these 2 priorities, which are a reflection paper and improving transparency, have been incorporated into the work plan of the Committee for Human Medicinal Products, the CHMP. And I'll be describing this a little bit more later. Next one, please. So this is just to give you an idea of where we are. Along 2023, we have really been trying to consolidate these groups of experts within the agency and within the EU network to make sure we can start delivering on everything we identified at the workshop. Next slide, please. So one of the things that came up at the workshop was the need to have an approach that was a bit more strategic and gather all the initiatives that were ongoing in the EU and globally here. So we have put together an action plan, which is a priority list, and this is still in a draft stage, but just to give you a flavor of what we are considering here, we have prepare 6 objectives based on the main challenges that were identified at the workshop. So the first one would be to really agree an overall approach in the EU. Once we have list of priorities and people responsible, also make sure we are implementing the actions as agreed. And as I mentioned, the network expert group that we have set up. We heard last year from our stakeholders that they wanted more regulatory guidance, and here is where the reflection paper is coming up. There are also a lot of actions that were identified in terms of improving alignment across all the decision makers, because patient experience data is also important for HTA payer decisions and for clinical decisions as well. And here we have, or we're contributing to actions like the ICH guidelines. We heard that we need to increase transparency on how regulators use this data in the evaluation and whether or not they are then reflected in the product information. And then, of course, a 5th area that came very prominently was the digitalization real-world evidence, and my colleagues are going to be describing some of this work afterwards. And finally, another area was training and resources, and we have identified activities here as well to make sure we maximize all our resources and also provide adequate training. Next slide, please. So the key deliverable for this year and next year is to prepare a reflection paper explaining the EU approach to collecting and generating and analyzing patient experience data. Why a reflection paper? Well, this is a document that will set up a general framework or principles when we have an area where scientific knowledge is evolving, but still there is limited regulatory experience, as it is the case right now with this type of data. So this deliverable has been included in the work program for both the CHMP and also the PRAC. And the idea is that with this expert group that we have set up, we are going to draft the paper together with them and then put it for public consultation next year. Next slide, please. So this slide is intended to give you a flavor of the types of expertise that we have in this group. So we have volunteers from the key committees of EMA that are impacted by this type of data. So from CHMP, PRAC, but also we have representatives for the Committee for Orphan Medicinal Products, Pediatric Medicines, Advanced Therapies, and importantly as well, representatives who are part of EMA working parties, oncology, methodology, scientific advice, and the big data steering group. We think this is a very relevant expertise cross-network. And once we have the first draft prepared, we will discuss with stakeholders and then we'll go for public consultation. So everyone, every stakeholder interested can give their feedback, send it to us. The idea in terms of timelines is to do it by the second quarter of 2024. Next slide, please. Well, we have already been liaising with stakeholders and having some discussions, and we have identified several topic areas that they would like to see covered in this reflection paper. Importantly here, we want to highlight having a definition in the EU of all these important terms and also guiding or providing a bit of guidance in terms of what is the path that developers or patient groups who wish to use this data in regulatory submissions, what they need to follow. So focusing on scientific advice and qualification of novel methodologies. Next slide, please. Just to highlight that this reflection paper will not be a methodological guidance, just the general framework, but methodological discussions are taking place in a global context through ICH. Next slide, please. Another priority this year and next year will be to improve how we regulators are using patient experience data for regulatory decisions during the assessment of medicines. So currently, the assessment report, which is the summary of the scientific evaluation of a medicine, includes sections to reflect patient experience data, but the idea is to really review how this can even be improved more, catering for all types of PD, but also explaining how they have been assessed and what's the rationale for acceptance or exclusion in benefit risk decision making. And at a later stage, we also would like to approach this and see how this can be better reflected in the EU product information. And also for orphan medicines at time of assessment of significant benefit, it has been highlighted by stakeholders that we can improve how we reflect patient experience data in the orphan maintenance assessment report, and that's something we also want to look further into. Next slide, please. So a key message coming from this paper will be that for developers and patient groups who wish to use patient experience data in their submissions, the path is to liaise early with regulators. We have two frameworks for this: scientific advice or qualification, if what they're doing is developing a novel methodology. And we will elaborate more on this, but for the time being, we think the best way to approach inclusion of this data is to have a case-by-case discussion on specific development plans with regulators. Next slide, please. Yes, so I'm going to finish here with this idea that we need multidisciplinary expertise to develop further this area, have robust methodologies, and make sure that we consolidate this new science. We consider patient experience data an integral part of the big data work, and that's why at EMA and the network we're working very closely with our colleagues in the big data steering group, also liaising with patients, and we think it would be a really good opportunity to really make sure of all these new aspects and yeah, leverage every opportunity that's coming with digitalization. Finally, EMA and the EU networks are working to progress, and for next year we have these two deliverables on the reflection paper, and also exploring how we're going to improve the assessment report to be more transparent. And I'll finalize here, thanking everyone for your attention.
Rosa, thanks very much indeed. Very clear, exciting. As you say, this is quite new. Not everybody will be familiar with the term patient experience data, and I suspect there may be some discussion around that when we come to the discussion section, but certainly ambitious in its goals. I notice looking at patient experience data where we put it into the assessment report, also in product information. These are going to be quite challenging, I would imagine. So listen, let's build on that and let's hear from two of the key leaders within the European Medicines Regulatory Network. We have a duet for the next presentation. Sabine Strauss from the Medicines Evaluation Board in the Netherlands and chair of the Pharmacovigilance Risk Assessment Committee, and Bruno Spodge from the full professor of pharmacological sciences, University of Lisbon, a member of InfarmMed, and also vice chair of the CHMP. Over to the two of you.
Thank you so much, Peter, for the kind introduction. I will start and then Bruno will follow. So thank you, Rosa, for providing a very nice context regarding our it's called the need from the regulators. Here you can see a bit of the outline of our presentation. And I think over the last few years, a growing patient advocacy and patient engagement, together with the new developments in technology and in communication, have created an environment which is inviting patient perspectives to be part of the life cycle approach of a medicine. I, of course, approach it a little bit from the pharmacovigilance perspective, and Bruno will take you through the more CHMP perspective. We have a bit of a different starting point, maybe, but I think you will see that our needs converge very nicely. So with these developments, it becomes more and more critical, and we have heard that already before, that we have a harmonized approach and that we have a common understanding of how to collect the data and how to integrate this patient experience data in the medicines development and in regulatory decision making. If I could have the next slide, please. So at the moment, we already have several tools to obtain patient experience data and patient perspectives, and we have listed a few of them here. For example, patients are part of the scientific evaluation committees and the working parties. We have possibilities for public consultation, public hearing, multi-stakeholder meetings, and of course collect patient experience data, especially through the reported outcomes, preference studies, and patient engagement. And these tools are quite helpful already. And next slide, please. Therefore, it's indeed fair to say, like Rosa also already highlighted, patient experience data is an important piece of the totality of evidence supporting medicines development, evaluation, and of course also pharmacovigilance, so monitoring for safety and also looking into risk minimization measures. The next slide, please. If you look at the patient experience data in early development and evaluation, I think there are important questions to be asked. One is probably a bit abstract, but is there an unmet medical need? Might be a relevant question. And the more concrete questions are in clinical trial design. What kind of outcomes are relevant? What kind of endpoints do patients value and are of relevance for them? Questions around the formulation and the dosing. Medication errors keep occurring, but we can try and minimize them as good as possible. And I remember very vividly that we once had a formulation where it was necessary to provide the patient with 80 or 100 and 120 drops. And I think even if you try, that might not be possible at all. So, of course, in the end, the formulation was not developed fully, but those are important things to think about at the very beginning, to minimize the burden for the patients and to support adherence and compliance. Of course, in benefit risk, it's important. Patient preferences are there really relevant. And it's important to look into the risk management plan and see what kind of risks might be acceptable for patients in view of the benefits. And input into the product information, of course. And then we are coming more to a later stage. And if we can go to the next slide, the support of patient experience data and pharmacovigilance and risk minimization is really important. at pharmacovigilance, I think the cornerstone of our assessments is often the ADRs, the adverse drug reactions that are reported. Nowadays, we can receive them also only through patients, so without any intervention from a healthcare professional or also from healthcare professionals. So I think it's fair to say that in pharmacovigilance and post-licensing, there is already quite a experience in working with these data. What is really important is, of course, the acceptability, and we might think that we have the knowledge, but I think patients might have a different perspective, because some risks are worth taking and some benefits are worth the risk. And it's not easy to decide that for somebody else. So the input from patients is really important here. Of course, what we do is, if we think there is a need, we have additional risk minimization measures, but they put a burden on the system, but also on the patients. And the question is, how can we optimize those measures so that patients can be compliant and don't have unnecessary burden? And like I highlighted in the previous slide already, the prevention of medication errors, that remains a very important aspect in our work. And if we then go to the next slide, I think there is already a lot there, but we still have quite some opportunities to further improve. We would like to optimize the use of the patient experience data by looking into the optimization of data collection methods, the data quality, mentioned quite often already, completeness, that's something we struggle with in the spontaneous reports, and very importantly, the methodologies applied to patient experience data. And I now hand over to my colleague Bruno, who will take you through the rest of this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabine. So I continue the travel initiated by Sabine, and I think it's despite the growing recognition of the importance of PROs and the value of this data, the patient experience data, the truth is a work from the group of Carla Toch, who chaired the session before, showed while reviewing the European Public Assessment Reports and the SMPCs for the oncology medicinal products approved between 2017 and 2020, showed us that there is definitely room for improvement on the quality, the reliability, and the representativeness of data. Because what we realized is that looking into what was presented to regulators, the challenges for implementing, properly implementing this data, either in the assessment reports or actually as in the label, were difficult. And the problems or the challenges were more related to the study design, the inherent bias that we also identified in many of the available study designs, the data quality and completeness has been mentioned several times today, namely missing data. And here, this goes a lot with the need of commitment from not only the patients but also the companies who are actually leading these trials to make sure that we get the data as we expect to. And also, there's a varying quality of patient experience data collection methods. And indeed, what we are seeing, next slide, is that the challenge, although we cannot point to one specific endpoint of relevance more appropriate to select for clinical trials, there are many. So we are also dealing with the diversity and multiplicity of measurements and scales. They assess specific generic versus disease-specific measures, but they also can be patient-reported outcomes, clinical reported outcomes, observed reported outcomes, and also there is a lack of consensus in many of the scales used. Some are considered too static, some are considered not to reflect the therapeutic evolution in terms of mechanisms of actions or adverse reactions. So there's more study needed in those scales and perhaps improvement of those scales or new scales. But also there's different degrees of implementation of use of this patient experience data, not only in the clinical trial setting versus the routine care setting in terms of collecting this data, making it very challenging for us to perform either pre-approval at the time of marketing authorization, proper comparisons, but also post-approval. And again, this also complicates the long-term follow-up. When we mention the word complication and challenges, we have always to consider the methodology part. And you have heard today that ICH is making some progress there, trying to get harmonization, because it's important to speak with other stakeholders, namely the international stakeholders, on these aspects. But indeed, there's a complex evolution in terms of the diversity of patient preference studies and the methods that support these studies, especially the quantitative studies that are very useful in terms of providing data that is actually useful for the regulators. There are many publications showing us the diversity of these studies, but all of them are still evolving, and again, all these tools require, in some cases, qualification. Next slide. And this is why, again, it's a repeated slide, but whenever you see a slide twice, perhaps the message stays clear that our tool, and has been a tool for many years in different regulatory provisions, we try to engage via scientific advice. It's the earliest engagement we can have with those developing not only products, and that where you can have specific questions on patient experience data, namely the study design, so then trying to act as soon as possible, making sure that the data we will get is useful from a regulatory point of view. But also, important part of what we do relies on the qualification of novel methodologies. And we are at the transformational phase where we have many new novel methodologies coming forward. They need to be properly qualified and also discussed with regulators. This is not a one-side discussion. Our scientific advice process is also a way, and the qualification of novel methodologies is also a way for us to learn from what is happening in the outside world. So it's an open dialogue that in the end will generate probably a higher probability of success in the regulatory arena. So this is something I always like to say. Keep in mind, this is always also a way for regulators to know what's happening in the outside world. Next slide. I was changing slides in my computer. Next slide. Regulators, as you know, and this is, I think it's becoming more obvious, and that's why I'm here with Sabine today also to give you, we represent our committees, but we represent the voice of the regulators also in other committees. We are open to this data. I think it's undeniable that we need to include this data. Rosa presented to you several actions we have considered, not only the concept paper, but also, as mentioned, our interaction with ICH, namely supporting the work that is being done, that is complementary also to our guidance being developed. But again, we are also following our interactions, of course, with the other international partners, and again, providing our expertise via our committees to the work of the Scientific Advice Working Party in order to provide scientific advice and better qualification of novel methodologies. So again, we are all there, but what we need to have is data that we can use for the regulatory decision-making process. Next slide. And again, for that, we hope that we discuss more clearly where patient experience data is needed, how it should be collected, analyzed, and how it is used. And this needs to be transparent, not only for us, but also for all stakeholders involved, including the patients who share their voice with us and their data. So, of course, collaboration continues to be a key enabler. All this interaction would not make any sense if it would only concern regulators at marketing authorization or post-authorization and patients. It needs also to connect to HTAs, payers, healthcare providers, because in the end, we will all have access to the same data. So we need to make sure that we look at the data as much as possible in the same way, to make sure that combining all these data sources, all these different expertises, but also the different regulatory needs from all stakeholders, we have safer and more effective pharmacotherapy for everyone, which is in the end why we are all here. So I think this is the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sabine. Thanks, Bruno, for giving two sides of a coin, if you like, in terms of regulatory perspectives. Our last presentation is from a rare breed, George Paliouris, who is the patient representative on the Big Data Steering Group. He represents the Duchenne Data Foundation, but his day job is in the National Centre for Scientific Research, Demokritos, in Greece, where he's a data scientist researcher. So I suspect it's going to become a more common breed, patient representatives who take a deep interest in data science, use of artificial intelligence, George. But today you're going to talk about your perspectives on patient experience data. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Peter, and I'm sorry that I cannot be there with you. Maybe next time. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, loud and clear. Go ahead, George.
Thanks. So today I took over the task of presenting very briefly some of the activities of the Big Data Steering Group and the relevance that they have to patient experience data. But at the same time, what I would like to try to do during the presentation is to emphasize what I think should be the obvious, that progress regarding patient experience data is only possible if patients and their carers are actively involved in these activities. And we're going to start with a different interpretation or reading, if you want, of the same passage that Peter started this morning with. So I've put in bold different parts of the text, but it's the same text. So in the original goal or mandate, if you want, of the Big Data Steering Group, the emphasis, the way I read it, is that we want to integrate data, we want to get data and integrate it in a way that will get us to safe and effective treatments, life-saving treatments for patients quickly. I think all of those adjectives are important: safe, effective, life-saving, and quickly. And this is what data hopefully will help us get to. Next slide, please. So I think that, first of all the data that we're dealing with, or most of the data that we're dealing with, are provided in some way by patients. So they are related to patients, and they may be collected by different people, but they are related to patients. But in particular, patient experiences are a special type of data. And I think it is important, and previous speakers have already said that, it's important to clarify what a patient experience might be. So what do we consider the experience of a patient? Is it the experience that I had during my summer holidays? Perhaps. Probably not. But maybe yes. Maybe if my disease is hindering the way I can have my holidays, that might be of interest. If a treatment makes it easier for me to go somewhere, that might be interesting. And that's where the challenge, I think, regarding patient experience data comes in, that the type of experiences that we're looking for are so diverse that we're bound to get very different type of data, and data that is noisy in various ways. Missing data was mentioned in the previous presentation. There are other types of quality issues that come along. But most importantly, what I would like to emphasize here, apart from the obvious that patients should be involved and are very important in this process, is that for patients, it is very important that whatever data they provide is used in the most effective way, especially when they are asked to spend time and effort in getting this data to us. So that's a very important point for me, and it also comes from other patient representatives as well. Next slide, please. So moving to what the Big Data Steering Group is trying to do, you have already heard that the Big Data Steering Group has a number of priorities. There are 11 of them, and within each of those priorities, there are many things happening. It's a very active group of people doing many interesting things. I'm going to focus on 3 main points here that are, I believe, are of relevance to patient experience data. The first one has to do with how this data is to be used. And I mentioned already that we are, as patients, we're very concerned that this data should be used effectively. The second one is to overcome challenges and identify opportunities regarding the collection and use of this data. And we heard some of that in the previous presentation. And last but not least, we want to establish the value of the data in decision making. And the context of regulatory decision making is very important as far as the plans of this group go. Next slide, please. You have seen already in many presentations the nice, colorful image that is on the slide. These are the priorities that the group has. So there are a number of things a number of activities that are taking place within the group, and there are within the different pillars that this work plan has. The emphasis here, I think, is whatever is done in collaboration with patients and other stakeholders, and it is also done both within the European Union, but also internationally. So we don't want to be in isolation. We want to be in good alignment with the rest of the world. Next slide, please. The 3 aspects that we focus on regarding patient experience data have to do with the 3 activity areas that are of relevance, have to do with how we collect and make the data available to as many people as possible. So making the data findable is very important. How we make sure that the data is of the quality that is needed for the decision-making process, and how we prove the value of the data, but also how we increase the value of the data. And there are a number of questions that are related to each of those 3 directions, and some of them appear on this slide. I'm not going to go through all of them. Next slide, please. So an example of activities that are taking place regarding each of those 3 directions. The first one you've heard already is about the catalogs that are to appear early next year, and they are taking over from previous efforts that have happened in other groups within the EMA and HMA. And the opportunity that I see here for patients is that the patient experience data that they can provide, they can collect, can be made more visible and findable through the catalogs. Next slide, please. In particular, the catalogs have a number of objectives. They are supposed to be acting, the aim is to act as a central hub for real-world data, which will allow us to understand what patient experience data can be made available. So it is important for us to support this effort and provide patient experience data in the catalog. Furthermore, the catalogs and the effort that is going behind that, you've heard about verification of the data, for instance, is to make the data easier to integrate and analyze. So make the data easier to combine, find and combine. Last but not least, certainly not least, the idea that the data are going to appear in this catalog will hopefully encourage the use of good practices and will improve the quality of the data that will be made available. So the catalogs have a number of direct and indirect effects on the patient experience data that will be collected. Next slide, please. Moving from findability to the issues of quality, there is a significant effort happening within the shaping of the data quality framework, which is to appear early in next year. And the opportunity here is to provide feedback on how this can be improved. What is quality for different stakeholders? What we consider quality data as patients, but also as regulators and other stakeholders. And there is already an advanced version of this framework, and it touches upon a number of different aspects, ranging from reliability to relevance and timeliness of the data, all very important for the quality of the data and its use for decision making. And behind that, there are a number of different groups of people supporting it. Next slide, please. The third activity that I would like to mention is a research program that is being shaped at the moment. And this is a program that is co-designed with patients and I'm sure with other stakeholders. And the program is going to end up in a number of proof of concept studies that will prove the value of patient experience data. So in other words, we want to start some studies that will show how important patient experience data are. Each of those studies will be very carefully designed regarding what data is needed, what methods are going to be used for the collection and analysis of the patient experience data, but also how the data is going to be used for regulatory decision making at the end. So I consider this research program to play a very important role in making patient experience data part of the process, the decision-making process. Next slide, please. Summing up, there are a number of different activities that the Big Data Steering Group has already started, and the goal is that these activities show the value of the data, how it can be used, what sort of data we're looking for, how we can make sure that the data is of good quality, and of course, all this in the context of introducing standards and making the collection of data compliant to privacy issues. Again, the emphasis from my side is that all this is only possible by having a very active role of the patients in all these processes. Next slide, please. And so the final slide of this presentation is focusing on what us as patients can do here, what is expected from us, and what are our responsibilities in making this a reality. So patients here are not just expected to participate, but in some cases to also lead some of the activities. So we can take initiatives, and I would encourage patients to do so. We can suggest new activities. We can participate very actively in implementing some of those activities. And I think we have common interest, all the stakeholders involved in this process. So we need to be actively involved. Again, I'm going to repeat something that I said many times in this presentation. Little can be achieved without the active involvement of patients when it comes to patient experience data. And with this, I would like to thank you. Next slide, please. And move to this phase.
Thanks very much indeed. So by, with, and for patients, patient shaping, patients driving, patients leveraging. Thank you, George. I'm going to hand over now to Julian. Julian, are you there, sir? Julian Isler.
I am.
Come closer to your mic. Spectacular pullover, by the way.
Thank you. Apologize for not being in the start of the session, but I have an internet drop. Technical issues. I guess you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, Julian.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for having the opportunity to introduce this panel. We have fantastic panelists today. My name is Julian Isla. I'm patient representative of the Orphan Drug Committee of the European Medicine Agency and also represent the Diabetes European Federation. In the panel today, because I guess we need to rush a little bit to stick with the agenda, we have different participants from the industry, from patient organizations, healthcare professionals, and academia. Let me start from the beginning. From the industry point of view, we have Ebony Daciel, which is working for Biomarine and also being involved in Europa Bio. For patient representative, we have Maria Cavalier and Begoña Nafia from Barcelona. For healthcare professional, we have Vesponia Matridaki from Greece. And from the academia, we have Lonneke van den Pol from an research institution in the Netherlands. Let me start with Maria Cavalier, I guess is the first one, because she has a presentation, and I would like to ask to the panelists to stick to 5-6 minutes maximum to make sure we have enough time for the presentations and the discussion. Maria, go ahead.
Thank you, Julian. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm very happy to be here today to present one of the rare disease perspective and also a pilot project that we are working on currently. So next slide, please. So as mentioned, I work for Eurordis, which is the rare disease patient umbrella organization in Europe. So will be more the rare disease community views. And this I will not go through again because there has been a lot of speakers, and George actually just before mentioned some of these, but I would like just to mention on the fact that we would like patients and to be involved in patient experience data, to be actively involved, to collect this data, but we have to have in mind that not all patient organizations are in place or have the training and also the support to do that. And we've seen that we have patient organizations in the rare disease space who are living this way, and we have Julian here as a champion who in his organization, Dravet, they are very much working on data, on collecting data, but at the same time, we have patient organizations who, maybe because of the size of their disease that they represent, maybe it's an ultra rare, or because of sometimes this resistance to the technology, they are not collecting this data. And then we also have other patient communities that they are collecting this data and they are trying to use this data for regulatory decisions, but in the end it fails due to what we have been talking today on data inconsistency or the quality. So for that reason, we are trying to work in the next slide, please, in this new pilot project that I will be presenting later on, more on the context of the Committee for Orphan Medicinal Products, where I'm Eurordis expert involved, also with Julian and other ones. We have been facing some, let's say, coming from the regulatory perspective, but as a patient representative, in the committee, we've seen specifically in the context of the COM, when we try to designate orphan drugs, there is one regulatory tool, which is a major contribution to patient care that sponsors can use when they bring a new product in the market, when there is already other products or satisfactory methods approved and the new product that they will bring has the same efficacy. So they can come with this major contribution to patient care, but usually the company comes with hypotheses, let's say, or assumptions that the new product will bring that, but without data from patients that can support these decisions. So maybe surveys or quality of life questionnaires. So we've been facing this recently. So with Julian and other patient representatives, we came up with this idea to try to establish a process where patients can be involved and they can have a say on that regard. So next slide, please. And with this we have come up with Collaborer, which will be a web tool that will be designed specifically for patient organizations and patients to be part of this process and to enhance this data collection and validation from there. So I don't want to take a lot of time on this because Julian in next session will go more in deep, but you have here the website and the slides will be shared so you can have a look. So next slide, please. So this is how we'll work or how we are aiming to work, because just bear in mind that this is a pilot project that will be used in the context of the Committee for Orphan Medicinal Products to support this major contribution to patient care decision. So the idea that we had was evaluate this as an umbrella patient organization. We would be the main contact point. So for a rare disease condition, we would like to have this repository for all the conditions. So we would have in this platform what is called Collaborer a list of different items that would be mainly the main items for a condition that patients could think that would bring this major contribution to patient care. So this first list will be created using AI intelligence, and this Julian will go more in detail in the next slide, but just to be reminded that this AI tool will be just to gather the main, like the first draft, let's say, so with the main items. And then the patient organization in that condition will be able to go to that list and to edit it, to add, to remove any of the items, also to review if the wording is correct, but also if it's applicable for them, and also to rank these items. So in terms of what it's more important for them to rank it in the first place. And then in the end, this will be used by different patient organizations, so not only one. And in the end, we'll create a validated final list that will be open in this platform and publicly available in this repository or in this web tool that we are working on. And we would like to have this list as a live, let's say live list that patients can go again and rank it, or whenever they feel. It's not static, so it will be there to be updated. And then what we would like to do as well is at some point is that this list would be integrated in other already available repositories that are online. So we are still fine-tuning that. And then, of course, this list for now, as I mentioned, will be only used for this major contribution to patient care in COMP, but we would like to see this, of course, supporting other regulatory decisions, and we believe that has the potential to do that in other regulatory activities in the EMA. So next slide, please. I think with that, I hope I stick to the time, Julian. I wanted to thank you all for your attention, of course, to you, Julian, for bringing the technology and your expertise, and the EMA colleagues for the support in this initiative. So thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for the presentation. You are so excited that you took more than 5 minutes, but it's fine, you know.
Sorry, I was trying to be brief. But...
it's fine.
Apologies.
The next speaker or the next panelist is Begoña Nafria from Hospital Sant Joan de Déu in Barcelona. She is Patient Engagement and Research Coordinator at that institution. Welcome, Begoña. Remember to stick to the 5 minutes, please.
I'll try. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you so much for the invitation to be today with all of you. I have also some slides to share. I don't know if I can do it directly because I see the agenda in the screen.
The facilitators will do, probably.
If not, I can go directly to the... Okay, perfect. Thank you, Francois. I'm here to represent, as Julian mentioned, the Patient Engagement in Research Department at Sant Joan de Déu Children's Hospital, but also the European Young Persons Advisory Group Network, that is a network of young advocates accredited by EMPRIMA. Next slide. some considerations and some challenges that it's important that you know in regards of pediatric clinical trials in Europe, and specifically for the patient experience data, is that we encourage to develop these tools with young patients and caregivers. We try to involve the patient in first person when it's possible, and when this is not possible for the age of the patient, and of course for the condition, always we have the chance to involve the caregivers because they have the experience living 24 hours, 7 days per week with the disease. Also, for us, it's important to ensure the validation of these tools, and we encourage to use existing frameworks like the PFMD, the patient-focused medicines tools, but also, of course, we are waiting to know about this guidance to harmonize the PET tools from the HCH. Talking about pediatrics, it's important the use of friendly tools to report patient experience data. This is the same in other, elements of the clinical trials, because children, they are usually competent in digital tools, and of course we need to take into account the accessibility also to these tools. Important in regards of the process to report this information, we need to make compatible the data collection process with the daily life of the patients, because they are kids or teenagers, and they still know, even if they are living with a disease, they still need to be children and young people. And finally, some points about diversity and accessibility. Probably the same wording, the same items that an adult can understand, of course, that children probably cannot understand, and we need to have some considerations in terms of health literacy, and as I said, also in terms of the diversity that every disease can entail, and it's so important to think in every trial, every disease, which is the best way to involve the patients and, of course, to collect this patient experience data. Next slide. In regards of the patient involvement in the conception and the design of the patient experience data, 3 points that I want to highlight. The first one is that we need to involve the patients or the parents before to finalize the clinical trial protocol. And when we are talking about the pediatric investigational plans, think that the adult development probably it's not going to fit with the needs of the pediatric patients. Secondly, it's important to approach groups of experts in patient and public involvement in pediatrics, such as YPACnet that I already introduced, and also the experts that are working together in the Connect for Children initiative. And finally, it's so important to train the stakeholders, of course, prioritizing the young patients because they are naive in science, they know a lot about their disease, and it's important to train them to have the right capabilities to be involved in the conception and the design of the PET. And next and final slide, some considerations that for us are important in regards to regulatory requirements. The first one is that we need to ensure that the involvement of the patients and caregivers will be part of the study protocol with the new European clinical trial regulation that was fully implemented last year. It's a recommendation, and recently we participated in the EU Act workshop, and we requested that this needs to be a must and a mandatory process in every clinical trial design. Secondly, the inclusion of the PET tools, having on mind always this co-design with the patients and caregivers, and consider the disease diversity, but of course social determinants of health, because in some cases we are requesting tools to the patients that probably they don't have. My third point is that it's important to assess the patient experience data and the value that it can have as a secondary endpoint in the clinical trial design. And finally, for us also, it's important to consider the role of the PET on safety of medicines. And I think that this is my last slide. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Begoña, for this short, clear and sharp presentation. Thank you so much. The next panelist is Despoina Maklidaki. Despoina will provide the view of the professionals, of the healthcare professionals.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for this kind invitation to be part of this very interesting meeting today, and also for being part of this working group on a very crucial, in our opinion, topic. And thank you for Chairman. So in the next 2 slides, I would like to share with you our general comment of on behalf of European Association of Hospital Pharmacies regarding the big data. As we all know, real-world evidence derives from analyzing data and are generating randomized clinical trials, and also routinely collected from the everyday clinical practice and electronic healthcare health records and health registries also, and of course some other sources. In our mind, limitations to use real-world data for generating evidence include data quality, the selection of criteria, and bias, and so they should be assessed primarily from a very informative value and then included in any relevant research project. In the other hand, many potential opportunities come from current and probably future health applications for the vast amount of data collected by health systems, and the importance of protecting patients' data is a key consideration, and regulatory mechanism such as the mentioned by the previous speakers should ensure that they are adequately protected and used with a positive impact. In our opinion, it's also crucial that healthcare professionals are properly trained to cross-check the authentic patient experience data with existing literature, the researches, and of course the guidelines that are given in order to achieve the optimal use of real-world data. The fact that patient-generated digital data are available in objective and reliable formats, thanks to the novel technologies we have in our hands, it's obvious that improves the transparency in the collected procedures, and thus it's also increasing the validity and the scientific value of PED. If we can have the next slides. Okay. So in some cases, such as the medication used for vulnerable populations with the minimum inclusions in clinical studies, as there are, for example, the pediatric population or also the pregnant or the lactating women, the selection with care of real patient data is the only way to improve the existing experience and also the knowledge for this type of categories, and also promotes the patient access to new therapies, as valuable existing patient data shall be used to design our future targeted clinical studies, and of course the early access programs for innovative treatments, or extrapolate indications for marketed products that already we use. Obviously, we will adjust to a revolution regarding the use of patient data following the revision of the basic pharmaceuticals legislation that we have in front of us, and the onset of the decentralized clinical trials and the personalized medical clinical trials in the next future. In our opinion, clinical trials of this personalized grade and conditions will lead to a lot of different data who should be carefully assessed, as it could be difficult and risky to cluster such information in a reliable way. In our opinion, healthcare professionals should therefore implement an approval moral code regarding data sharing, both as stakeholders and as patient advocates too. We believe that this kind of common commitment can ensure the continued engagement and collaboration with all stakeholders, but mostly with patients. Healthcare professionals are also responsible to educate and train patients in their and of course their carriers and other representatives in collecting, sharing, and this experience data, and explain the importance of such actions in influencing access to new therapies and also covering unmet medical needs in the near future. As board member of the EHP, I would like to assure you that we are strongly engaged in this advancement of patient care with the help of digitalization, and this issue is for us in a very high priority. And also, I would like to inform you that in our last GA, General Assembly, last June, we adopted the body adopted a relevant position paper on digital health, raising the awareness for patients' empowerment and, of course, for self-management, and all this by prudent use of PED. Also, a tailored session focusing in the method, the opportunities and the challenges while analyzing all real-world data is programmed for our annual courses next month on March, continuing a series of relevant seminars that we have organized in the last 6 years. Also, by adding, I would like to ensure you that we have actively participated in formal relative public consultations, and of course, we definitely support all future consultations and other activities with the common issue by providing our accommodation and our expertise and our knowledge, experience, and probably, of course, our proposals. And however, it's needed to be always in collaborations, of course, with authorities, of course, with other stakeholders, but we are mainly focused. Population is patients. Thank you for that, and my thanks also in the last slides, the next one. Thank you. I'll try to be on time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tespoina, for this presentation. And the last one is Lonneke van den Pol from Netherlands Cancer Institute. This is an institution doing fundamental research. They are also working in chemotherapy, precision oncology, a lot of stuff. Welcome, Lonneke. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. So I'm a cancer epidemiologist and I work in patient-reported outcomes. I work, as was said, at the Netherlands Cancer Registry, and that's hosted by the Netherlands Comprehensive Cancer Organization, which is one of the Darwin EU partners here. And I also work at the Netherlands Cancer Institute here in Amsterdam, where we treat cancer patients and do research. And in both institutes, I lead the patient-reported outcomes research. Next slide, please. So the Netherlands Cancer Registry exists for over 30 years, actually. And since 20 years, we also increasingly collect patient-reported outcomes. And we do that by paper and by online. And it's weird to say, but even in the Netherlands, where 99% of the patients has access to internet at home, still 20 to 30% of patients prefer to complete a paper questionnaire. So we still do that in order to have high quality of representativeness. We link our data also with pharmacy databases. And so we set up the Profiles Registry, patient-reported outcomes, following initial treatment and long-term evaluation of survivorship. It's a mouthful, I realize that, so I will talk about profiles from now on. And we collect quality of life questionnaires following the EORTC quality of life. And EORTC stands for European Organization for Research and Treatment of Cancer. And they also have a specific quality of life subgroup. And I'm heavily involved in that. And we use standardized and internationally validated questionnaires to assess quality of life, which is generic but also cancer specific. And my experience is that patients generally are very much willing to complete questionnaires. It's more difficult to stimulate the healthcare providers to get their patients asking for quality of life questionnaires. As we embed this in the National Cancer Registry, we know who are the participants. So we systematically evaluate who is responding to the questionnaire. So we see who is not. So in generally, we have 70% of participants completing questionnaires, and we know that the 30% who are not completing questionnaires are generally the more frail and elderly patients. We do disseminate our data for free, as most of our studies are funded by Dutch or European foundations. So we disseminate our data for free. And I will give you two short examples of the data value. And one is a study that we've done with a medical oncologist years ago who saw that a lot of his patients with colon cancer who were treated with oxaliplatin were still struggling with neuropathy problems years after diagnosis, after up to 10 years after diagnosis. And we investigated this in our profiles registry, and we indeed observed that 1 in 3 patients had these problems, and that really strongly deteriorated their quality of life. So this was one of the first population-based studies showing this negative impact of oxaliplatin. After that, a few trials came out showing that we could really halve the dosage of oxaliplatin, keeping a good quality of life and having the same survival outcomes. Another example is a study that we've done with a hematological oncologist comparing the impact of R-CHOP 14 versus R-CHOP 21, showing that R-CHOP 21 was a little bit lower in dose, less dose intense, and patients had better quality of life outcomes while their survival outcomes were the same. So that led to an immediate stop of providing R-CHOP 14 in the Netherlands. So that's a nice example, I think. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we're currently also adding a more advanced patient experience data like Fitbit and survivorship symptoms during treatment, and also nutrition intake. And we already observed, and this has been shown also by trials, but we also see this in a population-based setting, that patients who are monitoring their own symptoms have improved outcomes after cancer. So you can also do this in a population-based setting. And with the Fitbit data, we recently done a study, and that's something we've done here in Amsterdam, showing that patients with high anxiety levels or are very much distressed during their immune therapy were responding less well on their immune therapy. So they had lower pathological response and lower outcomes. So we're now monitoring if the Fitbit data gives us additional data on stress and outcomes after immune therapy. So in conclusion, in the past 20 years, I've experienced a slow but very strong increase in the interest of patient-reported outcomes, and from going from a purely sympathetic initiative to a very important initiative, I'm actually quite positive, and I think it's a very good thing that the regulators are now pushing this agenda. And there are hurdles, I know that, but I'm optimistic about the future of including patient experience data in studies and outcomes. So thank you.
Now, Julian, you, I don't know why, but you've kept the best till last, and Ebony Dashel is still to speak, I think, yeah. Julian.
Yeah, you are right, because Ebony doesn't have a presentation. But yeah, I will be nice to give the floor to Ebony, despite she doesn't have a formal presentation. You have the floor, Ebony. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all. Yeah, I just want to thank EMA for the opportunity to share the industry perspective during this important session. I promise not to be too long, but it's my pleasure to represent Europa Bio today and join in this discussion about the value of patient experience data in the context of real-world evidence generation and the importance of these data for regulatory decision-making, commercial success, and patient access in Europe. As everyone has said today, patient experience data is critical for demonstrating the impact of medicines in patients' daily lives. And this is to support regulatory benefit risk assessment and to understand the patient perspective on considerations impacting evaluation of clinical benefit, patient treatment preferences, and benefit risk considerations from their perspective. And while these data have been critical for demonstrating treatment efficacy and clinical benefit within the context of clinical trials, it is increasingly becoming important for these data to help contribute to the knowledge of treatment efficacy and safety in a commercial setting to support continued market authorization, reimbursement decisions, clinical care decisions, and uptake. However, as discussed by our colleagues throughout the session, we recognize challenges to generation of patient experience data in both regulatory and real-world contexts. There can be tremendous variability in data quality and research methodologies used to generate and analyze these data, clinical trials, as well as non-studies. So we do continue to have room to go with ensuring continuity of high quality data generation. And that also means seamlessly linking clinical trial findings to natural history as well as non-interventional studies post-approval. So I do want to say I applaud, efforts of EMA as well as all of our global stakeholders represented today to developing the reflection paper and also to continue global harmonization efforts to help standardize things in patient experience data generation. So in follow-up to the discussion today, I just wanted to highlight briefly the importance of ongoing and future initiatives and some additional considerations to help accelerate progress in adoption of patient experience data as critical evidence. So EMA has done a tremendous job in adopting recommendations summarized from last year's meeting, and we think that the reflection paper content will be an important step in communicating the EMA perspective on what, why, and how patient experience data should be incorporated into the regulatory decision-making process. But to maximize the utility of this paper, industry stakeholders would benefit from paying specific attention to the role of scientific advice and early stakeholder regulatory engagement in data generation and analysis to meet regulatory standards. So while scientific advice, qualification, and multi-stakeholder collaborations have been encouraged for the advancement of patient experience data utility, pathways to engagement are still not quite straightforward always. And if this paper can provide useful detailed expectations and operationalization of early engagement with scientific advice, including an explicit roadmap, for timely engagement, that would be extremely helpful. We also appreciate that the qualification pathway has been encouraged and beneficial to facilitate communication to address measurement challenges. Multi-stakeholder collaboration, consortia, and focus group is also another option toward increasing the robustness of patient experience data. And this goes beyond PROs. I know we've mentioned PROs repeatedly, but as we know, clinical outcome assessments include things beyond just what is patient reported. We have clinician reported, observer reported, performance outcomes, and we're even expanding into digital health technologies and patient preference. So we want to make sure that that is fully captured and encapsulated in any types of reflections that the agency may provide. And, we know that also qualification and multiple stakeholder collaborations can be time consuming, cost intensive, and sometimes they misalign with development timelines with product development. So we want to focus on practical applications of these pathways and explore this cross-functionally. Secondly, as we know, patient experience data is very broad. Data derived from all of the sources that I just mentioned, but each type of quantitative and qualitative patient experience data is actually pretty critical to evaluate the totality of how patients feel, function, and thrive. We do believe that there's utility in providing helpful interpretation of change and stability of disease symptoms and impacts. And these particular tools are reflective of concepts that are very important. So it's critical. And we applaud everyone for all of the effort to try to bring this to the forefront. When thinking about efforts for harmonization, as outlined in the 2020 reflection paper, patient-focused drug development that was proposed by EMA and FDA and endorsed by ICH, and it's also aligned with HMA and EMA data task force. We think that incorporating broad perspectives through patient experience data can truly improve the quality and relevance of safety and efficacy data that will help with drug development. But transparency, potentially for generation of publicly available case studies and access to shared data will help to significantly de-risk the investment industry makes in data generation. And we know in terms of ensuring high quality data, FDA PRO guidance and the PFD guidance series are still serving as the evidentiary roadmap for industry stakeholders and everyone in Europe. But there is benefit for formal guidance documents that can really think about the regional complexity that will inform, patient experience data generation. And one last thing I wanted to say around data generation and analysis standards is it's important, for key decision makers and the task force members think broadly beyond common conditions and adapt considerations for rare diseases. As we know, data from rare disease studies can be limited, and the need for multiple studies can pose challenges in data aggregation and analysis. So it'll be helpful to focus attention on providing clarified advice on how data can be pooled and considered collectively for these studies, and stakeholders would benefit from having shared best practices for data collection and analysis. So just in conclusion, we're pleased with the progress that's been made over the past 2 decades, and especially over the past couple of years, to define patient experience data, elevate patient experience data generation, and to really work to harmonize measurement standards to help govern analyses and also maximize utility of these data. But we think that there would be definite benefit providing recommendations and reflections that will help to increase transparency, to make sure that we have a clear roadmap, and to provide pragmatic approaches through illustrative examples, et cetera, that will help to move the field forward.
Thanks very much,
Thank
Ebony,
you.
for giving the industry perspective. Julian, I propose, and I'm saying this also to Jesper, that we have 5 minutes of Q&A, and we start our lunch break at 1:30 Central European time. If everybody's okay with that, that'll still leave us 45 minutes for lunch. Julian, any sort of summing up reflections before we open the floor?
No, I guess we have a very good overview of what is needed in terms of patient experience data and prompts. The problem we have to solve is super complex. We have the view from the academia, the industry, healthcare professional, patients. My call or my point is that this is super complex, and probably we need to work on simplicity in order to make sure we are doing something that the people can follow and the people can do. But definitely this is critical, because this, from a regulatory point of view, this is a problem that we are facing, and this is a problem that Maria explained that we are facing every month in the COMP for major contribution to patient care, a significant benefit. And I guess, as Bruno and Sabine explained, this is not an issue just for the COMP. Other committees are facing the same problem. From a patient organization, they expressed, the need of having those tools and the support from the EMA. But this is a work that we have to do together: industry, academia, healthcare professional, and patients.
Thanks very much, Julian. Can I just bring in briefly for a comment Juan Garcia, having heard that discussion and the different perspectives, any reflections from your side?
No, thank you very much. I think this has been extremely useful. I think these kind of discussions help in addressing this complexity, because what is clear is that everyone is aligned in the objectives, in the need to integrate more patient experience data. I think the proposals which have been put forward will help, and hopefully in 2 years' time, in 1 year time, we are in a better position. But I think the challenges has been very well identified, and maybe we need to focus on these challenges. I think we used to talk 2 years ago that real-world data had the potential to change the regulatory environment. I think it's currently changing the regulatory environment. And patient experience data is a type of real-world evidence, which is particularly important because it's the one which is bringing the preferences, the experiences from the patients. And I think we have a moral obligation to integrate that in routine work. So, I mean, I agree it's complex with Julian, but maybe we need to focus in a stepwise approach. We need to start defining the value to produce good examples and communicate them properly, increase this transparency, and then little by little foster this transformation, this consistent integration into medicines regulation. I think it's great that we have all the stakeholders on board and aligned in the objectives. And again, I hope in the coming years we are able to report that there are some change.
Thanks very much, Juan. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Jutila, Pain Alliance Europe. When we talk about real-world data and rare diseases, I have to say that chronic pain is a disease which is not definitely rare, but doesn't have any information. And the new ICD-11 is on its way. some countries already has implemented it, but it should be implemented in all European countries. And it has a diseases, and it's quite easy, not quite easy, but it's easy add some questionnaire for patients and get real data from patients, all patients. I mean that now when we collect data, we will get that information from patients which are really keen on doing something and really outspoken people, and then the quiet one are missing. So it's important to have data from all patients, not just the fast one, let's say it this way. So the ICD-11 is one question or one answer when we ask questions of how we get information from all diseases and from all patients. And yeah, I said no. Yeah, that's it.
Thanks very much indeed for the intervention. Colleagues, it is now exactly 1:30. I made lots of notes during that meeting, but I think one of the first things we need to do, and Rosa, you brought this up in your initial presentation, we need to define what we mean, because this is a very broad concept. And the last intervention, Juan's intervention talked about this being about real world data, but actually most patient reported outcomes are collected within clinical trials at the moment. I always give Peter Batman the last word. Don't worry, Peter Batman. I heard the word roadmap, I heard the word good practices, I heard the word guidelines, and these are obviously complementary, they're not the same thing. We heard earlier about findability or discoverability of patient experience data. I heard a key message from Julian about working together. Nice concept of fostering transformation, so enabling this to happen. But I've got a very, very strong feeling that this is a marathon and not a sprint, because we really do. It's going to take quite an effort and quite a coordinated, collaborative effort to firstly define what we mean, to embrace the spectrum of what we mean, and then to look at enabling it and establishing value. And it won't be the same for different types of patient experience data and different use cases. But Peter B, I always like to give you the last word before lunch.
No, I think the last word should be always Peter A. Perhaps I've missed it, but as we are speaking about patient experience outcome and data, how we are dealing with languages. A simple question, but I haven't heard anything, because if I speak to patients, they normally speak in their normal national language. If we are then going for data, who is doing the translation?
Julian, you're going to answer that tricky question because you're a data scientist and a patient representative, and then we will break for lunch. And actually, and then maybe we can also get an yes. Go ahead, Julian.
Well, I can recognize maybe this was an issue in the past, but right now with the new tools using machine translation, mainly this is a problem that we are solving more and more. So yeah, probably in the past it was an issue, but I guess right now with the new tools is less and less a problem. But I guess Begoña raised the hand. Maybe she wants to say something.
Yeah, it's only one comment about a working group that we have in IMPRIMA, in the European Networks of Pediatric Research of EMA, because we identify that language is an issue nowadays in some cases to access to cross-border clinical trials. And in some cases, it's not because the family, I'm speaking about family because I'm speaking about pediatric trials, it's not because the family is not competent in the language of the site where the trial is performed. It's because in some cases these tools are not validated. I think that it's an issue that we have, and I think that it's important the work that we are doing in this working group, because we need some recommendations and guidance to help sponsors and research teams to make more inclusive the clinical studies. And of course, technology is there, but not always is accepted this option, and the same also of human translation. Not always is accepted by the sponsors.
Thank you, Begoña. And this remembered to me that there is a project from the European Commission trying to solve that issue. The context is broader. It's about the increasing the access to clinical trials, but one particular work package is to make sure the information is reaching the patient and the patient can understand, and language is a barrier in most of cases. Yeah.
Lonica, quick intervention, then I'm going to give the last word to Juan Garcia, and that really will be the last word.
All right, thanks.
Okay?
Well, I just wanted to mention that increasingly lots of these PRO questionnaires are developed from scratch in different languages. So and so then they're also culturally adapted, not only from a language perspective, but also from a culture. How do you name a stomach? I think you have 25 names for stomach in German, or not? I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, that's it.
Very good. Listen, thank you for that. So you got an answer to your question. Juan Garcia, please, last brief word from you.
Very, very final last one, but I think I agree among the different challenges, the definition, to have a common understanding by everyone, by all stakeholders, what we mean by patient experience data is one of the key elements. And in practical terms, we would like to address that through the reflection paper we are about to start working on. The reflection paper will be done by all the experts, EU experts that we have identified, and will be discussed also subject to public consultation with all the stakeholders. So we have a good opportunity here to all define what patient experience data is for us. And hopefully this is a good starting point.
Thanks, Juan. So colleagues, we've reached that time of day, which traditionally we call lunchtime.
So welcome back, colleagues. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. And also those online. We still have people here in the room who will be reloading on coffee as they enter the room. That shall be permitted. But we're on to the afternoon session and really looking forward to that. And I'm so delighted here with me to have Kristin Carlsen, who made it with a bit of delay since yesterday, actually, with cancelled flights. Apparently snow in Amsterdam isn't that easy to then do a landing, but now she's here. And Kristin is supporting me in this session. She's also the vice chair of the Methodology Working Party, so really happy in that capacity to have you here as well, Kristin. The session we are going to do now is novel technologies and methods for driving changes in evidence generation in medicines regulation. It's really to explore some of the novel technologies that we can see are on the horizon that will impact EU medicines regulation now, in the future. And really some of them we know we can see right in front of us, like artificial intelligence, large language models, as they are more coming almost everyday language now to talk about these. But also quantum computing, digital twin, and others. Just have a look into what the future could hold in terms of promise on this. And to kick us off, I'm really delighted to have Gabriel Westman with us here today, who's the head of artificial intelligence at the Swedish Medical Products Agency. And Gabriel is a fantastic breed that is not only a medical doctor, but also has taken the kind of effort to learn bioinformatics and data science and then leads on this effort. And he is also here in the capacity of being a member of the Methodology Working Party, the driving author behind our AI reflection paper, but also a good colleague of ours in the Big Data Steering Group. So Gabriel, over to you to talk about the regulatory preparedness on artificial intelligence, the AI work plan.
Yeah, thank you, Jesper. And indeed, it always helps to tell people that you're a medical doctor, but honestly, I think my master's in engineering is currently more helpful. So I'm here today to guide you through the AI preparedness from the regulatory perspective. And this, of course, addresses not only the internal use of this technology, but also how we try to support external stakeholders and, of course, drug developers. Next slide, please. So presenting today is the AI work plan. And it is, I think, not anymore open for open consultation, but has just been finalized, so we can present the final version of it. The work plan is extended up to 2028. It's been developed in collaboration both with the network and with external stakeholders. And we've had discussions, particularly on the 20 to 23rd of November, just a few weeks ago, and will be published early next year. Next slide, please. And I should say that these slides and the presentation of the work plan is credit to, I think, mainly Luis Pinheiro at the EMA and also his colleagues at the EMA. This is just to give you an overview, nicely colored and with 4 swimming lanes. I've told that they're called, but at least main topics. And I will go through these one by one. So I think I will not spend too much time here because the text is really unreadable. Next slide, please. So, starting perhaps closest to heart me, not only being BDST member, but also methodology working party member, is of course the concept or the topic of guidance, policy, and product support. And this, I think, this swimming lane, I think, is in one way quite self-contained and straightforward, and we can plan on what guidance do we need to provide to external stakeholders, what activities will support this, and how do we make sure we have horizon scanning to be aware of what is really happening in the world, because of course change is extremely fast and change will never be this slow again. So trying to realize what can we control, what can we not control, how can we maneuver, how can we communicate what is important to medicine's regulation, and not leaving these technology developments outside of clinical trials or benefit of patients. So the key activities will be the AI reflection paper. It's still open for public consultation. I've been the lead author for that, and we are very much interested in hearing in how this is perceived, if it is clear enough. Of course, this is not the final communication on AI from the network, but rather a first step into creating formal guidance. Will also have different bearing on the regulatory system. But still, it's open for public consultation. We will take all comments and try to finalize it early next year, and then move on to clinical guidance, both in clinical development and pharmacovigilance, as currently is planned. Of course, we have the AI Act. We don't know fully how it will be worded and when it will be open, but we need to, of course, prepare for it. And of course, also, as I said, observe what is happening externally. Next slide, please. Now, the following three topics of swimming lanes, I think, are quite intermingled, but this is one way of structuring and making clear and communicating on how we see these things. And I think in terms of tools and technology, there is a need and already a process in trying to enable AI support, especially in NLP, to support regulatory activities. Because of course, we aim not to have humans reading, summarizing, doing things that currently can be done by language models, but rather focusing regulatory expertise on making the key decisions for moving the processes further ahead. So, of course, we will roll out tools built not only at EMA, but also, I think, at different NCAs, and find out how we can share them, not to reinvent the wheel to many places at the same time. See how we can use LLMs and chatbots in a safe and consistent manner, not to create any biases coming from commercial sites and so on. And of course, also make sure we have a network that is able to analyze data and enable use of tools. And have a policy for the network on how to interact with these. Next slide, please. Moving on to collaboration and change management. I mean, of course, there's need for upskilling. I think everyone has this need. And of course, it's also a question of what should we do and what should we just let the secular trends in changes in university educations because there are so many things happening. So of course we need to be careful not to embark on something that someone else will do much quicker or much better just in an open course or something like that. But we do believe there is a need for specific upskilling related to data science applied to the regulatory field, and are developing a curriculum and the first learning materials from that, and have a rollout from year to year. And then, of course, also keep workshops to contain this information. Next slide, please. Moving on to experimentation. Of course, this is a very important area, although I must also say that there is also a need to really move away onward from experimentation into real deployment, minimal viable products, getting things done, because it's only when you really try to reach the end of the swim lane, or whatever you call it, that you know what is working, and then you need to reiterate that. And those concerned with software development know very well that you might have an idea of what is useful, but once you do deliver it, you learn a lot about what your stakeholders or what your users really want. And perhaps the users also understand what they really want. So keeping that sort of iterative part of it and trying to share knowledge and have experimentation being beneficial to the full network and also to external stakeholders and patients, of course. I think to have activities supporting this will be not only in AI research roadmap, but also meetings, call them hackathons or wherever, technical deep dives, where we do share practical knowledge within the network. And if you move to the next slide, please, you can also see some things that is available in the network, moving from some things or ranging from some things that are still early ideas to some things that are actually currently put in deployment and used in regulatory practice. And you can see many experiments, most of them concerning natural language processing, of course, because to be honest, most of what we receive in the network and what we communicate is in written English. And of course, AI technologies focusing on natural language processing is really core to this. Next slide, please. So to this slide, I think someone else should probably speak to, but the way I read it, if you are interested, there are chances to subscribe for the regular newsletter to try to keep up to pace with what the European network is doing on these topics. Next slide, please. And with that, I stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. I just wanted people to also appreciate that the work plan we've shared is still in draft. That's why it says draft across. So please keep it in this closed form for yourself for now. It will be approved in close to the form you're looking at, hopefully later in December. It was approved by the HMA last Friday. So it's in good direction of being our work plan for the next 4 years in the network. Now, the session we're going to do here today is trying a little bit of new ground here, that we've actually prepped 3 panelists with the content you just saw prior to the meeting, so they could prepare some reactions. So I actually have the pleasure to, within the following 10 minutes, to allow the floor to both a patient representative, a healthcare professional, and an industry SME representative as well. And we will give them roughly 3 minutes each. That's what they've been told they can have, so we'll try to see whether we can stick to that. But we'll start out with Angela Bradshaw from Alzheimer's Europe. And Angela has quite a range of experience within her field, with especially the Alzheimer's Europe consortium, which is 41 members from 37 countries across Europe. So I think that really echoes a lot of patient experiences that we are bringing to the views here. So Angela, over to you to start us off with your kind of front row view on this.
Thanks very much, Jesper, and thank you very much to the colleagues for giving us the opportunity to contribute to this session from Luxembourg, in my case, where it's very snowy indeed. So Gabriel's presentation was really interesting because it places artificial intelligence and new technologies at the heart of some of the developments that are coming over the years to come. And from our work with our stakeholders, and I would think that this would resonate with many patient organizations and healthcare professional organizations, trust with artificial intelligence really is crucial. And what I was really happy to see in the work plan that was presented were tools and processes to embed and build trust in that work plan. Clearly, there's space for experimentation and the development of technical infrastructures, but where I see a lot of added value are in the points around guidance, policy, collaboration, and change management. And it was also very reassuring to see that all of this work is being done in the spirit of integration with large pieces of EU legislation, such as the Artificial Intelligence Act. As a member of the Patients and Consumers Working Party and as an umbrella organisation, we feel that stakeholder engagement and meaningful patient involvement is crucial. So it was very encouraging to see as call-outs, public workshops, consultations across all different stakeholder groups to build the trust that is needed to embed AI technologies in all facets of society. So all I can do really is congratulate Gabriel on a fantastic presentation and wish colleagues all the best of luck in bringing this work plan to reality over the coming years.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you for that intervention and your views on that. Obviously, we take any praise like that with a lot of thanks. The next perspective that we're going to call in here as the healthcare professional. And to that, we'll have Rosa Giuliani, who is the co-chair of the HCP Working Party, so the Healthcare Professional Working Party. But she also has a vast experience from the European Policy Committee and also with a background on breast cancer, the side reference group, the SRG, and she comes with decades of experiences within the field. Rosa, your perspective as a healthcare professional, please.
I mean, decades of experience sounds really bad because it makes me older than I am, but thank you in any case.
No, actually, that's okay. You know, good training data foundation really is foundational for artificial intelligence as well, right?
So, of course, the community, the oncology community, and more in general, the healthcare professional community is really interested in the discussion that is unfolding about the implementation of artificial intelligence. There is also a great hope because it's really clear that what is needed is to have the background of strong guidance, robust guidance, because of course you may convince me as a clinician in terms, for instance, I will give an example of drug discovery led by artificial intelligence. But then I think that there is a wider discussion, and we have the sense of this discussion already from this morning intervention about having on board and having aligned different stakeholders. So it's very important to unfold the discussion in a way that not only healthcare professionals are involved, but also everybody needs to be sure what is coming later in terms of policy, regulation, and implementation of the methods that will be developed by the with the help of artificial intelligence. And this is something that I will possibly repeat even with respect with subsequent presentation and with following presentation, and that has been already mentioned maybe this morning, hinted this morning about I see new technology and implementation of artificial intelligence as a way to, for instance, take care of the inequalities that we are experiencing in the European Union and not only in the European Union. And so I have the hope that new methodologies can help us to reduce these inequalities rather than make them wider. So in terms of collecting data and developing, the trials with new system and so on, we need to take into account that we should avoid to have always the same registries, always from the same area, involving always the usual suspect. And this is my hope for new methodology in helping us to be proactive in this direction.
Fantastic as a tool to deal with inequality. Thank you, Rosa. Next in line from our kind of front row perspective here, Ebony Dashiell Aya, who we heard from earlier today, but she also comes in this meeting for this session with a capacity of in-depth knowledge about clinical outcome assessment, design and implementation. She also comes with having worked at the Office for New Drugs at the US FDA, but right now she is involved in developing patient-centered outcome science. So, Ebony, over to you, please.
So I'm very, very privileged to be able to speak with you guys today from this side. Still linking back to the topic that we talked about earlier about generation of patient experience data and using digital health technologies in order to better, increase patient access as well as to increase the integrity and efficiency of data collection within clinical trials as well as within non-interventional studies. And I wanted to take the time to speak from the industry perspective around, technology and the use of technology to, again, broaden patient access. We believe that technology can truly increase our reach to underserved populations. We can, as our panelists just mentioned, make sure that we are increasing equity and the potential for representative samples and data, as well as increasing efficiency in measuring what matters most, using technologies such as AI to be able to aggregate key things that can be the basis of our research to enhance our technological development and validation, I think is a new opportunity in this area. We also think that, digital health technology in general can help to reduce the overall burden on patients as well as sites as we think about clinical trial data collection, also non-interventional study data collection, allowing for us to potentially, improve cost and efficiencies that will ultimately lead to better data in the end. And I think, one point that I wanted to bring up is around, technology being used as complementary to traditional assessments and not replacing the traditional ways in which we collect data. Thinking about AI and thinking about how to identify what's most important to measure, aggregating data using internet sources, electronic data that is generated through medical records, that can all be helpful, but it doesn't replace speaking to the patients. It also doesn't replace clinical outcome assessments or other areas that we would be able to traditionally assess the patient experience. While technology is a good enhancer, we need to continue to evolve our understanding of ethical practices to allow for, proper representation of the patient voice, and making sure that there's never a time where we're using these types of platforms to replace actually speaking with the patients themselves. I think, there is great promise, of course, but there needs to be increased regulation. And as our colleagues mentioned, increasing policies, increasing guidances, helping create transparency, just like we're trying to do that broadly for patient experience data. This area in particular, there is increased importance for global harmonization of standards, as well as cross-functional and multi-stakeholder engagement with regulators, as well as with other scientists to drive the field forward. But I ultimately think that, the effort that we're embarking on and what's been highlighted today is definitely a step forward to be innovative and to think outside of the box, because I think, the way in which we've been collecting data in the past may not be the most efficient for the future. And we need to think about how technology can be appropriately integrated so that we can enhance the data that we are collecting rather than, replacing traditional methods that we use.
Thank you, Ebony. And anyone else in the room who may have a pressing question, I would just like you to note it down and take it towards the end, because we do actually have a little bit of time for discussions towards the end, but we just want to go through these topics by the method you've just experienced. But we will also allow the presenter just to give a single remark back if there was anything in the front row comments that gave the reason for that. I can see Gabriel, please, for a brief remark.
Yes, thank you for the comments for all three of you. And I think these times are really exciting, and I think the equality perspective is really important. And these technologies do have some strange polarizing behaviors in the fact that the level of technology and the economic financial resources and what you need to really develop AI speaks to that this being a big player's game, while the enabling and the use of these technologies at deployment really moves towards sharing for free and making available for patients, developers, or consumers all over the world. So it's really a two-faced story here, where I think we really need to be careful in making sure that the development phase requiring a lot of resources doesn't polarize the world or stakeholders or investors in that the technology is made in one place and used in another, which might have democracy issues. So the debate has to be ongoing from technical specialists to those really knowing the domain. And I think there needs to be more resources into really seeing how we can govern this without over-regulating, with really making sure that guidance enables the use of technologies, of course, in a trustworthy and ethical way, but that we don't put in too much hindrance and being too conservative, because there's a lot of benefit ultimately for patients in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel. Sounds like there's somewhat a consensus here about ethical issues, about inequality, the tools to actually remove some of that to create equality, and then ultimately that we should be looking at the resources, and it's a human in a loop that can basically be more efficient if we do it the right way. So Kristen, please.
Yes, with that, I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is Albert Werner, who is a associate professor at the University of Copenhagen, and he focuses on quantum theory and quantum algorithms and quantum software, and with a special interest for quantum simulation and quantum learning theory. So I'm very happy to introduce your topic, quantum computing, a game-changing approach for drug development. It seems very interesting. So with that, I leave over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy about the opportunity to speak here about a field that maybe does not yet come with a clear timeline when it will be 100% relevant in industry. But it's very dynamic and hardware is like developed very fast. So it could be just around the corner, but I come to that later on. Maybe we can go to the next slide. So why are you listening to me? In addition to that, I'm working in quantum computing, is that I'm part of a research center at the University of Copenhagen that's called Quantum for Life. And our goal is to demonstrate actually the viability of quantum computing to the life sciences. That we do in the full range, so starting from the chemistry side and the bioinformatics side over to quantum software, but also with a new kind of hardware platform that is developed at the Niels Bohr Institute together with us and the practitioners and stakeholders to see that we can like demonstrate some algorithmic use of this kind of platform. Can we move on? And so here is the plan for the next 9 minutes. I'm going to use, well, probably more 4 slides to actually talk about what quantum computing is and why it might offer a computational advantage and in which form, and then narrow down on what we call quantum simulation, which is the most relevant part for drug development, at least from the outset. And then I finish with some comments on how we actually could apply or envision to apply this in the drug development field. Can we move on? Thanks. So why should you care? As I said, the field is very dynamic, and these kind of quantum technologies and quantum information processing is at the brink of becoming technology. There are a lot of players, both from the business side, but of course also publicly. There's a lot of investment, also in particular in the European Union, but also in the member states. And we can really see that this is pushing the hardware and also the theory side to new levels. Next slide, please. So what is a quantum computer? For us, it's just a device that utilizes the laws of quantum mechanics for information processing. And it has the potential to solve certain problems much, much faster, actually exponentially faster than on a classical computer. And these, though I've listed some quantum algorithms here. So one is this Shor's algorithm for factoring that some people might have heard. That's the one that breaks RSA. So it endangers security of the internet in some way. But there are also more practical application, or maybe more beneficial applications, you could say, that is around like solving linear equations, doing optimization faster. There are some big data machine learning applications, and then there's quantum simulation, which I'll describe a little bit in detail later on. Next slide, please. So here is quantum, oh, those are the others, fine. So here, just to compare quantum versus a classical computer, so the basic unit of information in a classical computer that you've probably seen before is the bit. So we have dichotomic values. The state of the system can either be 0, 1. But on a quantum computer, we have the qubit as the most basic unit of information where we store data and operate on data. And it's still 2 states, 0 and 1. They come in these funny brackets there to indicate that those are quantum states. But in comparison to the classical case, they can be also in superposition of these two values. Meaning, and I listed some here, so we can produce in the lab, so in the computer, we can produce something which we call 0 plus 1, 0 minus 1, or even 0 plus an imaginary number plus 1. This system will be in two states at the same time, and only at the point where we query the system and ask it, which state are you in, will it reveal one of the two classical answers. So if you want to have a picture for this, then you can look in the upper part. So to the left, we have these two possibilities, 0 and 1. But in the quantum case, we have like this whole Bloch ball, we call it. So this two-dimensional sphere of possible states. So a quantum computer already at this very basic level of the single, or like the basic unit of information, is already much more expressive than our classical computer. If we can go to the next slide, please. And this actually continues if we look at larger and larger systems. So we have this exponential growth in complexity. So as we just saw, if we have a single qubit, we have a superposition of the two classical bit values 0 and 1. If you have two qubits, we have a superposition of 4 possible bit values. So 2 bits can be in 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. You get the superposition, so we already have 4 free parameters. If you go to 3 qubits, this goes to 8 free parameters. And if you have n qubits in our systems, we actually can like produce a superposition of exponentially, namely 2 to the n classical states of a classical computer. So to the right here, you can see how the number of free parameters grows. And this is good for computations, but it's also like challenging if you want to do a classical simulation of these kind of systems. Because if you want to do a classical simulations, we first of all have to write down all these parameters in our system. So that makes it very hard on the classical side. But here we use it as an advantage and use this like large state space in order to speed up computations. That's the basic idea behind quantum computation. Next slide, please. Okay, sorry, that was the wrong slide deck, but fine. But that's completely fine. So another use. So I promise this is the only equation in the whole presentation, but I more use it as like an iconic picture of the Schrödinger equation here, and it tells you how quantum systems evolve in time. So as I just said, we have this problem of exponential complexity. So already back in the 80s, Richard Feynman said then, well, it's completely clear, it's stupid to simulate a quantum system on a classical computer. It just does not fit. I mean, you're not using the correct tool. So if you have a question about a quantum system, you want to look at the docking at molecules, you want to say something about the dynamics of DNA, about how cells evolve in time on the molecular level, you should do these kind of computations not on a classical machine, but you should have a quantum simulator. So another quantum system that you control very well, that you have very much experimental control over, where you can tune the parameters, and then you build a model in this other quantum system where you then can ask your questions about the system. That's the idea of a quantum simulator, and this will allow you to like move around this exponential complexity that we just saw, and that is somehow the stopping point for classical simulation at some point. But nature can just do it. It does it every day, it does it every second, and that's what we're going to use here in order to get better simulation procedures. Next slide, please. And here you see this in action. So we start from the biological system, we identify certain protein that we want to learn about, then this is encoded in the Hamiltonian, and then there are different ways we might actually implement the simulation. If we already had like a full working error-corrected quantum computer, we could do a digital simulation, but this lies like very far in the future these days. But we have this intermediate regime where we just use a quantum system that is already in the laboratory, which might like move or has a time evolution or properties that are analog to the system of interest, and then we can extract information about the system, at least qualitatively, already at a much earlier stage. Next slide, please. So how does it tie in, or how do we envision that this ties in with drug discovery? It's in the initial phase, where you actually work on the molecular level. You want to identify potential candidates for new drugs. You need to screen a lot of compounds. You have to optimize the configuration of these compounds later on in order to get to the clinical phase, you could say. And there we provide a new tool for the simulation, that you do not have to synthesize everything in wet chemistry, you could say, but you get a much larger simulation capability. I listed some recent reviews. They all have the potential in the title or perspective, and that tells you already that we are not there yet. So the hardware side is still to be developed fully, so that we reach a regime where we can do a simulation that you could not follow on a classical computer. We can do this for certain systems, but not yet on the molecular side. But we're getting there. Next slide, please. And here's just like one more specific example how this could work. So we start from a problem, chemical problem, docking of some molecule. We would develop a model Hamiltonian, so a description that models the problem. And then the goal would be to find a minimal energy state. That could be a folding of a protein, for example. And now we would run an optimization algorithm on a classical computer, but this classical computer can now query a quantum simulator. So we would start with some trial parameters, send them to the quantum simulator, quantum system is prepared, the energy is measured, fed back into the classical computer, that would update the trial parameters, and then we would run this several optimization cycles until you get a good solution of the actual minimal energy state that you would like for your drug model, for example. Next slide, please. It's an interdisciplinary challenge. So we need stakeholders to talk to us so we can identify the important problems. Because once a quantum simulator is there, we also want to be ready with the required quantum algorithms to address these kind of problems. And what I'd like to stress is that you can't have one without the other. So we need the hardware to run the simulation, but on the other hand, we also need the software, because your quantum computer will not be able to run your classical algorithm. We need to develop new methods that are tailor-made for the actual problems that are out there and that we want to solve. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this exciting new technology for us to explore. And I spent a large part of my PhD doing clinical trial simulations, so I can definitely understand the need for speeding up things, but also I can have an understanding for the complexities that it will introduce. Very, very interesting. So I'll leave over to our panel now, and I'll take the reverse order. So I'll let Ebony start.
Hello. I think, this particular quantum computing strategy definitely provides some promise. We understand that this could help one day solve very complex healthcare problems from early research, but also when we're thinking about healthcare supply chain, there's been a lot of talk around how quantum computing can truly help with increasing efficiency, increasing accuracy, sensitivity, and specificity within the clinical trial context. But as we mentioned, AI, there are some challenges ahead. We know that there is great benefit to research across industries, but There's also security challenges that we have to surmount. We know that eventually, quantum computers can be so effective that we're worried about, breaking current encryption or, leading to cyber attacks. And what does that mean for integrity of drug discovery and making sure that these aren't compromised prematurely? I think from an industry perspective, that's a major concern. But in general, we think just as with any other technology, this is complementary to our current method for drug discovery. I think, there's great promise, specifically in rare disease drug development, where, the speed at which we're able to advance, drug discovery may be hampered by, small sample sizes or, some, unknowns about pathophysiology of disease and specific molecules and mechanisms of action. So something like this could really be beneficial to speed recovery, which ultimately increases access for patients in the end. If you're able to screen drug candidates and assets at the molecular level through simulation, you save a lot of time, to be able to move forward with candidates and make them more successful. So I would say that while, there's great promise, there's also some areas where what we've acknowledged, there's additional development that we have to explore before we can move forward to adoption.
Thank you very much, Ebony. And we'll go over to the healthcare professional representative, Rosa, for your comment. Thank you.
So first of all, let me reassure Albert, even if you're very honest, because as an humble oncologist, I could have never, guessed that there was a wrong slide or a wrong order on the slides. Okay, so thanks a lot. A very interesting presentation, and I actually want to take the opportunity to state that drug development or any intervention development for both for healthy individuals and patients with health with diseases, with not only in the oncology field, is far from being perfect. Okay, so the system that we have so far is far from being perfect. So I'm really happy that new technologies and new ways to test drugs in a safe way for patients are coming to help us. And when I'm saying so, I was taking some notes during your presentation. For instance, we really haven't done a great job so far in terms of exploring drug combination or interaction of drugs with drugs that again, individuals, patients are already on. For instance, I'm thinking of elderly patients or patients on a polypharmacy. And I think that this type of technologies, at least this is what I hope, can actually help us in figuring in advance what can happen. We haven't, I read in the editorial of many decades ago, this time is real, that is many decades ago, that basically the reason why we are giving, for instance, certain drugs on a weekly basis is because clinicians are on clinic on a weekly basis. So we are not basically understanding and respecting the biology of cells, and specifically cancer cells. And also I understand the comment from industry about, what we just heard, but I'm also hope that this type of system will help us in a safe, but in a protected, but in a greater level of collaboration between different stakeholders and between different industries. We are talking of combination of treatment for many diseases. So it is time that, particularly with the help of new technologies, we figured out the way of truly promoting the best treatment. Even this may cost, may or demand actually, may cost a major effort. And I mentioned the word cost, which is not the purpose of our discussion today, and I want to go in that domain, but I also hope, because cost is becoming a priority, and let's say sustainability for any health system in providing the best level of care, I hope that by investing upfront we may control the the wasting money and time and streamline drug development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosa. And last but not least, Angela.
Thank you very much. First of all, I completely agree with what Rosa and Ebony just said. And I thought in my response to this presentation, I might take a slightly different tack. So first of all, Albert, thank you very much for a good presentation. I have to say that reading the slides, I don't think I would have understood it half as well as I do now after your presentation, despite the fact that I have read Feynman's book, 6 Easy Pieces. But thank you for demystifying quantum computing to a certain extent. And I think this is the tack I'm going to take from the patient perspective. So what you spoke about for the last 10 minutes, it's a reality for research, but to a lot of people, to a majority of patients certainly, and many people in the general public, it's still science fiction. But it won't remain science fiction for long. These developments are important and they will be embedded in society before long. And I think it's very important to bring people along on the journey. The European Union does a great job of trying to assess levels of digital literacy, for example. And recent figures from 2021 really emphasize the gradient of digital literacy across the European Union. And in terms of actual figures, levels of basic digital literacy skills in the 16 to 74 age group range from around 40% in some countries all the way up to 60 or 70%. And I think we need to be mindful of these types of figures. And as an organization that represents people who tend to be a little bit older, I would really emphasize the fact that they looked at 16 to 74-year-olds. Digital inclusion is crucial when we're talking about things like AI, things like quantum computing. And if we want to enhance digital inclusion and address digital literacy, we need to be very careful about the terminology we use, the language we use, and the way we frame these advances in research so that people really can feel involved and included and understand the huge potential that these innovations represent for society. The ultimate beneficiaries of research, and in some cases, in a lot of cases, the funders of research when funding comes from the European Union and taxpayer-funded initiatives. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Albert, and I look forward to the next presentation. This is fun.
Thank you, Angela. Albert, or do you want to respond to any of the comments?
Yeah, thank you very much for the feedback. I totally agree with the points that have been raised. I mean, it's important to talk to all the stakeholders and also take into account the risks that are involved in the new technology. It's actually something we're already is kind of actively promoting in Copenhagen, in the sense that we have a quantum hub initiative that reaches out to the other disciplines, in particular also to law and the social sciences, to address this question on how is this going to influence society, in addition to just the sciences, you could say. But we are open to contact, so if you're interested, please reach out to us. We would be very interested to get the stakeholder feedback and input at any stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again. And with that, I think we move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Christian. So next is a topic that is probably a little bit closer to now, but advances in digital technologies to enable collection of patient experience data. So coming out of the session we had earlier, and I basically handed back to one of the chairs from there, Julian Isla, who is also a member of the COMP, but has a background as software engineer in Microsoft and founder of the European Dravet Syndrome Federation. So I think Julian is very well positioned to talk about these topics. Very much looking forward to your presentation, Julian.
Thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to participate right now, like a panelist. Well, I'm going to present to you very quickly and finish the loop that Maria started in the previous session with an idea that we had some months ago, and today is the first day where we are going to present that idea. So we are still collecting feedback, so we're happy to collect your feedback as well. The problem is about the issues collecting prompts, bets, patient preference, and looking for patient engagement, because all the methodology we discuss and all the process usually is very complex. And for large established organizations or patient organizations like Duchenne organization or cystic fibrosis or this big organization, maybe they have the capabilities and process to do it, but for other medium and small organizations, it's very difficult. So we are proposing this process, which is with a tool as well, and we are going to start to pilot this process to check if this can be a successful way of collecting data. Next slide, please. Yeah, the tool, as Maria already presented, is called Collaborator and is an initiative from Eurordis. And the idea is to use this tool to explore how we can collect data in a much more straightforward way and much more faster way. Our focus right now is collecting major contribution to patient care, which is an instrument we have in regulation, mainly for the measure of significant benefit, which is very important in our committee for orphan drugs. So we are starting with this. But the beauty of this is that the methodology and the process can be used for any other input from patients. Next slide, please. This is the process that Maria already presented, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time right here. Just to explain that this is something initiated by Eurordis. Eurordis will ask the patient organizations to use the tool. The tool is using AI, but in a very simple way. AI is being used to collect automatically or generate automatically, because it's using a large language model to generate the list of potential major contribution to patient care items that the artificial intelligence realize that this is important for the patient organization. And then this list goes to the patient organization, and the patient organization can order, sorter, add, change, complete, delete, whatever, in order to produce a final list of items. Next slide, please. This will be the start of the process, where Eurordis is having in mind that Eurordis has most of the contacts of the patient organizations in Europe. Eurordis will send an email to the patient organization asking to participate. The mail will go to one person, the representative of this patient organization. Next slide, please. When the patient organization representative goes to the platform, there is a process to validate the email to make sure this person is this person and not other, and we protect data quality. Next slide, please. And this is the key. Right now, the AI automatically generates this list of items, and we are asking to the patient organization, please order this list, and if they are facing or they are missing something, or they want to change the wording, or they want to do something in particular, they can do it as well. In the next slide, please. And you will see there is a feature already in order to edit the element or add a new one, or delete a new one if the AI miss the generation of the potential major contribution to patient care items. Next slide, please. And the final step is just publish this work. The list of curated major contribution to patient care items will be available in the tool for consultation. And we are also exploring the possibility of sharing the data using an unstructured format in order that people can use this information from an API, from another tool, or from using a programming interface. Next, please. I guess this is all. The benefits is the process is simple. The AI right here is the facilitator. It's not a super complex model doing something super difficult that we are not able to control. No, the AI is just suggesting the list of items, and there is always human supervision. I mean, the patient organization will review this list, and they will say if this makes sense or not. We will run the pilot for 3 months to collect feedback, and especially in usability and accuracy of the answers. And if the project is if the pilot is successful, we will think how to move into the next level. And the beauty of this is the project is simple, so the tool is already developed, and we'll be able to pilot this and do the experiment as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julian. And I'll follow Kristen's example and try to stir up our panel by calling out someone who is in the middle of everything. Rosa, please, if you could get us started.
So I'm really grateful for this presentation because basically it's a very long time and I think it's a genuine feeling from everybody, it's a genuine sentiment. We are discussing how to have patient-centered drug development, how to effectively monitor even once drugs, intervention, whatever devices are have already been granted with the marketing authorization, how to be sure that they are safe and so on. But as a matter of fact, so far we didn't really, let's say, achieve this promise, because basically if I think of the field where I'm more active, which is the oncology field, I cannot remember, for instance, a drug that has been developed, that has received a marketing authorization based on patient reported outcomes. Is always, are always other parameters. And I think I'm hopeful that with system like that, that one that was presented, also what we heard before, we will be in the position of understanding if what we do is actually improving, is actually making better life for patients and individuals. And this is really my hope. Then the second example the second side that I liked of the presentation is that this is a pragmatic proof of collaboration between a regulatory body and patients. And I think that this is extremely relevant. And of course may represent the core collaboration that can be then maybe extended, that can involve other stakeholders. But I think that this is critical for showing that actually the collaborating between different stakeholders pays off. And how Julian and Maria, they put it, it's very simple. I think that there is a lot of work behind, but it means that that what we predicated for a very long time and what we want, which is putting patient and individual at the core of our drug development, can actually work. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. Next, Ebony, if I could ask you.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
I think this is definitely a breath of fresh air to talk through how can we move the field forward in terms of measurement science, specifically around assessing patient input to evaluate clinical benefit via the patient experience within clinical trials as well as non-interventional studies. I think there's tremendous value in understanding how can we increase efficiency. I think that's been the broader theme around integrating technology into the drug development and drug discovery process, specifically around clinical outcome assessment implementation within clinical trials. There's been longstanding criticism around how long it takes, from the industry perspective, to develop novel instruments, to modify instruments, or to generate data to support the validity and reliability of for-purpose measures within the context of clinical trials. And from an industry perspective, we get a lot of headwinds, related to the misalignment of the timelines it takes to develop tools that reflect the patient experience and what we can predict will be sensitive within the context of a limited clinical trial duration. So, there is definitely benefit to AI and other technologies to better understand, more what are the most relevant concepts, patients, to facilitate that partnership between industry as well as instrument developers and the patient community to refine things. But as I mentioned before, I think as we move toward incorporating technology, it's important for us to think of it as complementary to traditional methods. Because as I think of sequencing, it's important to not overstep the process of concept elicitation and cognitive debriefing with the patient community. I think, AI could be used to enhance that process, but again, I think it's complementary rather than replacing it. And, I do think that the use of AI language processing could be quite beneficial. Perhaps it can be an offshoot of a smaller scale study that is traditionally conducted, from the patient groups, and then using that as a second step to enhance things, to allow for editing and refining items, that can be used in a measure that's sensitive. But ultimately, there's definitely promise. It's more of understanding how best to incorporate this along with the traditional methods. And I also think that there's room for understanding the regulatory perspective on exactly what is acceptable methodological steps for incorporation of this AI technology for item generation as well as simulation when we're thinking about the data analysis. And I specifically am bringing up, rare disease drug development, where you do have limited data to even make sense of it, and understand and interpret clinical benefit. How best can we use AI to refine, legacy instruments in order for us to be able to increase sensitivity within smaller sample sizes? So this is definitely great progress, and I look forward to seeing what's to come in the coming year.
Thank you, Ebony. So in this round, last one, patient voice obviously must be very important here. So Angela, do you support it like we've heard the two other speakers or panelists?
Thanks, Jesper. I think it would be a very big surprise if I said no. So I'm not going to say no. I think this is a fantastic tool. And really what struck me is that it provides an accessible route for meaningful involvement of patients or patient representatives at this point, and maybe that's something specific that I'll come back to a bit later on. I mean, as a patient organisation, our role really is to give people in Alzheimer's Europe, give people with dementia, or people affected by dementia, a voice on stages such as these, and having tools such as these that can help shape the development of outcome measures, experience measures that are important for patients. I think I can only congratulate Eurodis and colleagues, Julian and colleagues, for having the idea and then actually developing it, because it's incredibly important. And I'll just provide a real world example of this. So we were part of a project funded by the EMA a few years back that was looking at outcome measures for Alzheimer's disease. And there was some work done, stakeholder engagement work, surveys, looking at the views of healthcare professionals, carers, and people with dementia. And it probably comes as no surprise, but the outcome measures that were valued, and these are cognitive, executive function, activities of daily living, that were valued by the three different stakeholder groups, did not overlap. And this should not come as a surprise to this community, but the degree of lack of overlap was rather surprising, and particular when we looked at the results from people with dementia and their caregivers. And I think that really just shows into stark relief the importance of having tools for individuals, representatives to participate and highlight what their needs are. This enables inclusion, it promotes diversity. So, to that end, I can only congratulate, as I said, Eurodis for developing this. And I think if I can, I might finish with a call to action, because these tools only benefit the communities they are intended to benefit if they are used in practice. So my call to action would be for the drug developers, regulators, payers to consider tools such as these and use them to enter into conversation with the ultimate beneficiaries of the drugs and technologies that you're developing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angela, and also by providing the example that you gave here, the importance, and also that the evaluation of this did actually not overlap between the different stakeholders. That's thought-provoking, actually, in this case. Julian, any of the front row comments you heard here today that gives a thought, an idea, a reaction from you, please?
Yes, thank you. Angela already highlighted something that probably will be the next step, which is to generate personalized preferences. You know, I mean, right now we are considering prompts like a general entity covering everything for a particular condition, but I don't think one size fits all. I guess in the future, we'll have to move into a much more, in the same way that we have personalized medicine, probably we will have personalized preferences. And we have to, you know, move into this scenario more and more and make sure the speciality is captured as well in our tools. And thank you very much, Angela, and thank you so much for the feedback.
Thank you, Julian, and all the panelists. And with that, we move over to the last presentation in this session, unfortunately. But not the least, a very interesting back to simulation topic. The presentation is called Use of External Data to Accelerate Evidence Generation, Digital Twins and External Controls. And our presenter is Professor Holger Fröhlich, who is the head of the AI and Data Science Group at the Department of Bioinformatics at the Fraunhofer Institute of Algorithms and Scientific Computing in St. Augustine. Holger's focus is on the development of machine learning algorithms for applications in precision medicine, early drug discovery, and systems medicine, and in particular focus on neurodegenerative disorders. And Holger is involved in many international consortia, which highlights the large interest in this topic at the moment. So with that, Holger, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction. And of course, thank you very much for having me today here. So in fact here, so the context of this presentation here, external data to accelerate evidence generation, is also a bit a new project where we are involved called Real4Reg, so which has the topic to evaluate the possibility of using actual real-world data for supporting decision-making of regulators. So, and if you move on to the next slide, please. So maybe before I get more deeply into the topic, let me start by trying to answer the more general questions of what are actually external controls, and associated with that, what are actually digital twins. Yeah? So to try to explain this a little bit, I took here some figures from a nice review paper that was published in the meantime almost 3 years ago by Torland and co-authors in clinical epidemiology. And where you can, in the top figure here, nicely see, in essence, the idea behind, first of all, an external control, right? So have on one hand a real trial, and which a certain treatment has been administered, but then the idea is indeed that you use certain properties of patients that have been recruited in real trial, so based on their selection criteria, for example, and then construct with the help of so-called propensity scoring methods, so for example, propensity weighting approaches. You go into real-world data. So, for example, large-scale claims databases are one possible source for that. And you try to, in essence, select certain patients that match certain characteristics, statistically at least, of those patients in the actual trial. And that allows you then to construct a synthetic control, actually, for the original patients in the trial. And hence to compare also this synthetic control arm then against the real treated patients. So now, in essence, going digital twins in this context go even a step further. And first of all, a digital twin is a digital model that has really the intent to mimic really or serve as a counterpart, actually, or in ideal case, even indistinguishable of a real physical entity. And I just copied here for your reference here the definition from Wikipedia. So, and important aspects actually of a digital twin are here underlined, which are simulation, integration, testing, and monitoring and maintenance. So also this digital twin concept can in theory be applied to now patient data. So what does it mean? It means in essence that you have data, external data from patients. And now there is conceptually at first place a certain engine, a certain simulation engine. So that allows you now to simulate possibly in any wanted quantity, patients of a particular type. So for example, here in this figure here, so this is nicely visualized by the color that these different patient subgroups in external real-world data, so for example, claims data have. Then there's a simulation engine, and that would allow you then to, for example, simulate many more of these grayish subgroups, this red, this yellow, etc. And even more so, a possibly counterfactual intervention might be able to be simulated and then accordingly also compared to against a control. So this is the idea, first of all, conceptually. So key concept is simulation. But of course, the key question then coming up immediately is, okay, but how could this be realized? I mean, patients are, of course, incredibly complex. And specifically when we think about trials and drugs effects, then of course there is a variety of different effects that might kind of modulate the effect of a drug. So therefore, really the question is how to simulate the patients in a half-way realistic manner. So if you go now to the next slide. So there's actually different ways how to think about this. And one way to do this is indeed with the help of that a model can actually be learned at first place from real-world data, so a real-world cohort that's selected to demonstrate certain characteristics. And we, in the past, have, for example, developed certain algorithms for this purpose, so which have also a certain name, but that doesn't matter at this point. So what matters is that what does each of these algorithms do? It actually learns the underlying statistical distribution of the data and can be therefore thought to be a mathematical representation of certain patterns. So now, because you have learned this pattern, this distribution, you can also generate up to any wanted quantity synthetic subjects from it. So of course, and this is then the lower part here, the immediate question then popping up is, okay, so how good is that? So we need, in essence, a way how to assess the goodness of fit between the synthetic subjects and the real world data. So we need a quality assurance. So having, however, such a machinery in place could have, and we have done this initially actually back in the past, started this in the context of the IMI project, and now we are part of a national project, NFDI for Health, where we are doing these things. So now what is the potential use of that? So one is, for example, such synthetically generated patient trajectories could facilitate at first place data sharing simply between organizations, because there's the thought that such synthetic data is easier to share at least than real data. But imagine, so we started with the original question how to facilitate, let's say, regulatory decision support. So trials are, of course, they are more the main focus. And here the idea could be simulation. So simulation of synthetic control arms is one thing, or also some of these models allow counterfactual simulations of what if scenario. So what if, for example, patient had received a certain drug that I have actually seen with its effects in a real trial somewhere else. Yeah? So something like that. Or they allow also extrapolation and interpolation between visits, for example. So that would help then, for example, to say something about the design of a future study. Or they could allow, these models allow to play around, of course, also with inclusion, exclusion criteria. What if people at baseline are older, younger, have somehow a higher or lower disease severity, etc. And of course, then allow also statistical power calculations. We go on to the next slide, please. So here's just some examples here of the possible utility of such AI-generated synthetic data. So the left-hand side actually just shows an example here from an own publication where we looked into an observational study here, PPMI, and then simulated the effect of a certain drug that has not been administered to patients in this trial, but observed in another study actually. And then in essence could show so that indeed with such a AI-generated counterfactual scenario, you can get insights how this drug might in essence show an effect over the time frame of the study in this particular observation cohort here. So, and that of course then can be used, for example, for, as I said, for power calculations. The right-hand side just gives you an idea here about the possibility to do interpolations or extrapolations, also continuous time frames with such a model of such a generative AI model for such a study here. If you move on to the next slide, please. I should also mention so that AI-generated synthetic data is also possible not only for structured longitudinal cohort studies, but also for EHRs, for example, which are very different in nature because they are irregular time series by definition. And here I just show here a reference to a recently published paper here. In this case, not by us, but by somebody here from the University of Illinois here, in which they came up with a generative AI model, which they then, in essence, here compared also with respect to its quality in terms of the frequency, the probability of observing certain labels and indicating that this model seems actually to generate relatively realistically looking EHRs. We go one step further. Of course, some question that I'm sometimes asked, or one immediate question even is, so how can we systematically evaluate now how such realistic such synthetic data is? And in this case, we developed in the context of this NFDI for Health project, a web-based tool for quality assessments of synthetic data, which on one hand looks into the statistical distribution of individual variables. And of course, the expectation is that they are kind of similar. So we have certain measures how to do that now. And the other thing is that we also can look in how far a machine learning classifier should be able to, or can be able to discriminate between synthetically generated and real data. And last but not least, of course, there is a way how to look into the correlation structure of synthetic data and compare it to that observed in real data. And this web-based tool then produces, at the end of the day, scores and plots similar to what you see on the right side. And in essence, it's public, so everybody is free to play around with this. So we go to the next slide, please. Of course, sometimes also the question comes up here. So synthetic data is nice, but is it actually also privacy preserving? And well, I mean, in essence, there needs to be assessments how this could be, how an answer to this question can be given, because this is not so easy to answer directly. So in principle, there can be 3 different risks discriminated associated with synthetic data. So one is a so-called singling out risk. So can we single out a real individual based on rare combination of attributes in the synthetic data? A linkability risk, so can be linked together 2 or more records, either in the same data set or in different ones belonging to the same individual or group of individuals. And an inference risk, so can an attacker confidently guess or infer the value of an unknown attribute of a real data record? So, and this entire framework is here based on a publication that came recently out, and that is still in preprint here, but which we also included here in our SYNDAT framework, and which then allows us indeed also to score from a privacy preserving point of view synthetic data sets here. So in this case here, basically a score of 100. So we changed here kind of the scoring mechanism, always lies always between 0 to 100. So where 100 in this case here means consistently also with the quality scores, kind of the best possible scenario. So basically in this case here, a low risk. If we go to the next slide, please. So let me summarize this a little bit. So where, from my point of view, the potential benefit for regulators could lie of external control and synthetic data generation. So on one hand, for facilitating data sharing simply. So synthetic data can potentially in this way be easier shared between European regulators. Also in this context, I should mention so that synthetic data is quite important also if you think about federated learning, which is of course also widely discussed a concept to potentially preserve data privacy. However, federated learning is only possible if data scientists have at least an idea how the real data looks like, and how should this be possible? So without, for example, sharing at least synthetic data. So then another use case is, as I said, synthetic control arms, so generating controls from available cohort studies or real-world data. And last but not least, simulation, so assess potential feedback effects in order, for example, to better design future studies or give feedback on the design of future studies. So yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Holger, for a very interesting presentation. I very much like the idea of using this as a tool to share data and share information. And as I said before, simulation is very dear to me. So also using it for designing better trials seems very appealing. But now I would like to hear what our panel has to say, and we'll go back to the original order and start with Angela, please.
Thank you, and hi, Holger. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Really, really great to see you. So I think I can maybe draw on some of the comments I had for other presentations, and then maybe add one more. So what I really like about this method is that it's a route to potentially increase representation, and maybe also reduce some inequities. And perhaps also reduce bias that can be inherent in some of these sort of machine learning, artificial intelligence-based techniques. But we need to be sure that it's doing that. We don't want to be using these tools in a situation where you could actually inadvertently exacerbate bias or exacerbate inequities. And I think to do that, or to make sure we have that security, we need to also think about actions in the real world. So while there's huge value for synthetic data synthetic patients. I don't know if that's a word that can be used in this context. I think we also need to consider, why do we need these technologies? So the technologies are important, they are necessary. And the reason why is because clinical trials are often not sufficiently diverse. And there are reasons for this. We certainly understand the reasons for this in our field, in the Alzheimer's and dementia field. Inclusion criteria are complicated. People with dementia, with Alzheimer's disease, are complicated. They can find it challenging to take part in clinical trials. But I think we need to be as open as possible to the real world context, enhance inclusion, consider how to reach out more to more diverse populations, people living in rural areas in the real world, and use synthetic data, virtual patients, as a support tool when these measures aren't possible. And to that end, I was really interested to see that there's the option for users to upload their own synthetic data. I'd be interested to hear in your comment back, Holger, whether these are individuals in the community potentially who could contribute to these types of tools, and what privacy preserving techniques you might have to ensure their confidentiality is maintained. But I think this is a really exciting potential move forward. I can see the value for patients in terms of increasing representation, but we also need to be careful about the other side and make sure that bias isn't exacerbated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela, for your thoughts. And we move on to Rosa.
So first of all, it's for my entire professional life that I've been simulated, okay? And this is for the exactly, well, I do not know if this come out right, but so this is for the exact reason that Ange hinted at, which is basically, this is the reason for, that I say at the very beginning of my initial comment, that the current system of drug/interventional development is not perfect. It's far from being perfect. So, it was mentioned now the easiest and the most evident reason why we need to simulate is that because inclusion and exclusion criteria that we use for clinical trials are actually then leading us to consider a population in the clinical trial that is different from the one that I, for instance, treat on my daily activity. So I'm really very, very happy about all the presentation that we have today, because I can see the potential for helping us all in delivering a higher standard of care for citizen and patient. Now, the problem is that it is very interesting to have a discussion, this preliminary discussion, I would say, but then we need to see the applicability. So science is beautiful, but is even more beautiful when it finds its applicability for concrete scope. And in order to have this, of course, we need to be sure that taking the risk of embarking in these new methods, using these new methods, techniques, simulation, and so on, needs to be, let's say, supported by regulatory and policy action. So, of course, there is the need for a regulatory backup of this, of all these implementation of these new strategies. The other point is that now we are discussing in the context of the we deny of the European area, the European Union, but of course drug development is global. And again, this has been already stressed this morning, but I think that we need to keep this in mind. So, which means that it is also needed some sort of pragmatic alignment between regulatory agencies from different corners of the globe, because otherwise the sponsors for the whatever is in development that can be and the sponsors can be academia, can be industry, whoever the sponsor is, will not be, let's say, encouraged in embarking in this type of discussion and of development. And the other point is that, of course, again, this has been already, said and stressed this morning, is that it's not only a matter of, so there is a science, there is a regulatory science, but then there is also the discussion about the implementation. And this is when HTA and payers at the different levels, they come into the equation. And I think that whenever we discuss this type of science, which absolutely is essential to help me to simulate in a better way, we need to take into account all these factors, and we need to find a way to collaborate again in a pragmatic way. So we need results and say, okay, because otherwise if we adopt the synthetic trials, the synthetic arm for clinical trials and so on, but then we have the regulators or the HTA agencies that are not convinced, and they cannot feel that there are sufficient elements to take the risk, or there are no sufficient elements to manage whatever is the uncertainty from the data collected, then everything is beautiful, but there is no pragmatic effect, and so no advancement. So yeah, I'll stop here.
Thank you very much for very important ideas and points that needs to be considered. And then lastly, Ebony, please.
I can say that, just exactly what the other panelists echoed, this is definitely holding a lot of promise, particularly because we know, having control arms are becoming increasingly more important to demonstrate clinical benefit. And we know from the regulatory standard perspective, we're required to have substantial evidence of effectiveness from adequate and well-controlled trials, but it's not necessarily feasible to have internal controls, particularly in rare disease populations or in cases of where there's ethical concerns regarding the use of placebo or non-treatment arm. And yet there's still significant challenges, right, to designing and executing representative data in contexts where patient populations are ultra rare or there's highly heterogeneous diseases, et cetera. We have to account for different confounders. And one solution, of course, is to have, these simulations and synthetic control arms be used as comparators where we have the absence of that actual data inside of our trial. And we know simulation is one potentially very effective pathway to generation of predictive models that can inform, our assessment of clinical benefit and provide that synthetic arm that we're able to compare to. But there are a lot of gaps, especially when there are these uncertainties. There's additional contextualization that we have to consider when applying this particular methodology, specifically when you have these unknowns, and where you have, lack of even real world data to draw upon to design your simulations. What do we do in those particular situations? While the future of this is definitely promising, there's still a lot to be done to understand in the absence of the data that's needed to have a simulated model that is accurate, that's representative. How can we fill those gaps? What data is necessary? This is where cross-functional collaboration and partnership between academia, regulators, industry sponsors is super important to tackle those particular scenarios where even simulation may not supply the need, that we have in rare disease drug development or in specific trials where we have way too many gaps to fill in order to know that our simulation data is accurate and would be predictive of what would be represented in the population. So I think as we move forward with the conversation, we should try to tackle those challenges and develop scenarios a scenario-based approach to understanding how best to fill those gaps. And there needs to be close integration of regulatory feedback, and understanding the pathway for getting regulatory advice specific to each development program to understand how best to fill those gaps. Because I don't think any of us have the true answers, in these very tough drug development scenarios. But overall, I think this is the time to start thinking about and talking about this as being a potential possibility to move drug development forward and to surmount the challenges that impact timelines and speed to drug development, which ultimately impacts patients and patient access in the end.
Thank you very much, Ebony. I think that summed it up very well. I think we talked a lot about simulations here at the last part, and one needs to bear in mind that first you have data, and then you build a model, and then you simulate from your model. So, and each step can never be better than the step before. So it's some sort of sequential happening, and I think Albert put it very nicely in his last slide that this is a multidisciplinary approach. We need to take a multidisciplinary approach to this to understand all of the steps. What are the data that we're using for our models? What are the methodology? And as Ebony also said, that some of them are knowledge gaps and some of our uncertainties. And now with that, I also like to hear if Holger had any comments on the panel.
Yeah, so thank you very much, first of all, for this feedback. And I think I can really agree and subscribe to most of what has been said. Yeah. So, I mean, indeed, yeah. So I think there was this again, so the stress of the potential. Yeah. So, for example, including simulation of certain minority classes and groups. So yes, this is possible. Yeah. But I think one key element for me, yeah, so which I take from all of these speakers here, from the panelists, is indeed this educational aspect, right? So that I think at the end of the day, probably we need two things. So we need use cases that are tangible and that are relevant for regulators, and we need also possibly a certain education. Yeah, so for example, data scientists sitting inside of regulatory agencies, of course, also maybe of other stakeholders inside regulatory agencies, with whom we need to develop this together. Yeah? So such that at the end of the day, there's an increased understanding of the potential, but of course also of, like any method has its limitation. Yeah, so of the limitations that these approaches have. So this is my personal conclusion.
Thank you very much, Holger. And since Mats could unfortunately not be here today, we have some time for discussion. So I think we can open up for comments and questions in the room or online. Gabriel, please.
Yes, I have a question on quantum computing, and I think it's about preparedness in that aspect, that it is a technology that, if it becomes available, really will disrupt a lot of our realities in terms of encryption, data privacy, modeling capabilities, and will really sort of transform landscapes, not only in drug development, but in many aspects of society. But I was wondering whether drug discovery is really where the change will be the biggest. So I was asking Albert, because to my knowledge, drug discovery has really been greatly incapacitated by AI and classical computing. And I wonder whether there may be other aspects of our business in terms of privacy, encryption, data mining, that might be even more at change with this technology.
Yeah, thanks. It's a great question. But I think it's a bit like the beginning of classical computing, where also no one could imagine to do something else than scientific computing. And I think we're at a similar stage here. I mean, we know this somehow gap or problem we have with simulating quantum many-body systems, and it pops up in material science, in physics, and in particular also chemistry and pharmaceutical concepts, and that's where we can directly see an application. And we hope that this will be one of the first applications also, because these kind of quantum simulations do not necessarily require a full error-corrected quantum computer. But I agree that the disruptive potential further down the line will also be great in other areas.
Then I can see Peter Bachmann. And it's not the last word yet, Peter, but please go
No,
ahead.
I never have the last word. I have to admit I'm a little confused, but on a higher level, about what we are speaking. Because all our thinking, what I have heard, is around the classical approach that we are using. So we are still thinking in populations. Now we try to use all new technology to shrink this population gap that we have exactly known that the medicines is not working for everybody, but for the population is fine. So we are not really going for a medicine for a patient. But if we go in this direction, we always say it's a benefit for the patient. And I'm wondering if you're not ending with more contraindications also for a specific population, which nobody has mentioned. And I think we still have on our motto, we have a medicine for every patient, and I would like to challenge this. And I still think we are thinking in the old way. We are not in this disruptive area, because if we are in this disruptive area, we should speak about how we are doing knowledge on platforms, which then in a second step will be adjusted to the fitting patient. So I'm wondering if we are not still discussing like in the old days, before Gutenberg has invented the printing of a book, should we still use how the papyrus should be used then in a printing machine or something like this? I know Peter A. is always saying I'm disruptive in my thinking. Thanks.
But you're in a very, very nice way, Peter, so thank you for that. But I think you're right. I mean, but we can't get our heads around things we haven't really seen or been provoked by yet, right? So I think this, to me, some of the thoughts here may be experimentation and leading towards a new way of thinking, but let's see, right? But you're absolutely right.
We need to wait for this new thinking. Should we not simply go on? Because going back to Gutenberg, he has invented printing a book, which has resulted in splitting the Catholic Church. Nobody has seen this at the beginning, but this was a result then in the end. Some things are unpredictable. You cannot control it.
Maybe just a comment, Peter, I'm going to pick bits out, which maybe of what you've said, which maybe wasn't what you meant. But you said platforms for knowledge that then you can, if I understood correctly, you could then use to draw inferences perhaps on different populations or individual patients. That, I think, is very much in keeping with what a lot of the speakers have said today. So about data sharing, about access to data, about using data for the greater good, about looking both at populations and individuals. And I think that's actually a thread that's come through many of the presentations. Now, how we deliver that, I mean, the complexities of data sharing, data privacy, commercial confidentiality are always challenging. But where possible, it has to be our aim, doesn't it?
I agree with you, but the discussion is about to do it in one shot. My approach was really to think about first the platform, if this is working. We know there are some failures in it, whatever, and then a second step then go for specific population, specific patients. So not a one-tier-fits-all approach, which we are still in our thinking, I think. But really to say what is a platform and then build on this platform to the next levels.
Gabriel, sorry, hand raised.
Yes, a comment on synthetic data and digital twins. And I had the opportunity to hear this discussion in different rooms and in different platforms. And I think the discussion here today has quite a different tone to when you perhaps discussed this in CHMP delegate settings and so on how this will be viewed. And I think it is very important to make sure that we have a shared view of how to move this ahead, because I'm concerned that it might be divergence in views and might not lead to regulatory acceptance fully or as quick as we would like to see. I mean, we have to remind ourselves that there's not really anything in this but data and added with assumptions and then simulations, and having some sort of provenance of those assumptions to follow all the way from the primary data over to any modeling used into any simulation is really key into not having this being pursued as either just fake data or some sort of black magic that we just have to accept. And I think this discussion is perhaps the most important in terms of getting regulatory acceptance. If we are to replace any part of a prospective trial with this, it really needs to be a chain of understanding all the way up to regulatory CHMP level in Europe. And this, I think, is slightly missing from the discussion currently. Thank you.
I think a very good intervention, Gabriel. I don't think we touched upon the MedReal cluster of Horizon Europe projects today, other than Kit actually did mention it. Kit, could I put you on the spot just to say what are regulators actually doing in those Horizon Europe projects?
And possibly keeping it in line with the discussion we're having, because I think Gabriel raised a very important point. And I would... So if I look at the MedReal cluster, there I think we are collaborating to see whether we can use the real world data to a standard that is fit for regulatory purpose. And that also involves using them for modeling. So the examples that were shown earlier today. And I think our key is there indeed. Let's explore the grounds that Gabriel is indicating. What are the assumptions? What's actually the basis that we need to find those modeling exercises credible? I want to connect two things. One is the discussion on are we looking at population level or patient level. I think we need to acknowledge that lots of variability we actually don't understand. We are not even capable of measuring consistently without measurement error. So actually deciding whether a patient is above or below a threshold of a biomarker is not an easy decision. And as long as we have unexplainable variability, there's no escape. We can't get fully individual. So that's kind of one side of the coin. The other one is, I think the modeling that's involved here, getting our act together and being able to model at an individual patient level based on data and simulate clinical trials will actually help us understand the individual level better and will help us move towards thinking more at a patient level than at a population level. So I think I'm less pessimistic that we're in the old thinking. I think actually some of what we are doing will help us moving away from that. But we also need to acknowledge that we are very complicated, heterogeneous human beings, which we can have difficulties in measuring even the basic stuff. And as long as that's there, it's usually difficult to really drill down to the individual level. But lots of what we're doing here is actually helping us moving in that direction, I think. So that's my 2 cents in.
I know we have someone online who would like to intervene as well, right? George? Yeah, please let George get to the stage, and then one in the room here.
Hi. Very interesting presentations and discussion. Thank you for that. I have a question about the synthetic data. So my understanding is that we are moving towards synthetic data because we have lack of data. So that the data that we have is not what we want. And if that is the case, the data, the question that comes up from an AI perspective is that, or any sort of statistical modeling perspective, is whether the data that we have at hand is representative of the data that we want to generate. And my guess is that we cannot assume that beforehand. So if we cannot assume that the data is representative of what we want to generate, I would guess that the generated data are not going to be what we want as well. So in that case, should we be looking at alternative ways to bridge the gap, to bridge this lack of data? And in particular, if we know something about the data that we're missing, if we know something about the bias that is inherent in the data that we have, could we use this knowledge, this human knowledge, to enrich either data generation process or the statistical modeling methods themselves?
So, thank you, George. I think to some of the topics you brought forward here, now those are exactly the research topics in the MedReal cluster to really get to a better understanding about usefulness and the limitation around synthetic data digital twins. And I think Holger gave us a bit of insight into some of that, although it's these projects only in the first year of their existence. So I think it's the concepts we talk about, not necessarily the learnings yet. I think we have another person online as well, and then there's one here in the room. Oscar, please speak up. Should be unmuted now.
Consider a hypothesis testing. And I guess this is for me what's missing here. If you have diabetes, for example, where you have a range of models of insulin glucose homeostasis that can guide you through the generation of that synthetic data, you can really not only get better insight into variability, but you can design better experiments prospectively that complement what you learn from synthetic data. Areas like Alzheimer's are a little bit more of a challenge. So I think I'm missing the systems pharmacology, systems biology that feed into that synthetic data or that data that's going to be generated. I think I haven't heard the term pharmacology or systems biology or pathology here to align the way we think about how this data can be used. So the context of use. Could you comment on that, please?
I think that's a statement that I think I see a lot of hands in the room now, so I really need to pay attention to those who were first. And I got one here in the room, please.
Yes, happily, what I would say maybe might follow up to what Oscar said. My name is Flora Musamba from the Belgian Medicine Agency. So I had a comment actually related to the credibility of the new approaches that are proposed to us here. Because like we were discussing this morning, my understanding is that these new methodologies can help us in two different ways. So the one is that we are trying to understand the system. So it can help for a data understanding, both within the regulatory setting and also from the drug development perspective. But as regulators, there is another challenge that maybe this data can also come within submissions. So replacing kind of historical, well established, even if some of people do not like that phrasing, but the method that regulators used to accept. And then maybe this might be replaced by what Olga's presented previously here, like digital twin instead of, randomized controlled trial or whatsoever. And when we reach that point, the way also we regard this data need to depend on the application. And in the modeling and simulation world, we talk about the regulatory impact. If this is actually about understanding the data, bringing some sort of context, we see that as sort of low impact. So yes, we can be permissive. Maybe we cannot be very high into having some sort of high-level bar in scrutiny, looking at how far are robust this data, this method, I want to say. But if we reach a point where there is no confirmatory trial, there is no key evidence to support a regulatory submission, and instead they come with some sort of digital twin or AI or whatever high level, at innovative methods, so to speak, I would say that then we need to benchmark that toward what we have been accepting. And the reality is that what we're accepting is not perfect either. Because when we say that, we need to compare that to randomized controlled trial, or in the case of rare disease, to what we would have accepted. What we would have accepted might be sort of totality of evidence, which means, juxtaposition of imperfect data. So we have a bar to set somewhere, but whoever comes with something new should also have the duty of showing that this is reliable, this is credible, and we need to accept and discuss on the acceptability criteria for the newcomers. And I think that this is also something that was missing, to me at least, in the different presentations that were I followed this afternoon. I see a lot of model development, innovation behind what is arriving, but how do you challenge your own method? Either we don't communicate enough, or maybe we do not invest as much energy into that. That would be my comment. And if I'm mistaken, I'm happy to learn from the presenters. Thank you.
I think you're absolutely not mistaken. You're spot on. And I think we've just started on a journey with an AI reflection paper. I think there are a lot of questions here that will have to demand us to reflect upon the technologies we are starting to see. We bring these into the session because they're not completely out of the blue sky. They're actually things that are being researched, developed, offered as solutions by companies as well around. So you saw one of the slides on quantum computing. I mean, what's available. So it's something for us to have reflections upon as regulators as well. And also, what's the value, what's the validity, where's the bar that we need to put to this? So thank you for your intervention. We're starting to run out of time, but I think I'll allow, we get one online and one in the room that I'll allow before we break for coffee. So I hope that is okay. Online, I got Saad Sakir, please.
I'm Saad Shakir from the Drug Safety Research Unit in Southampton, the UK, but I'm speaking on behalf of DSRU Europe, our organization in Ireland, which will soon move to the Netherlands. I can talk about artificial intelligence and pharmacovigilance. Artificial intelligence has been used in medicine for about 20 years now. In radiology, they link the image with the lab results, with the biopsy, and come with all sorts of useful information. Our problem in pharmacovigilance is lack of data on individual basis to link. For example, it's very easy. Several generations ago of AI could have helped us if we want to know whether somebody who has high temperature, tachycardia, sleeplessness, and irritability and is on an antidepressant probably has serotonin syndrome. The problem is we don't have the individual data on individual patients to link. Now, with us using multiple real-world data sources, with spontaneous reporting, with clinical trials, we can bring the data together to feed the AI systems. But people in our field, like Andrew Bates and others, who are working on AI and artificial intelligence, say the problem is we don't have the data to use AI. Quantum system for me is, I don't know, something for 20, 30 years for us. But we don't have the data to fit simple AI systems. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention. Unfortunately, we couldn't have Mads Nielsen to speak here today. I think he could have spoken to exactly that topic, but that will have to be at a different point in time. But we absolutely agree with you. This needs data. I think that was said a few times, and we fully support that. And Susanna, please, as the last closing remark for the session.
This is Ana López de la Rica from the Spanish Agency of Medicines and Medical Devices. From an HDI perspective, I would like to explore the possibility of using real-world data, because if we are making use and open the window for marketing authorization and for variation, why don't do it for HDA? I think we will have good benefits, and also thinking about orphan diseases. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think this will conclude our session now, which I think was thought-provoking, stimulating after all. And I think from the reactions here, I think from Peter's intervention here as well, that the platform of knowledge really isn't there yet. We will probably be establishing it. And there's a lot of things here to reflect upon. It goes back to the methodology working party as we see some of these technologies start to develop further, and we will be exposed to them for sure. Some of them will take some years to come. Some of them will be just around the corner. So with that remark, I think I'd like to give you the opportunity to go for a coffee break. What do you want to say, Kristen? Should we do that?
So colleagues, our final session of our forum, we have two keynote presentations. We're going to be looking at information manipulation and how reliable sources of information are critical for an informed, engaged society and trusted regulatory system, and how technology and data can inform and drive better delivery of healthcare, including for different populations. So we will start with a presentation from Helga Bues, who is Associate Director of Population Health at the Novartis Foundation. Now, the Novartis Foundation is an organization committed to transforming the health of low-income populations by leveraging the power of data, digital technology and artificial intelligence to reimagine health and care around the world. That sounds visionary. So Helga, are you online?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed. Over to you, sir. Really looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Dear audience and participants of the HMA EMA Big Data Stakeholder Forum, I unfortunately have to excuse Dr. Anne Ertz, who has been called to a family emergency 2 hours ago and who was originally thought to give this presentation, and therefore asked me to jump in on short notice and give this keynote presentation on her behalf. I speak to the vast potential that the collection and analysis of data holds for our health systems. And I am happy to provide an example from our work at the Novartis Foundation. While we often hear about data being analyzed and used in the context of pharmaceutical research and drug development, which is undoubtedly beneficial, I'd like to focus on those who our work is eventually dedicated to, the populations around the world, and how data and advanced analytics can support them with leading healthier lives. Next slide, please. Allow me to first highlight the convergence of science and technology. Being based in Basel, which is a city that looks back to centuries of pharmaceutical scientific breakthroughs, with Novartis and Roche being based in this city, we could see that this breakthrough extended our lives enormously, but please click, at the same time, always went hand in hand with the development of health tech. Click, please. And this health tech innovation changed the way that we deliver health and care. Next slide, please. But we now need to go one step further. And this is because recent research shows that just 20% of our health is shaped by the healthcare we access, and that the other 80% are driven by the conditions in which we are born, grow up, and age, meaning social, environmental determinants, but also our behavior. And the impact of the determinants of these 80% on our health lead to startling inequities. This means that it can be observed that there is an 11-year lower life expectancy for a child born in a city area with one zip code as compared to a child born in another area of the very same city. And just because of a different social environment, different behavior, but also a different environmental atmosphere in the one and the same city. This is a reality that we need to challenge. But in order to be able to do so, we first have to decipher what within these 80% truly drives of our health. Slide, please. So we need data and AI to join scientific breakthrough and health tech innovation, because these will allow us to decipher what really drives population health and ultimately educate where scientific development and health tech innovation has to focus upon to have the biggest impact on the health of populations. Next slide, please. And this is more important than ever. And it is because our healthcare systems, as you know, are in a very stressful phase, an unprecedented stress. We have an overaging population, which is combined with an increasing shortage of healthcare workers, qualified healthcare workers. We have seen a pandemic that has brought healthcare systems to its knees. We see that there's an increasing burden of climate change, and this goes hand in hand with an increasing gap of health inequities on a global level. Next slide, please. More so, we see that non-communicable diseases are on the rise, and amongst those, particularly cardiovascular disease, which is the leading cause of death and disability globally. 1 out of 3 deaths is attributed to cardiovascular disease. And in the European Union, it's even 37% of all fatalities that are connected to cardiovascular disease. This translates into an annual death toll of 1.8 million deaths, of which more than 10% are categorized as being premature, so at an age below 65. But it also translates into exploding healthcare costs of above $300 billion. So it's fair to ask, considering that our healthcare systems are increasingly stressed and non-communicable diseases are on the rise. Next slide, please. How can that be, given the significant advances that we have seen in medical care? And we believe that the underlying reason is that our current health systems are reactive care systems, which wait for people to get sick. They actually do not even deserve the name to be healthcare systems, because actually they are disease care systems. Our systems need to transform into proactive, predictive, and ultimately, of course, preventive health systems that keep people healthy, that keep people out of the hospital instead of waiting for people to come into the hospital. And to provide an example how the Novartis Foundation contributes to this transformation from disease care to healthcare systems, I introduce to you the AI for Healthy Cities initiative. Next slide, please. The goal of AI for Healthy Cities is to decipher the underlying drivers of cardiovascular health and health inequity. And speaking of drivers, I mean the social drivers, the behavioral drivers, and the environmental drivers in cities. Once this initiative has gained these insights, they are meant to be translated into action, into interventions, and lastly, into policy within cities to improve the heart health of the entire population at large within these geographies. We have so far started to implement AI for Healthy Cities in Lausanne and Basel, Switzerland, in Lisbon, Portugal, New York City, US, Helsinki, Finland, and in Singapore. Next slide, please. We want that data-driven insights make resource allocation more efficient in these cities, so that interventions are chosen that have the greatest impact on health on the largest number of people. So it's an active support to data-based decision-making of healthcare authorities within these cities. And these interventions might be of different flavor. It might eventually mean improving air quality, providing better public transport, providing easier access to fresh produce, or opportunities for physical activity. In the end, it will be a result of the data and the insights that we obtain. Next slide, please. In order to gain these insights, of course, AI for Healthy Cities requires a very rich data landscape, but even more so, strong public-private partnerships. Because what we want to achieve is to pool resources and expertise to generate data-driven insights that can lead to a redesign of population health roadmaps. And of course, the insights then are then tested on the base of innovations. And in order to be able to do that, we need a multi-stakeholder partnership. And I'd like to provide an example from New York City, where our primary research partner is Cornell Medicine together with NYU. And we also have a private partner in form of Microsoft AI. And these partners pool and analyze data from health and health influencing sectors within New York City to identify the most impactful social drivers of health. And in addition, the New York City Department of Health has committed to translating these data insights once gained into action and policy to improve heart health in the New York City population. So these multi-stakeholder public-private partnerships are essential for an initiative like AI for Healthy Cities too. Next slide, please. We would like to ask you as regulatory makers to weigh risk and benefits without stiffening innovation. That can mean that they are agile, iterative regulatory frameworks, but more importantly, that there are no one-size-fits-all solutions that, for instance, pool regulation of generative and predictive AI. So we ask you to generate regulatory frameworks that are tailored, considering the huge potential for reimagining health and care of data and advanced analytics. Next slide, please. I'd like to invite you to seize this opportunity of living in a data and tech-driven era to transform our health systems from healthcare or disease care systems to systems that keep inhabitants healthy. Let's make data-driven decision-making for planning, but also for policy-making in health the norm, and use the power of data, tech, and AI to strengthen the drivers of population health and narrow health inequity. And this is particularly important in the European Union as harboring 11 of the 25 globally most innovative countries. The sentence that I would like to leave you with is no data, no health and future. This goes without saying. Thanks a lot for listening, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much indeed, Hilge. Do you know what? Hilge has been succinct and has left us a little bit of time. Why don't we open up just for 5 minutes and have a little bit of discussion? Because this is looking at the bigger picture in terms of using data to understand determinants of health and therefore to be driving policy formation and actions. And obviously it goes beyond many of our immediate remits, but I think it's quite an interesting topic. Anybody wish to drill down into the presentation, get some further insights, or just make general points? Gabriel, you're looking at me with those eyes. I think Gabriel Westman from the Swedish Medicines Agency.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to inject another perspective, I think, in the data discussion, and that is, that we're really now coming with the EHDS and other implementations coming into life, hopefully, that we give it a good thought on whether data should be used for descriptive or predictive purposes, because I think the capacity to fully mine the data sets that will be aggregated is very high. And I think this capacity is growing quicker than the data is growing, meaning that we will, if we do not think of this a priori, we'll end up with a system that all the statistical trends within the data we have will be fully known to everyone who has access to the data. We see this in the field of machine learning and AI, into that if you end up with modeling, playing around with all your data, there is no way to test the model. There's no way to really make sure it works in the future. And I was wondering whether anyone has really made any efforts to see whether there should be responsibility to have holdout data sets to any aggregation of big data settings as in the EHDS. Because if we allow even secondary use, even use of privacy preserving techniques such as digital twins or anything like this, you can very much find the correlations in these data sets. And then where do we go when we want to test whether an hypothesis really is true? We could be sweeping our own legs here if we don't think about holding some of the data away, because a lot of our inference work and hypothesis testing is relied on statistical unknowns. Thank you.
Hilge, do you want to have a first reflection on that? It's obviously a bigger question that anybody could address, but it would be interesting to hear your perspective from these healthy city projects.
Certainly. So admittedly, we are still a bit away from the point that we have to test the insights or can test the insight that we have been gaining. We are still in the research phase where we are gaining insights. But one way how we would like to validate the insight that we get, because in the beginning, we will just see associations. That is what the research will provide us with. But for instance, we cannot infer causality, which would be even more important for us to know. And we will be validating via pilot interventions that we run then in the cities based on the data. So we will not trying to validate on data sets that we held away, so to say, but we will try to immediately go with the insights into, for instance, in Singapore, into health districts that have been defined to run small pilot interventions in, and that have the regulatory framework already provided to quickly test insights that have been gained from research in a real life scenario. And we think that this will be particularly valuable. Of course, it will take a bit longer than testing it on held back data sets, but we believe that this is, from our perspective, the best way to go at the moment. I hope this answers the questions on how we address it.
Go ahead, Gabriel.
Yeah, just a quick clarification. I think my comment was more on, because I think many in this forum is considering use of data in relation to medicines regulation and medicines development, and there, of course, the need for a clear distinction between a priori, a posteriori test validation stages of data management than in the specific project you're describing. Thank you.
But listen, let's maybe bring in Jerome de Barros from the European Commission, because you mentioned the European Health Data Space, so it's a nice link.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Gabriel, for your intervention. You're very right that one of the objectives of the HDS is indeed to unleash the potential of health data here in Europe, but it also puts in place very strict governance and processes as to who would have access to this data, for which purpose, and under which conditions. So this reflection on what could happen when this data is accessible more widely and is to some extent thought on, and the framework we aim to put in place by having national health data bodies, 8 national agencies that would be responsible to provide this access to be underpinned by a data permit that would specify who are the people who would have access to this data. Which data? This is not a free pass for any data for any purposes. It has to be underpinned by a research question, and data has to be proportionate to the question that aims to be answered. Data would only be made available in secure processing environments, so in a safe environment where you are not exchanging or moving the data to another premise. So we had this reflection on how can we, on the one hand, really ensure that we can do more with the data that we have. That we're not reaching its potential, it's not reaching potential clearly. And secondly, it has to be done the right way, ensuring privacy, but also in a way that some control still remains, and transparency ensures that we know what happens when this data has been accessed and what were the results. That's what we aim to do with the HDS.
Thanks, Jerome. I think those interventions are complementary, but maybe just give the floor to Jesper, and then Rosa. I'd be interested in your view, Rosa Juliana.
Yeah, a slightly different view on your presentation here, Helge, and thank you for that, because I actually like the way you provoked us by saying that maybe it's really disease care we're doing rather than healthcare. But I think it also speaks to some of the data we're discussing here today, that research has actually led to very clear understanding about that the major factors affecting our health, I mean, they're obviously dealt with in other instances of whether we smoke or whether we drink, right? Or do both. And I think we're starting to see, based out of the knowledge we have from the data that we've been looking into over the past decades, some of that in a lot of research internationally, some of them in European registries, the first smoke-free generation in Europe has been defined in several countries now. Right, so I think we will see policy will be driven out of the data we have, and I can only foresee that European Health Data Space will enable that even further in the years to come. We'll start to pick out other areas where we say, well, the evidence is there. Let's intervene from a policy perspective, maybe not as medicines regulators, but the health authorities in general. Right?
Rosa, please, over to you.
Yeah, actually, just a question for clarification, because thanks, Helge, for the very interesting presentation and also the humanitarian side beyond your words. But so I think I misunderstood, because I heard you talking about social determinants and so on, but then mentioning basically New York and Switzerland that are really maybe not the area where I'm expecting. I mean, there could be problems over there, but are not up in the top of the list of countries or areas where we may expect problems in access to care. So I'm wondering how you are, let's say, selecting countries or population in order to mitigate bias into the selection of the population that you are going to study.
Helge, People don't
that is
associate
a
Switzerland with deprivation, but
yeah, that is a very
so
very
but
very
it's in the
valid
pot.
question.
It's over to you.
Yeah, so a very valid question, and thank you for raising it. The Novartis Foundation has been active throughout the past decades, almost exclusively in LMICs. And this is one of the first initiatives that we have, let's say, started to run in richer environments. And the reason for that is that actually the data that we need to conduct that kind of research is only available in data-rich cities, and unfortunately, data-rich cities at the moment are rich cities. So we have contacted various cities and started to run an assessment of the local data landscape. And there actually are very few cities on a global level that have the amount and also the granularity of data and the data governance in place that allows us to run this kind of research, because we do not only need data on cardiovascular outcomes, but also on social determinants, behavior determinants, and environmental determinants on an individual level. And there must be the governance in place in these cities to link them. And this is very scarce so far. And this is why we have started in these cities to get to the insights that we want to get to at all. And once we have validated the insights in the pilot interventions that I've already addressed, we want to lead to the implementation in form of population health roadmaps within these cities. And at that stage, we would love to take this innovative policy and see if we can transfer it to LMIC settings, for instance, with the help of the Global Health Policy Lab. That is our long-term goal, and we are working hard towards it. But at the moment, we are restricted to the cities that we are in because of the scarcity of the breadth and granularity of data that we need for that kind of research.
Hilge, thanks. Rosa, just to close it.
I mean, it makes sense from a pragmatic point of view. You need to collect data, and so it makes sense what you said. But this was partly what I referred in one of my comments during our earlier discussion. I mean, we don't want to incur in the risk of, keeping neglecting areas. So we want to collect data. We want to have, direct information from basically, different countries, and particularly to implement data collection from where there is nothing. So your strategy makes sense. I agree with that. But I think that we need to reflect on the fact that unfortunately there are areas that are not monitored at all. And if we talk of real world data, we actually need to go for real world collection.
Couldn't agree more, Rose.
Hilge, stay online. We've got another keynote. I'm sure you'll find it very engaging, but we're going to move on now. I just thought I took away from that, it was really interesting way it closed actually, that these pilots are being driven by access to data. The learnings could be extrapolated to areas where we don't have good access to data. And then just coming full circle back to Jerome's intervention and the references throughout the data to the European health data space, it's part of the business case for making data accessible across Europe from all different member states, that we can then have this data-driven policy and action approach for healthcare in Europe. So I think it's a very nice story and very much in line with some of the key messages coming out through our day. So thank you very much, Hilge, and we are now going to go to our last presentation of the day. Simon Piantek is a social media researcher and practitioner interested in social listening, audience engagement, and information politics. These are things we don't always hear about on a daily basis as medicines regulators. He leads the digital team at in the Vaccine Confidence Project at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, focusing on analysis of public confidence and immunization programs and public sentiments. He's a founder and leader of IRIS, a research group dedicated to understanding infodemics and promoting healthy information ecosystems, and is also on the advisory board for the NODES Consortium in the European Narrative Observatory to fight disinformation post-COVID. That was quite a lot to say, but Simon, we're really grateful for you participating. Tell us about good data and good information, and maybe how we can combat not so good data and not so good information. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Peter, and thanks for this intro. Thank you so much for inviting me here. And I have to admit, I only joined you after lunch, but the presentations that I had a chance to hear, especially Gabrielle and Albert, fascinating. So hopefully you will find some of what I'll present here today at least thought-provoking. But a bit of housekeeping before we go into the presentation. A bit of a warning, we'll be showing you examples of misinformation. So not everything that you will see here is the correct factual information, just for you to be aware of that. And also, because a lot of different types of data have been discussed here today, I just want to make sure that whenever I'm referring to data, it will be either social data, that is basically data generated by Facebook, Twitter, and similar platforms, or survey data. I'll try to make sure I'm making that distinction. It's very clear. And also, whenever I'm talking about AI, it is always in relation to misinformation. So with that, let's jump into the presentation. So next slide, please. Thank you. So a little bit more, for those of you who are not familiar with the Vaccine Confidence Project, it's a centre at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, funded more than a decade ago now by Professor Heidi Larson, who's been going around the world for almost 2 decades now, and chasing rumors, trying to understand rumors. So we are well known for our main, as they call it today, product, which is Vaccine Confidence Index. Is basically a series of surveys that we conduct around the world in countries, in some of them every 2 years, in others every 5 years. And that helps us to measure confidence in vaccination programs around the world. And apart from that, we are also known for the very simple but powerful methodology, how to study misinformation, how to study confidence in vaccines, but also other medical interventions that essentially we always divide any group that we're studying into three very simple groups: those who are anti, those who are pro, and those who sit in the middle, the hesitant ones. And Vaccine and Confidence Project is about this group. It's about trying to understand how to help this group to actually push them into the pro side rather than anti. So I was brought to Vaccine Confidence Project from a slightly different area. So my background is in the study of misinformation. And when I joined in 2020, it was agreed it would be very quiet year or two for me. I might focus on routine immunization programs, and that was in January 2020. And then obviously we all know what happened. So suddenly we were in the middle of a global pandemic, and misinformation was increasingly becoming an issue. But it wasn't always the case. For a very long time, at least when I started working in this field around 2010, misinformation wasn't really treated very seriously. And actually, the next slide is going to be the most important one here. I want to show you the distance between different types of conversations. Like you looking at this and you thinking, how is it possible that during the same meeting, there's 1 hour between my presentation and Gabrielle's and Albert's. We were talking about digital twins, AI, we were talking about quantum computers, and now I'm showing you this. This is because this is actually really powerful online. There's millions of people sharing this type of information online. Could we have another slide, please? Thank you. So this man in 2020 became a global face of all of the misinformation campaigns. So for those of you who are not familiar with Georgia Guidestones and the First Commandment, I very highly recommend that you do your own research when you're coming back from this event. But this type of information and this way of presenting information is something that we deal with on a daily basis. It is something when we go to work, when we look at our dashboards, when we're monitoring what's happening in the digital space in any country in the world. This is what millions of people are sharing online. And it also shows us, as we're sitting here in this room, the distance between the conversations and the way we talk about science and how the internet talks about the science. So what we're trying to be, what we're trying to achieve, what we're trying to do as the Vaccine Confidence Project, but also as IRIS Academic Research Group, because we now brought more people into this. The psychology department from Cambridge, we brought the School of Public Health from Harvard, we brought people from Venice and Rome, we brought people from Turing Institute to form IRIS Academic Research Group or a coalition. We are trying to be that bridge between this type of conversations and the conversation that we are having here, but also a slightly different type of bridge, and you'll see that in my presentation today. We're trying to be the bridge between technology providers, basically people who work in this space of creating new innovative technologies, and governments, NGOs, or whoever would be interested in using those technologies. We want to be that bridge that helps to translate that knowledge. And the next slide, thank you. So this is the final example of misinformation. This is just to reassure you that whatever example of misinformation I'm showing you here today, it is of the best quality. By that, I mean it has been shared millions and millions of times and had really big impact on people. And we actually measured that. And what I'll next slide, please. What I'll show you now, it is some findings from Nature Human Behavior published paper about the impact of these funny images online. So early in 2020, we realized that there's a huge gap in the understanding of this amongst policymakers. They were essentially not treating this seriously. I wouldn't blame them. If you saw this, you'll be asking yourself those questions, like why treat this seriously? So we designed this experiment. It's a very simple experiment. We run 2 representative surveys, one in the US, one in the UK. And we asked people about their willingness to get vaccinated. This is pretty much copy-paste approach from our VCI surveys that I told you about initially. Then we had 2 groups. In one group, we showed them examples of misinformation. In the other group, we showed them correct information. Both groups were seeing information that was shared online. And then immediately after that exposure, we asked them again about their willingness to vaccinate. And that was, we ran this survey 2 months before the vaccination program was launched in the UK. So the results of that, next slide, please, showed us that in both countries, we observed a decline immediately after being exposed to this type of information. It was around 6%, a little bit higher in the UK, a bit lower in the US. And we also managed to establish what type of mis and disinformation has the highest impact on people's willingness not to get, or to actually reduce that willingness to get vaccinated. And we learned that scientifically looking misinformation is the most powerful. So what I'm showing you here, this particular tweet, is the one that actually had the highest impact on reducing people's willingness to get vaccinated. Next slide, please. So once we established that misinformation matters, especially if we are facing a global pandemic, when we looked at information ecosystems back then, nothing else was discussed in the world. Conversations about vaccines were taking up about 90% of traffic on Twitter, on Facebook. COVID was the topic. It was no longer very niche routine immunization that no one really talks about, and it's very hard to reach those people. It was a global conversation. But we also wanted to see how are we as governments, as NGOs, as universities prepared to deal with this type of pandemic. Luckily, at the same time, we were running a project with UNICEF that gave us access to ministries of health in 16 to 18 countries. Next slide, please. in southern and eastern Europe, going as far east as the Kazakhstan, and starting from the Balkans and also looking at Turkey. So we had a chance to talk to very specific teams in ministries of health that were given the task to deal with misinformation. So we ran this for 2 years, and very quickly I want to show you what was the level of knowledge back then in 2020 when we started doing this program with them. Next slide, please. So on the positive side, about 43% of those teams told us that their organizations, they were doing something in terms of media monitoring. So these are the three columns in the middle, the graph. So some of them had some specialist software. We'll talk about that in a second. Some of them were doing manual monitoring. By that, when we asked them specifically, they were essentially doing Google searches. That's what they were calling manual monitoring. And some of them already had third parties. They were doing it for them. But more than 50% said they had none or they didn't know. So that was the level of knowledge and the understanding when those countries were just about to start COVID-19 vaccination programs. Next slide, please. And then we asked them what sort of help would be useful for them. So they've asked for skills, knowledge. They asked for software, and we actually delivered that to them. The capacity type of support, and interestingly, quite a few of them asked for some practical examples. So there was that sort of understanding there that, oh, if there's other countries that have already done it, we could replicate those solutions in our countries. And hopefully we can build those teams much sooner. Next slide, please. So I'll only cover the first part here. We worked with them for 2 years. We gave them access to social listening tools. We created those teams. We even helped them to write job specs, how to find people to work in those teams. For some of the countries, they needed that. But most importantly, for all of the countries, we built this social listening platform, basically the system for them to start analyzing, start monitoring the digital ecosystem. And in the final part of my presentation, next slide, please, I would like to take you through the steps, how to build this type of system, and maybe go a little bit into the details in a very particular case. When we were working with those 16 countries, we very quickly realized that they were very much Facebook countries. Back then in 2020, Facebook already started reducing access to its data. So we're very much reliant on Twitter, and hardly anyone was using Twitter in those countries. We also realized that increasingly those who wanted misinform, they were changing their platforms. They were no longer so present on publicly available social media, but they were going to the private ones, such as WhatsApp, messengers. We could see examples of that, for example, in India, in South America, where it ended up with riots being organized on those private networks. So we wanted to find a solution, how we could get access, next slide please, to this type of data at speed, so that we can report back and we can react early, and how essentially we could find access to those places that are normally not available to us as researchers, such as some of the private messaging services, groups on WhatsApp that were sharing these examples of misinformation. How do we do that? Next slide, please. We identified crowdsourcing as a solution. So crowdsourcing is a methodology. Actually, next slide, please. Thank you. That you could say that in this context is very much still experimental. It is a methodology that relies, basically it's a practice of getting information from large groups of people, basically asking the crowd, and this could be paid or this could be done for free. In our context, we had the privilege that we had a bit of a budget for this, so we partnered with a well-established crowdsourcing company as I will be referring to them as the app, is basically premise data. They've got millions of contributors around the world in more than 100 countries. And those people, essentially, they've got this app installed on their mobile phones. And that via this app, we got access to those phones, and we could ask those people to do things for us or to answer questions. Next slide, please. So in this context, we focus on two things. We wanted to get information from those people about COVID-19, but also about climate change. So we designed a survey that was the kind of a filtering mechanism, which was telling us who of those people was using social media or private messaging apps or closed groups to discuss or to educate themselves about those two topics. Next slide, please. So that's the model that we used. And if one of these people answered the question about social media as yes, they were then put into the second group. They were given a chance for 6 weeks to access a survey that was always active for them, in which there was a simple form, actually. They could take a screenshot or a photograph of the information that they saw around those two topics, and then add a comment and send it to us. And our job was to actually investigate a dashboard that we could see. Next slide, please. And on the other end, which is basically what Premise app provided us with. So you can see the countries that we looked into. We did 3 countries in Europe, 3 in Africa, 3 in Asia. We also looked at some countries in South America. Next slide. And that's the example of the dashboard, what people were sending us from those countries. Next slide. And then the actual submissions. You could see how closely we could see what was happening there, that interaction between the person and the computer. So this is the laptop. Next slide. It just shows that people were taking photographs of their mobile phones. There's one fascinating thing that we've learned, that we've analyzed this data, was that we couldn't ask people to show us examples of misinformation. We had to call it examples of information. When we initially started asking for misinformation, a lot of times we were getting official information provided by governments of their countries, and that was happening a lot. So based on that feedback, we changed the design. Next slide, please. And this is how it worked. So we had this dashboard that we were looking at every single day. We're trying to identify the narratives that we knew that were not present in the public domain yet, that were only shared in those closed spaces. Once we've identified such narrative, we would then go to what we refer to as traditional social listening, like keyword extraction, and then we would try to find those narratives. If they were still not there, we would then keep an eye on that narrative, trying to see when it actually bleeds from private to public. And we actually managed to capture a few, and I'll show you those examples here. Next slide, please. So, for example, in India, we managed to identify a narrative on Telegram about COVID-19 vaccine causing amnesia and loss of memory. In Nigeria, Facebook Messenger was used to actually push big campaign about climate change, and climate change was being blamed as a punishment from God's punishment for men's sins. So we managed to capture those before they actually bled to public domain, and then actually managed to capture that sort of moment of bleed. This is really important. This is important because as someone who is trying to prevent this from going public or becoming big or being shared by millions, we want to know as early as possible. So this kind of system, from that perspective, is extremely useful. And the next slide, please. And now, if I may, in the last 5 minutes, I want to discuss the impact of what happened last year in November when ChatGPT was launched. And obviously, you covered the impact on medical research, and obviously we are very aware about the impact on business. A lot of businesses getting ready for this. What I want to do is actually just make 2 points about the potential, but most of the field actually agree impact of AI and what happened last year on the information and misinformation space here. Next slide, please. So the first one is AI has now given millions of people access to a tool that is very easy to create misinformation. So 2 years ago, you need to have some knowledge of computer graphics. You need to know how to write a copy or how to create images. With AI, that is not needed. So the barrier of entry has disappeared. Anyone could create videos, anyone could create images now. It's very easy. And we're already seeing that. AI-generated misinformation is being now shared at scale. Next slide, please. And the second big impact of what happened last year with AI is that we predict that this will be a seismic shift in how people search for information. This is going to be a change that can only be compared to what happened with the launch of Google. For those of you who can still remember Yahoo search or those pre-Google searches, they were very, very different. There were catalogs, and the way people were searching was very different. Then Google was launched, and that completely changed the space. We predict that something very similar will happen now. That is a big problem for communicators in this space, because in the last 20 years, we have learned how to deal with most of the information, either on Google search, on Twitter, on Facebook search. We can use advertising if you want to get that correct message across to people. We don't know how to deal with that with AI chatbots. And that's a very new thing, and we still need to learn this. But the field agrees that this will be, and already is for a lot of people, big change. Next slide, please. So if I could just summarize the key challenges that we're facing at the moment, and some of them you covered in your presentations as well. So we're seeing increasingly that we're getting less and less access to data. Facebook is almost impossible. Twitter is limiting access to their data. We have very limited access to AI data that's coming from either ChatGPT or other similar platforms. And limited organizations are getting this access. We are privileged to have access to this, but this is a huge problem for us because we cannot share that data with other academic institutions. And because of that, no one else can replicate the research that we're doing. That is a big problem. And that, as a result, causes erosion of trust in government, in science, and obviously in big tech companies. We would very much like that to be changed. And next slide. And if I was to leave you with 3 takeaways from this, we've learned in the last 3 years that the traditional survey methodology that we've been using for more than a decade now is just too slow for times of pandemic or at the times of crisis. We need to start using social data, which is much faster. We need to have access to that data. And that, by doing that, we can react in time. Finally, we also need to be prepared. We need to be prepared with social listening systems in place. And I described one of those systems so you could see how potentially this could work. And finally, again, very much in the space of misinformation and information policy. AI is here with us. There's the last time I checked, there's almost 200 million people are using ChatGPT already. We can't stop it. We need to learn how to deal with it. And I remember this very well when iPhone was launched. Steve Ballmer, the CEO of Microsoft, that very day. So this is never going to pick up. No one's going to be using that. No business person will ever be using an iPhone. Back then it was all about Nokias. Just think about it. Where are Nokias now? And everyone is using iPhones. Most likely it will be exactly the same with AI. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Simon. Really interesting, different perspective from data and what it can mean for health, and a look at misinformation or disinformation. I think we probably do have 2 or 3 minutes. If anybody would like to throw a question at this gentleman with his interesting experience, please, at the back.
Bastian Hornung from the Dutch Medicine Agency. I found it very interesting that you said you can capture trends already on private media before it gets public. Now I read at some point last year that often debunking misinformation is not that actually effective because you end up repeating the false claims. And it came up that pre-bunking, so actually coming before that wave with the correct information, is more effective. Now also coming AI in, is it maybe a thought to actually capture these trends and then AI generate opposing information and then populate the internet already?
That's very interesting. Pre-banking, very much a concept developed by your Dutch country fellowman, Cambridge University, Sander, who we're working with. That's a very interesting concept, how to creatively use AI. I completely agree with you. The last thing we want to happen is to basically give these people more oxygen. And by actually responding to their claims, we are giving it more oxygen. So thank you for the suggestion.
I saw another hand in the... Please, go ahead, sir.
Hello. In the end, I want to give some hope around AI. Sorry. So I will rather look at this problem from a scientific and mathematical point of view, because everything goes around trust here. And trust is only when the results are precisely. So as I talk with someone of you in the break, looking at AI and what is called these computers, qubits, we can live to work together as soon as the prediction is very close to the threshold. So everything which is in digital and acoustical, whatever, a lot of people, they have doubts about the digital data, but as soon as error, it's less than 1%, we can estimate that the results are sufficiently correct. And this is also in election and so on. So speaking again about social mistrust and so on, if we give them mathematics, for instance, a chance to AI, for instance, every one of us knows about the mathematical induction. So if someone is true for 1, 2, 3, and n happenings, is also true for n plus 1. So, for instance, if we define for AI such steps, and also maybe we define difficulty steps like milestones, for instance, because of course that if you give the AI a very easy task and then you give suddenly a very difficult task, maybe it fails. It's like growing a child, how you trust your child. You give him a lot of opportunities and you see if he's doing mistakes or not. It's the same like you make the driving license exam with
Dear
the police.
colleague, just to ask you to wrap it up, because otherwise we're going to run out of time before the question comes.
So the question is not a question. It's I would think that the fundamental result is the science. Let's give the science and technology an opportunity here, because as soon everything is progressing, also the AI will be tuned. Thank you.
Listen, thank you very much. It's difficult to disagree. Give science and technology a chance. I like that. It's quite a nice take-home message. I don't think it's a question. But listen, let's just... Chemo, please. Go ahead.
Yes. So thanks, Simon. I think that was really fascinating. And I think you're a good guy, right?
Yeah. Very
At
much
least,
so.
yeah, we think so. And but what if, and isn't it quite likely that the bad guys are using exactly the same things that you are doing now? So is there any solution to this? So should we start restricting actually access to some of the technology, or is it even possible?
In 2017, one of the leaders of big country in the world, when he was speaking to students, said that whoever controls AI will rule the world. And that was Vladimir Putin. He said that back in 2017. With this, what we're doing, the study of misinformation, trying to combat misinformation, we're very much in the race. There's always buddies who are using new technologies. We're always trying to catch up with them. A lot of times we're ahead of the game. A lot of times they are winning. It's the race. It's a never-ending race, I'm afraid.
So I think that's quite a nice message. I'm going to let Kint come in because he is the chair of the Methodology Working Party, but stay ahead of the game. And I hope, I just want to make a link back to Gabriel Westman's presentation on an AI work plan. Some people think it's madness for medicines regulators to have a work plan to 2028 on artificial intelligence, because how on earth can we know what's going to happen next week, let alone next year? But what we're doing is setting out an ambition to stay ahead of the game. And a part of that is an observatory to look at what's happening and experimentation. But Kit, you're almost the last word of the meeting.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for a very thought-provoking and interesting presentation. And I'm kind of to drill it down to a personal experience and then have a question for you, because there's one aspect I think you've not touched upon, and I'm curious there. I have a very good and intelligent friend, but he was anti-vaccine, so was quite fed with, let's say, lots of. I had my disproportionate share of misinformation, if you like, and lots of discussions. And one thing that in that process, one thing that occurred to me, it's actually quite difficult to determine whether it's misinformation or not, because it's not only the pictures you showed. Quite a few scientists or so-called scientists have been in the game as well. So I'm curious whether you have any reflections there, because I think that will also not disappear. The information that is shared looks very impressive. It's partly not misinformation. Quite a bit of the information is correct. But I found myself quite a detective in the discussions with my friend to see where the misinformation is actually occurring and where people are put astray. And I'm wondering whether you have any thoughts there.
No, absolutely. We're seeing a lot of that. And there's also another example that there's something that we think is correct, and then science changes after a year or two, and then it's being used by those who want to misinform. They obviously assume that nothing can change, everything stays forever. But the problem with this is the only way, like on a very top level, how you can deal with someone who is hesitant. With someone who is anti, you shouldn't even be talking to them because you're giving them oxygen. We should be having conversations with those who are hesitant. And we should not be afraid to admit that there were times that we were wrong with science. And this is where a lot of communication fails, because we're afraid to admit that. So as long as we learn that science could change and we're able to admit this change, I think we should be able to build a connection and maybe at some point take them on this journey, because it's a process, it's a journey to take them from these hesitant positions to become pro.
Gabriel, please.
Yes, I think listening to this very interesting discussion, I'm not as optimistic as some other speakers here. I'm wondering whether we are just seeing one window of what is a global change in the dynamics where there's a disconnect between competence and capacity. I mean, we are longing back to the 1990s, where we thought that those that were most skillful also had the biggest platforms in terms of communication. It was very much top down, where now the internet is really connecting all digits in the world, to be very frank, and that that truth no longer weighs as heavy as a powerful message applying to the most basic urges and desires of people. And when we see political expressions of this, we see that in relations to medicine regulation. I think we have to accept this is a new playing field. We need to start with what's healthy, what grows, what works, not accepting that we cannot go back to where we were 30 years ago, but rather to what works now. How can we start in schools? How can we? I mean, in Sweden, everyone wanted the vaccine until it was available, and then no one wanted to take it. So it's really about engineering the social psychology, and this will need to be cross-sectoral learnings. In medicines, I mean, there are many other fields where this has been managed, for example, like electronic radiation from cell phones. It's no longer a big issue. Building windmills is much less of an issue. I think we can learn from other sectors on how to communicate more clearly and more strategically to get our message across, rather than picking the mud wrestling that the pigs want to have. Thank you.
I don't think that was a question. But Gabrielle, thank you for sharing that. Learn from other sectors, keep ahead of the game. But then also for Simon's last comments, focus on those that are hesitant and not people who've got very entrenched, strong views and fueling their arguments and so on. And Kit, I think we've all got that really close personal friend who was sending us information that was clearly misinformation or borderline misinformation. It's very difficult to handle. They are your friends, and they have a right to their views, and they have seen information which they've interpreted in a certain way. So all you can do with them is see them as hesitant, I suppose, and do your best.
Yeah, and that's the part to make. But I was curious, because I think it's actually a challenge to determine this misinformation.
Exactly.
It's much more
That was
complicated
understood.
than the...
Exactly.
The,
And the other message I took from Simon was that the most negatively impactful misinformation was that looked scientifically credible. So I think that's a take-home message for us all. Listen, I just want to thank Simon. Really interesting way to conclude our meeting. I also want to give a big thanks to Hilga Bues from the Novartis Foundation for the presentation on social determinants of health and using data to drive policymaking, another really important topic in terms of public and global health. And with that, I'm going to close this session and give the floor to Jesper, please.
I'll just take the same mic, that may be easier. So, and I really hope that we did not provide misinformation for you today. Actually, I know that we did a lot of effort to make sure that you get the most updated information we have available. Yet it may just be that the evidence will change or the knowledge will change in the years to come. So obviously we'll probably have a different meeting next year. But I think we started out quite nicely with our different colleagues opening the session today, even though they were struggling a little bit with traffic this morning. Even Emma Cook managed to get in to last minute from the airport. And I know others had a full day delay, but I'm really happy you all made it here. So really setting the direction from EMA, HMA, the Commission, and also patients to really succeed or congratulations to us in succeeding on what we are aiming out to do with a really ambitious plan on making our 11 recommendations come to fruition. And I think Peter gave us the school report update on that earlier today. So that is in its condensed version where you can see the status of that. I'll not repeat that. I think it takes a deep breath once in a while to realize this is actually what has been achieved so far. So looking forward, a lot of interesting stuff still to come. And we really touched upon that a bit later. I'm jumping a bit, but Gabriel had that in the 4-year work plan on AI. So I think there's a whole track there unfolding in front of us. But we also talked about the value creation we are starting to see with real-world evidence, both from Kit, from the methodology working party, the Susanna talking about the changing discoverability and data quality of the EU data ecosystem, again taking those deeper dives into real-world data when we talk about data quality, an instrumental component in having trustworthy information and avoid misinformation. The insights into EHS2 pilot, and also here with colleagues from the Commission to share what's happening in that space, because that is a very important instrument in the years to come, that we actually have this common platform for us to really share the necessary information, the data that can be turned into evidence. And then obviously not doing this in isolation in Europe. So we had colleagues from Health Canada to join us and talk about the work within ECMA and also ICH and how that unfolds to achieve a global harmonization. And all of that is technical, all of that is really policy. I really appreciated we had the patient experience data discussion in between, really lending the voices to both patients and the users of that data, both the healthcare professionals, but also the regulators alike and researchers. So really articulating the value in more patient experience data, but also the necessity for us to know where that sits and stimulate the continued collection and use of that data in the decision making. I think at the end of the day, we are there for the patients, with the patients, and that's where the data. Someone needs to unmute somewhere. Brilliant. And then we had that kind of blue sky thinking, wild technologies, some of them just around the corner, some of them further ahead, both between the AI work plan, the quantum computing efforts, the digital technologies to collect patient experience data, which is a little bit closer, just like the work plan, but also the digital twins and external controls that are to be explored for us to have a regulatory better understanding about our reflections on these technologies, because these technologies are coming at us. I think Simon, you had in your slides, I mean, AI will be there whether we like it or not, or something like that. It goes with technology and advancement, so we need to get our head around how we can use that for our benefit and for the benefit of the patients as well. And I think finally, thought-provoking featured speakers here towards the end about how to use data in a broader sense than only the regulatory issues, but also being very mindful about how data can be used for misinformation and how to work around that. And I think that really goes to our continued need to keep informing, keep sharing what is the evidence as we have it, because that's really the tool we have in our toolbox. So thank you for listening into that.
Thanks very much, Jesper, for a quick reminder of our day. Can we just show the slide of some highlights for next year? So this is not fully comprehensive, but you might want to start penciling into your diaries. So we are planning a workshop on registries, which will be on is that the 12th or the 16th? 12th and 13th of February. That sounded like a very long workshop. 12th and 13th of February. Well, the registries is probably worth it because they're an important form of evidence, particularly for rare diseases, which we've heard a lot about today. Real-world evidence methodologies also planned for the first quarter next year. There'll be public consultations on the real-world data quality considerations, a real-world evidence reflection paper, and a patient experience data reflection paper. We will be launching and looking to the wider community to populate the catalogue of real-world data sources and, over time, real-world evidence studies. And we will also be surveying different stakeholder groups on training needs during the course of 2024. Just a few things to look out for and not in any way complimentary. I would like, in closing this meeting, to thank everybody that's participated, speakers, chairs, everyone in the room, everybody online. I'd particularly like to thank the EMA team that has made sure this happens. So Jolanta Palap-Shietene, Gosha Durka-Grabowska, Francois Demergue, as well as the EMA audiovisual team, and everybody that is contributing to the work to transform to data-driven medicines regulation. Have a great evening. Thank you very much for participating.